Okay, let's go over a few more absolutist phrasings and then we'll start that episode. I think I only watched like 2 minutes into it, so it didn't really have much impact at all. I could just restart it, but I'm not going to sympathize with Elsie for. I'm not going to sympathize with Elsie for, oh, she's got froze out. She even said that herself, like, oh, it was still my fault. Just like Andrew tries to say, oh, it wasn't my menu, but it was still your cooking, it's still your dish, so you got to take responsibility for that. And if you're so against it, then just don't listen to Ralph and just do what you got to do. But the first absolutist thing I want to point to is the simple redneck lives matter. That's a good one. The simple fact that you have what do you call it? Like, an absolutist would look at social contrivance at times as like a fly buzzing in their ear. Like, they wouldn't be bothered by it on the sense of what is actually said, because it's all just refuse, let's say reactionary garbage anyway. Just some half-mass human function trying to reinforce their own indoctrinated contrivance state, etc. But it's not that. It's the fact that they would view it as like a fly buzzing in their ear. So of course it would be annoying, but it wouldn't be annoying for that reason. So it's kind of like a different way to look at it. Like, I'm not bothered by what they're saying about something. I'm bothered by the fact that they're even speaking in the first place, and just, like a fly buzzing in my ear. So your measure would be sound and self-aware. So if somebody else doesn't understand that or has some sort of conflict with it, seeks to subvert it for their own interest, etc., it would still be the same basic purpose that you're looking at. And so beyond that, you have the ability to basically, subvert the process for that. So like, you're not willing to concede that. It's like this philosophy of waiting, like, oh, patience is a good thing, right? The anti-virtues, basically, that I would, absolutists would pose, like, patience is actually a sin. It's actually a bad thing, because it means that if you can be made to wait 1 minute, you can be made to wait forever. So you're only glorifying it in a functional sense, right? Collective contrivance, objectively adverse to yourself in a finite zero-sum existence. So they're just saying that because they want to make you wait. They don't want to wait themselves, or, you know what I mean? Like, you're holding everybody back and everybody down. It's not a good standard to glorify. It's like, if you could have the choice of waiting or not waiting, you would rather not do it. So it might just be a functional basis at best, that like, oh, you're willing to make that sacrifice because it's useful to do so or something. But on an individual inherent level, you would say, no, I don't want to wait. I want to do, all these things that are glorified are just ways to control people and keep them in a half-mass state, regardless what their measure would actually be, or people don't even define their own measure themselves. And what you also have is the ability to, look at, again, it would look at like interaction as a fly buzzing in your ear, like you're only bothered by the noise, but the content is irrelevant, arbitrary, reactionary, understanding the nature of process. It wouldn't be necessary if there was value measure. It would go without saying, right? It's like this way to just overextend self-interest into a collective. And then the second point of it is the simple fact that an absolute wouldn't sort of practice a flawed process, or how can I explain it? Like, you would hold the standard of like having kids as being very negative, because like, if you wouldn't recreate, like, okay, I have a flawed, imperfect existence. I have, not even perfect isn't the right way to put it, but you have a flawed existence. You don't know your own self-awareness. You don't define a measure. Everything's reactionary, arbitrary, reduced to structure, self-defeating, and finite, all of that. So when you have all this issue and cognitive dissonance and flawed processes going on, you wouldn't reproduce, because then you're going to recreate and continue the process. You would put an end to it. So an absolute deals in finality, not in this sort of repetition and endless struggle. So you would put one of two things. Either you would make a state that would be self-aware, inherent, base, etc., consistent measure, not overextended half-mass collective contrivance, and you would have some base state to adhere to, and then you could reproduce, or even by your own measure, whatever that standard is. Right, so for a lot of people, it might just be wealth. Okay, if you're a millionaire, so now you can have kids because that overrides other things. That might be your measure. I'm not saying that, but some sort of state like that. Otherwise, just don't do it. So, like, just the simple way to put it is, you're like in a half-mass confused state of being. Like you're a mess, but you're still pumping out kids, like, because you're horny and you're too lazy to wear a condom, or you want some sort of overcompensation in your own life because it's so pathetic and empty and aimless and you have no value, so you find like a false meaning in doing that. So you don't know what you're doing yourself, but you want to have kids and do this. And this is how we get the modern world: overextension, overpopulation, even though people would argue with that, but that's a different perspective. It's like 8 billion people is still a fucking lot. So you have the ability to look at it like you would have like the self-awareness and self-criticism, like, I'm not going to have kids until I understand actually the full-on nature of a process with respect to have a sound, consistent measure, so you wouldn't have this doubt, or you wouldn't have this uncertainty or half-mass state and recreate the process. So you would have a sense of finality. You would put an end to the process, right? You would just, so you would get away from all these things like, abusive parents, or you get away from rough childhoods, or you get away from, like you maybe had a rough childhood, so now you'll say, this one will be slightly better. So it's not about that. It's like, it should be a sound process where, in other words, you're not using certain things as an excuse for other things. Like, I have 3 kids and I'm struggling working 5 jobs to put food on the table for them. It's like, well, then don't have kids then if you can't handle it. Same thing like with a job. Don't do a job like, I'm working this tough job, I'm a doctor, I'm a nurse, whatever, and I'm making so much money or whatever. You're making a certain amount of money relative to it, but it's so hard, because it's like if you can't handle the job, then do something that you can handle without, using it as an excuse or complaining about it or things like that. And if you can, then don't complain, because you're doing it for zero-sum self-interest, so therefore zero-sum means, so it sort of explains itself in terms of, but people always want to hold you back, and that's the whole base of society. So you would not continue on a process that is objectively adverse, so by your own self-defined measures, standards, etc. But it's like, even by that standard, I'm struggling to feed the kids, or I'm struggling with my love life, relationship. You might think, it's like this unsympathetic, elitist, victim blamer perspective, which it kind of can be. But it's like, your struggles are all self-created, so it's like, it's all in the veil of doing something positive for yourself that you want to do anyway, right? It's all zero-sum self-interest, like, my love life, but you're doing that for yourself, so it's your choice. So the point is, exercise better judgment, or then don't complain about it if you don't. Like, you end up with somebody who's shitty, and you want people to feel bad for you. It's like, shouldn't you have the judgment to be able to determine that for yourself? Like, why should we, I ended up with somebody and they were bad to me. It's like, so you don't have higher standards that you could find somebody who wouldn't do that, or that it's not your fault for putting up with it and being sort of like this willing victim for a long period of time. Obviously, the first strike and you're out rule is different, but that's kind of what I would say. Or you have a case where you're able to, but look at that. Like, this is an analogy even as I'm driving, like for traffic. All society wants to do is hold you back, right? You're all going in a zero-sum line to the same place, but they just want to go ahead of you. So it's like, you'll defer to a collective and you'll act like that's honorable to do. But if you had the choice, you wouldn't do it, and it's a zero-sum process. They're just doing it for their self-interest. You're just doing it for your self-interest. Nobody is using a higher measure. It's just collective contrivance to say what you can do. Like, so this is what it would say. The individual who values themselves says, let's hold everybody back and hold everybody down just so that we can get ahead ourselves, even if you end up being held back in the process too. So it's like this cycle of, a falsely higher standard that like, oh, it's for the collective, it's for society, it's for some greater cause, etc. But the only reason why you're doing that is because the basis of self-interest to whom you are part of the collective. So like individual selves, people value themselves, but then they say, oh no, we value the collective, but you only value the collective as it contains yourself and as it pertains to yourself and self-interest. So you're saying everyone else should sacrifice their self-interest for the collective interest because you're part of the collective, so you benefit from that. So the basis that you say that is still like people should sacrifice self-interest for collective interest because you're part of the collective, but you're not part of the self in terms of somebody else's self, but in terms of yourself, you wouldn't necessarily want to do that. And so it kind of comes back to the same point, that your criteria is still self-interest, but you just try to overextend it to that collective state, and you act like that's somehow a higher measure, but it's the same exact basis, right? You're valuing the collective on the same criteria that, oh, you're a part of it, so you think, oh, you can encourage other people to sacrifice their self-interest so that you can benefit from the collective that you're a part of, right, that they sacrifice to. It's a self-defeating fallacy that you're only after your self-interest, everyone else is only after the self-interest. We sort of try to fool ourselves that, oh no, the collective is a higher standard, and then so many things obscure this too, like machination process, as far as, technology, but that doesn't matter, right, as far as the inherent process, or other things like, I don't know, state of technology at the time, and so forth. So yeah, we'll start using this recorder again, though, so at least it finally serves a purpose. I can't say that it really sounds even that much better here, but at least this is the best we're getting out. Like, if this $80 professional fucking lavalier mic that's made for this kind of thing, as even the name would suggest with Go in the name, it is very, that's another game I could play with voice. I could play Go or something, the way that I was trying to do it with chess, right? I honestly feel like the majority of my struggles there were just because they kept doing the wrong move, not because, whatever, not saying I'm that good, but at least for those opponents I could have dealt with it a little better. Okay, now let me finally start watching this. I've had to run around like crazy. So we'll maybe restart, or we were at 2 minutes. I guess you can restart. So we're 2 minutes into it. Just go back to the beginning, starting in 3, 2, 1. Episode 9, Hell's Kitchen, but oh no, of course, my audio now isn't working. For some inexplicable, man. This whole setup is always like cursed, but we're at the final stage where we can do it like... It's unbelievable how that happens. Like, it's connected, it's working, and then... I have to do, like, put it back in the case and take it back out again. I don't even know. Really makes no fucking sense how these things work, but generally this site should work pretty well. It's like a JLab Go Air Pop. Everything has Go in the name. JLab Go, Rode Go is obviously what I'm using for the thing. I don't know if this rubbing against my shirt is really a bad thing either, but it's kind of impossible to prevent that, right, when I'm driving and stuff. And you shouldn't have to keep doing that. And, like, adjusting it or something. Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1. So you see, I'll even narrate the names again. Carol Ann, who got eliminated very early. Those were the two, like, attractive women, meme-worthy characters, I guess. People. I keep calling them characters. Wendy was annoying, but Carol Ann and Mary Beth or something? Or Mary Ellen. I can't fucking remember her name. Dewberry was a bit of a clown. Jeff didn't actually seem that bad, but he was, like, suffering from all these health things that kept coming up. The way they show it makes it seem like it is fake. Like, we need something exciting to happen this episode, so Jeff, just have a heart attack and fucking die. Right, like, that's really going to be pertinent at all, or what? I can't tell if this mic is even working right now. It's hard to tell. Like, if I bring this close, would it be louder? And if I bring it super far away, it should be about the same. And if I put it there, it'll be about the same right now. And it won't really affect it either. I think switching probably made it worse, though, but that was part of the challenge, I guess. Don't blame the other people, though. But her emotion there is pretty genuine. And she even said, I don't want to talk anymore at the end of that interview. But they cut it off this time. You got to see all the deleted scenes and stuff from this, too. Buy the DVD set now, and you get to see all the interviews in full, uncut. I don't know if Mike has ever been nominated. That kind of shows you right there. Right? You could just tell. I like my instinct with that, though. That was such a good call from the first episode. I was kind of more on Jessica's bandwagon, but they're both here. That is an unbelievable prediction. You know what this almost makes me want to watch is like the cut thing. Where they like do these things that XQC would watch. Maybe I will do a month of YouTube stuff and I'll try to find stuff like that. Almost like social experiment. The first, Mike was on the other team most of the time. Like, Jess is normally always the nice one, but that's the first bad thing she said was, I'm better than Elsie. They always are up so fucking late, though. Why are you up at 3 in the morning doing all this fucking monologuing shit? Mike up to some planning. This is why you shouldn't have slept so late. Seems like a sabotage tactic almost, but it's not. We got a 5-second delay. $13. 520, 526, 528, 529, 530. I should almost watch like YouTubers' Let's Plays and react to them in a weird way. This is kind of fun. Like, let's do a YouTube series after this, like of YouTube general stuff. Let's Plays and cut videos and stuff like that, social experiments. Sounds kind of fake, though. He just did it to challenge them. Bread crisis. Got a drunk, half-asleep girl with two guys. Not the best combination for what could be a two chefs, one headhunter. Innuendo. You're really going to fuck up the table like that? You're not even doing anything. Would have been the best chance for the romance to start. That makes her look bad, though, that she is like that. You can't spell restaurant without rest, though. There is no rest in restaurant. Oh, really? That shows you right there. Like, Jessica doesn't deserve to win. Like, she's always... Except for Jessica. Always just fucking annoying ways to wake people up. They look pretty fresh. You should admit. I feel like Jessica's better in the 1v1 type of challenges, but she's bad in the group stuff at times. Not because she's a bad team player, but she's just... But I'll be honest, Jessica has gotten carried in a lot of moments. the narrator kind of upstages Gordon's explanation. Only 10 minutes. It's sort of unfair, though. See, now Jessica gets an advantage. And Michael still fucking went. She's getting girl privilege and blonde privilege. Or like she's still hungover. Now she'll use that as an excuse. Like, don't drink so much then. That was like a bait. I thought it was done, but then they have to do more. And she had the advantage of more sleep, too. He was kind of nice about it, though, even though he said that. Ralph. He just gets to choose what food. I like it, how he's even salty about when he wins. It's the first thing like he's won the whole show, too. But no, Jessica really has done bad in the last two group services. She's done bad in the taste test. She's done bad here when she had the handicap of sleep. It seems almost like Jessica's the one who's going to lose now. Right, she's been so bad lately. How much can you get carried? That moment sort of symbolized her whole presence in the show. She's good, she's got a nice vibe, but she's a little inconsistent and she keeps getting carried. Ralph is always helping her. Mike's been helping her. They both helped her. Right, you get carried because you're a charismatic, cute girl, but so what? Oh, look how strategic he is. He knows that filet is the best offhand, and so now he knows to pick it. She's trying to get carried by the sous chef now, too. She's that kind of person, huh? Chicken is so universal, though. How can you be a cook and not be a fan of chicken? But no, look at her trying to always get carried. She doesn't want to get carried by Ralph and Mike, but now she's trying to get carried by the sous chef or whoever, those expert chefs that always are around, like Andy and stuff that we see in later seasons. How many more episodes could there be? Like, this could be, episode 10 could be the last episode. Like, what the fuck is going on? They're going to have a filler where somebody doesn't get eliminated. It seems like it's foreshadowing that Jessica's going to get eliminated now, but I won't say that. I'll still say, I think it'll be Ralph, then Jessica, then Mike wins. I'm still staying by that, but Jessica's been very weak. So now we understand the deeper meaning to her good vibe. She has good vibes because she's used to getting carried by other people, right? Or she's trying to suck up to other people. I want somebody to talk shit to her about getting the extra sleep and still fucking losing. Now she'll say, oh, it's because I was hungover, but I won't say Jessica doesn't deserve it, but I'll say you have to earn it now. Nobody really seems to give a shit about that, quite frankly, and they never really succeed at doing it either. Right? They're always just fucking concerned about looking good themselves and stuff. Or is it really more important to give a full meal, or is it like a full service, or to give a good service, even if it's worse? Chicken is so easy, too, compared. Tuna is annoying, probably to cook, right? Seafood. This is the best way to do it, actually, because they both are gunning for themselves, but they're all trying to get out the thing. They're trying to get out the dishes of their own and take credit, so they won't help each other or ask each other for help. They'll just focus on their own station and do the best they can. So they won't be at each other's necks and stuff as much. Really? You could do this secretly? That seems hard to believe. What, you haven't had phones and stuff? But yeah, chicken is kind of an easy one to get too. I'm not going to discredit her, but she's got to prove something. You gotta have some pride at this stage. You made it this far. You're not like Jimmy, who just got here on a fluke. But no, like Jessica's high risk, high reward. Like high, when she does well, she does really well. When she does badly, she does really badly. Mike is more consistent. Ralph is also more consistent, but I'd say Mike is consistently excellent. He's never been chosen for elimination. He's always just GOAT level status. Mike is always cooking GOAT because he's the GOAT of this show. She's already fucking up. Now you're hurting their performances too. I don't really believe that nobody would have talked to them in this time. Now it's going to turn into something like, oh, I did it for my family. Like, really, they wouldn't have phone contact, they wouldn't have letters, they wouldn't... What are they, like in the fucking military? Or even then you get to have some communication. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But no, you can just sense Jessica is the bottom of the tier right now. Power rankings. Ralph has raised himself really well. Or they don't know who made what. Or do they? Are they getting what only their family cooked? She'll do good on the dessert, but she seems to be struggling with the chicken. This is so fun, though. I like this a lot. I don't think I'll watch any more because this was a big commitment to watch this much. But I'll do YouTube. I'll do a YouTube series month, then I'll do the Audible for sure. So we get 1 month of YouTube. I'll watch the rest of Skibbity Toilet. I'll watch some cut videos, stuff like that. I'll watch some social experiment videos. I'll watch some YouTubers playing game videos. Running around like a headless chicken. She's had so many weird moments too. Even there, Mike is still helping. Yeah, Mike is the guy. Mike is even still helping. I just wish he wasn't such a dick about the whole saving Jimmy thing. Ralph's fiance hasn't spoken to him in months, and she'll break up with him if he doesn't win. What dish was that? Which one was it? That's so disgusting, man. Yeah, fuck Jessica. Jessica's shit. Jessica should be out. I'll even say it now. I'll turn on her. I was wrong. She doesn't deserve to be in the final two. It's Ralph versus Mike, and Mike will win. Jessica's a liability. You need help, but they already did your fucking chicken for you. Yeah, she's out. She's out. Why are you being such a bitch? Yeah, fuck, Jessica's out. Jessica's out. I was wrong. I wasn't that wrong, though. She was... Like, you're already getting carried. They took over your chicken. They gave you extra sleep. Yeah, she's You got even the maitre d' helping you. Even he's trying to carry Jessica. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious she should be out. She's had a bad streak of 2 or 3 challenges. She did well, good for her, but she's out. She's out. She can't even fucking do it. Right, like Ralph and Michael are just doing their own thing. Yeah, she's not big time. Ralph is big time. Ralph is a gangster and Mike is a goat. Gordon really doesn't like when you talk back, though. You're just having a conversation, but I'm trying. But she didn't even make it. She... Yeah, look at Mike being honorable here, but... Like, didn't they took over her chicken station, so she doesn't even deserve credit. She should be out for sure. He's been nice, though. He's been nice to you. But no, Ralph and Mike definitely have it together. She's a bit clumsy now. Giving John Philippe his credit. I thought they already did that, or only like one team did it. Is it really worth the wait, though? He said Michael Ralph. He didn't say Jessica. Oh, they don't even know the family. Well, you sent a lot of stuff back. Can't they talk to their families first, or that'll be your reward? You get to see your family out there and say goodbye. You don't have to go home to cry to your family. We'll bring them to you so you can get eliminated right in front of them. 5-second delay. Clear up. Now, yes, chef. What do you mean you wasn't given that much to work with? But you didn't really deserve it. No, you deserve to be out. You should even volunteer it. No, you both did well. You know it's Jessica, you just don't want to say it. Yeah, even Mike doesn't consider you a threat, Jessica. You don't come back strong. You've been down for the last 3 challenges, everything. You've sucked. You've sucked. No, it better be Jessica. In fact, I'll be mad if Jessica stays in. She's been so bad. So my prediction was almost spot on. That is really good, honestly. Like I said at the beginning, it would be them. Just from their vibe and just from Mike's confidence and... Not Jessica, though. Show your families and then get eliminated right in front of them. They do this in like MasterChef too, where they bring their families in towards the end. Okay, let's humanize Mike a little bit. Girlfriend. A million hearts broke that day. Girlfriend, as in like actual girlfriend or just a girl who happens to be a friend? That was the biggest twist of the whole show, that she's bi or gay. Girlfriend. Jessica broke everybody's heart, every male viewer's heart, or whatever. What are you, Ellen Page, where people's hearts are broken twice, once when she's gay and once when she's a man? Broke both men and women's hearts. People turned gay for Ellen Page, and then they turned straight for Ellen Page again, right? Women turned gay to be with Ellen because whatever, for the chance, and then they turned straight again to be with her, when the first person who's ever had that both happen. They somehow know it, though. They could probably tell from his style. This isn't the right way to do it. They should have had to choose at the time. Or maybe they did and they're just saying it now. See, like, just based on their expressions, you could tell what they made. First of all, for Ralph. Look how the narrator, yeah, my memory's bad, but it's not that bad. Remember, Michael made the tuna. You're saying it in such a... I don't like the way they're doing this, though. It makes it seem fake, unless they already wrote it down before. best case it could tie. So Jessica's out based on this. Oh no, Mike wins, that means. So it's like 5-3-1. They could tell based on his style because he's probably cooked for them before, but you got to do this in front of their family too. That's kind of mean to say in front of your family, though. Deep down, you know you're not as good. You certainly weren't good that night. Let her keep her jacket. I like that in a woman. That seems like a weird thing to say. The biggest plot twist. I like hot things. The first thing he says to you. Showing some of her bad moments too. She was always asking for help. She was always getting carried, so what, do they not normally leave through the front door? Yeah, nobody's really surprised by that one, though that was obvious at this point. So I was wrong. Ralph, good on you. I low-key would want Ralph to win, but I think Mike's better still. But Ralph has been very good, and he's a leadership figure. That was at least an authentic way to do it. It wasn't the fact that Jessica fucked up in service so much. It was the fact that nobody liked the chicken as much. But the way they asked that was kind of dumb. Like, in front of them with body language, cues, and stuff. Oh God, what he says at the end of these is always so similar. He said that like 5 episodes in a row. Show me what they're made of. Show me what they're made of. Separate yourself. Perform as individuals. So shouldn't this be the final episode? Like, this is it, right? Like, what do you mean? Episode 10. That should be it. And yeah, now I'm excited to do the YouTube series. So we'll do YouTube Premium, I guess. Finale. I don't know if that's actually episode 10 though. I guess we'll know by the recap. So for some reason they decided to show this intro thing only in these episodes, like episode 1 and then like episode 9 and 10 or something. So Hell's Kitchen season 1 finale, first ever Hell's Kitchen winner. So it's gonna be Mike. I said it in episode 1. Right, I just got the sense from him. And so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Carol Ann, Chris, Elsie. Chris was done dirty. Ralph still around. Michael still around. Obviously Jimmy the Clown, Wendy the Clown, Jessica disappointed me the last couple episodes. Andrew, Mary Ellen, I forget. I'm confusing those two because they have 2 names. Mary Ellen and whatever the fuck. Carol Ann and Mary Ellen. And why is it Michelin stars anyway? Like, that's like a car company, isn't it? So, with that big fucking Puff Daddy looking thing. Andrew sort of looks like Michael a little bit, so he's like the poor man's Michael. But Michael's rarely argued with Chef. Michael's rarely struggled. It's censored shit, like dog shit. But they don't do that at any other point. Yeah, they fucked up on so many services, though. Yeah, Wendy's voice is fucking nails on the chalkboard, too. And she would always do this annoying thing, like where she'd talk to herself. Oh, no, I can't find my thing, or blah, blah, blah. That sounded like Christian Bale. Do it again. Let's go again. Oh yeah, you're going to recap the whole show? Filler. So again, the one everybody would simp for goes first. But who gets knocked out here? I don't even know. I guess Dewberry gets knocked out. So Carol Ann Dewberry. Quit, and obviously Elsie kind of quit too. She said, I want to go home, right before she even lost. But he still survived even after the kidney stone. Whatever. Yeah, Ralph was a good leadership figure. Oh, here we go, the boiling water. Just the way she says it, too. Or it is Jeff now. Or Jeff actually quit on his own. He just left. He's had a lot of worst of his career moments. Or yeah, they eliminated 2 for the price of 1. Wendy, so these are all correct so far, right? Or was this the one time they did a complete service? You get a 5-second delay. Getting after a reward for relaxation, the blue team got off to a strong start in the kitchen. I think Mary Ellen gets knocked out now instead of like Andrew, but so I still think Andrew should have been gone first. Yeah, you should have gotten rid of Andrew here. That was a bad decision for drama or whatever. That makes me think of like Dead by Daylight. You're like impaling them on the fucking little thing, on the spike. The way he puts the jacket. So now you get, Jimmy should have been out, but then he doesn't nominate Jimmy, which is a clown show. So yeah, Chris did nothing wrong, Mary Ellen did nothing wrong, not deserving to get eliminated this early. Not saying they would have won the whole thing, although Chris seemed pretty good. So Mike totally gamed the system there. He sent a message that he would do it purely for drama. I guess that wasn't Gordon's fault, though, because Jimmy wasn't even nominated. That was Mike's fault. So now Andrew goes out, then Elsie goes out. I want to see somebody be like a dick, but still do a really good job. Like, Mike can get away. It's not chemically possible. It wasn't yours, but you made it. Some of his lines when he says you're eliminated aren't really that fun. Sometimes he'll fake you out and stuff better later. Or like in MasterChef. And now Jimmy wins this, but then he loses. Then Elsie wins the next challenge, but then loses. So they get their moment of spotlight and then they lose. So whenever you win a challenge, you get fucked. Yeah, Jessica has like 3 bad performances in a row. No, he says. Yeah, see, look how anticlimactic. Jimmy, you're out. Like, that's it? So now everybody hates Elsie because of this, but that didn't age very well. I want to watch the whole interview of that, too. You shouldn't carry people anyway, though, but... Or this is like replaying. Maybe these are just the same things. Because he said the same thing. Jessica got the kitchen on the... Yeah. They're just replaying what we've already seen, too. This is like the whole fucking first half of the episode. Oh, now they show that I don't want to talk anymore. I like how when she was getting eliminated, she didn't blame her team, though, at least there. She said, no, it was my fault, it was my fault. This whole family thing was weird, like they wouldn't know that, or how the voting actually happened. They always seem like they're moving so slow, though. Maybe it's just me. In the kitchen. Like, I'd be fucking running and stuff, but... This was a very predictable outcome. You could easily cheat this. Little water fountain. You aren't as good or you weren't as good. Say that in front of her family. That was such a long intro. I swear it said he was like 40 plus in the first one of the first episodes. You were saying Chris is your big competition. You were saying a lot of people. Elsie. So at least it only was 10 episodes, so we're actually done. This is it. No, this was fun. I mean, you know, it's only fitting I should always see one of these. But then I'm always afraid to watch clips from it, too, because then you get spoiled on other seasons, potentially. The only thing I was spoiled on from this, I guess, is some of those funny moments at the beginning, like Wendy, cold water, hot water. So I guess it's sort of spoiled that she probably wouldn't win because she's so stupid, but that doesn't matter. Now that could have been really annoying, like they did a filler episode. So Mike still won that challenge too. Like the whole episode could have just been recaps. Well, I guess it wasn't a challenge though. Mike just did the best in that elimination. He got 5 versus 3. No letters. How could there not be letters, man? You have a phone, don't you? That's so stupid. Like what, you don't have a phone that you're allowed to use? You'd get bored in your little dorm, wouldn't you? No, Michael deserves to be here. Ralph deserves to be here. Jessica just hit a wall and she was just doing bad, so what can I say? See, it shows you my psychological expertise comes into play. This is why I have to do stuff like this. How many people would predict that in episode 1? Even I'm surprised that it was close. I said it would be Jessica versus Mike in the final. Some of them just didn't even belong, like Jeff or Mike, or not Mike, or... Wait, did he have a birthday during the course of this? Because I thought he was 26 at the beginning. Maybe they mentioned that at some point. The stupid phone calls, dude. Gordon thinks he's so cool. He's never nicer than when he's on the phone, though, Gordon. This should be it, just one challenge, or maybe there'll still be 2. They give you an advantage. So this will still be the one to give you an advantage. He's a better leadership figure, right? So these two working together, that's almost what I would do. I would say, you want to work at my restaurant after I buy it and we can work together. I'd hire Ralph as my executive top guy. I'd make him a partner in the restaurant. But no, he's always short and to the point. No, give it to Ralph, though. As an underdog, I'd be so impressed if he wins. Or they're each going to have their own kitchen. Oh, shit. So you got to do it all yourself. So maybe this just will be the finale. I thought there'd be like a little... Or maybe this will count. I like how he said built with such pride. How much did it cost you, bro? I feel like Scott appears later and Marianne doesn't. You get Andy and stuff instead. Okay, so we'll watch the rest of this later. So that was pretty good setup, but they kind of wasted a little bit too much time at the beginning to do the recap and stuff. Okay, so I'm starting from like 16:00 in the finale of season 1. And what I just realized as I'm looking at this is it's actually an hour, 20 minutes long, so I maybe won't be able to still finish it, which is kind of annoying. It'll take, then I'll have to do it tomorrow as well. Or it might be close, like an hour, I don't know. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1 with the color, texture, fabric, 16:08, 16, 10, 11, 12, like that. Scott and Marianne. (16, 20, 21, 22). That's the timestamp. So this has been fun to watch, and we'll use this as a benchmark to jump into YouTube stuff. And like I said, let's go over what we want to watch. I'll watch the whole rest of the Skibbity Toilet series somehow. I'll watch some cut type. I don't know why I keep saying that, but whatever. Some sort of social experiments and different dynamics, like who is the secret conservative or the secret liberal or the whatever, right? Like those kind of videos can sometimes be fun. And then also just I almost want to watch people's gaming channel stuff, and I'll give like an in-depth psychological critique or analysis or whatever. Just sort of actually watch like gaming, react to somebody just gaming content or react content in some weird way that could be fun. Sort of analyze why it appeals to people or how it might appeal to people. It's only been like, 8-9 weeks in the fucking thing. It was only 10 episodes long, and even then it felt like they were sort of padding it, but at least every episode gets a elimination. Would you really care that much about this presentation aspect? Like, I'd care more about what they're actually going to construct it. I thought they just meant we're going to move some chairs and do a couple things. What the fuck? So they have to do the whole menu themselves. Think about how much they've struggled with, with doing it even with help. But no, I'm happy with the last two, even though I thought Jessica would go farther. And they were even still nice to her to the very end. They were still helping her. She just wasn't good enough. I mean, it's just the reality. That's even what Gordon had to say. You know you're not as good as them deep down, even in front of your family. He says that. This is a little bit over the top, the whole fucking... Like, how much would this shit cost? This would cost more than the fucking prize of the competition. It must have been something they were planning to do already, but it seems like a lot of work. Like, but that's good. You want to get their money and get them out of there. You don't got to make them stay there forever. Peasant style, huh? You're just letting them do it. Like, I don't believe this part of the show at all. They wouldn't give them this much freedom to spend so much money and do this. They would have already planned this, or it's within criteria that they already wanted. Like, look how much money this is going to cost. Good thing he asked that. Alright, we got a 5-second delay. I should have really done YouTube Premium already, but I'd like to see both of your signature dishes now. He kind of repeats what just happened, too, after the skipping of the ad, which makes it confusing. I'm doing a porthouse something something. I think it's acceptable, too, to have it like you have to order for 2. That's fine. If you don't want it, you don't want it. But if you're going to commit to the signature dish, you can have it. Right? It doesn't have to be that specific that anybody can have it. Masculine steak. I really expected something else at this stage, a little more inspired. So Ralph isn't going to lose because he's bad. He's very good, but he's sort of a stick in the mud. Michael has the more creativity and the... onto the street. They're really padding this fucking episode. They're doing construction. I love those little drama things. Like, oh, the wallpaper company. You've had a whole fucking season to prepare for this shit. In theory, like... that was like the only time Mike was criticized. With that shit and other shit, too. They need to make a parody of Gordon Ramsay in like a GTA game. He's like one of those type of characters, larger than life figures. Like how Jesse Lee Peterson is like one of those radio personalities, or Howard Stern or something. Just random people walking up on the street. Stuff your face. She's still chewing the other one. You're rushing her. You're shoving it down her throat. Ralph is just less exciting. He's very... No, I'd say you have more charisma. Like, Ralph is good, but he's good in a stickler way, stick in the mud way. Mike is more fun, more creative, more exciting. They're both very talented. What are they doing with the forks? How would they have a different fork for everybody? Look, his salesmanship is paying off, though. Speaking of a Cadillac, like a used car salesman. So what kind of bullshit reward are they going to get now? Michael's is obviously better, but... Yeah, Michael can be pretty low-key and quiet too sometimes, but he's sort of weird, like... Well, then it should do better in the restaurant, then, and you shouldn't have anything to worry about. His way of justifying it is his is better for street food. Like, really, dude? He didn't know that's what it was going to be used for, but... So I guess Gordon never even tried it in the first place. I feel like their input would be relatively limited with what they really would say. They're just sort of padding the fucking thing, but... "2 seconds is over, haha." But then who's doing the cooking? Well, Ralph actually helped him the one episode. Wait, but that's dumb. They should cook. They have to cook. Good way to practice, actually, and tie everything together, give them nice food. That's how they'll pay them. They'll pay them in food for all their work. All the dust from the fucking construction will get in the kitchen here, though, don't you get it? All the smell of paint and dust and everything. The whole area is totally open. That's actually a real concern. all the paint and shit that they're doing. I guess I'm calling Ralph a stick in the mud, but he keeps calling Mike a stick in the mud. Politeness, but you can be a bit of a dick too. I got you this far. The construction guys aren't that picky compared to... Oh, this clip I have seen. What is the team, though? Who is on the team? It's like the sous chefs, though, the professional chefs. There is no team. Like, it's just you, bro. What do you mean a team? I don't get it. Like, they're competing against each other, but why are they doing the hot plate? This is stupid. They should just have to cook. Yeah, Ralph is impressive, but I still think Mike is more talented. Or it seems like even they're working together, though, here. I was saying that too, actually. Jean-Pierre Melville. We're thinking about one of the greatest French directors. I literally said that a number of times. It just sounds right. Jean-Pierre or Jean-Paul or something. So Mike's doing it on purpose, but why? So how does that really help Mike, though? I love that. Mike did that on purpose, though. He's too good to make a mistake like that normally. See, Michael doesn't even make mistakes. He just does it on purpose for some strategic reason. in Michael's body. But one of them still has to win, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I love that. I love the way he looks at that. Opposite interpretation, it's a wake-up call. You should be grateful that 9/11 happened because now you have airport security as a result. Even though it was a terrible event, it's like, oh, it's a way that if it wasn't that, it would have been something else. Probably not nearly as bad, of course, but you get the big picture. Like, it shows you're too complacent and you don't have good enough security. So you get a 5-second delay there. Transform Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. In other words, I need to become more like Chef Ramsay. Let's go, Dirty Balls. He's doing a little Gordon Ramsay improv role play. I mean, Ralph is kind of soft-spoken too, but he's just more efficient with it. That fucking billboard the whole time, dude. He would always do like these manifestation things at night. This is a rare case where you just respect both of them. Even though Mike did some dumb things and should have gotten rid of Jimmy earlier, but they're sort of dragging this episode out a bit, but and I'd love to see, like, where are they now? What happened with the restaurant that they won, that Mike won? What happened with I'm acting like I know the outcome, but I've been so on top of it since the beginning. Or does it mean that they actually take over this exact restaurant? But that doesn't make sense because then they keep using it in the future. Or they might have several of these Hell's Kitchen places all over. I don't know what Hell's Kitchen actually means. It's like a place in New York City that is like known for something, I don't know. The room speaks for itself and it knows who it is. The restaurant speaks for itself, but it knows who it is. Go out and get the boots yourself then, fuck it. But they're getting help from chefs who are better than they are, which is kind of weird. So you're getting carried by the expert chefs. What the fuck, dude? I thought they might do that. You don't want these fucking clowns who got eliminated. What the fuck, dude? Jeff's not gonna come back though because he was so mad. You're gonna get held back by these people. They all suck, so why would I want them? I don't want them. You fucking clowns. I knew they would do some shit like this, but it doesn't even make any fucking sense. Elsie's always good. And they'd be all salty too, so they try to sabotage you back, right? They don't want you to win, so they'll just do badly on purpose so you lose. Yeah, remember the good old days with Jessica? Oh wait, it was the fucking last episode. Look what flattering flashbacks they show. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. How about you show a positive moment? Why do we get Dewberry? Like whoever was willing to come back? But she's fucked up a lot too, so Elsie. What? How could you pick Andrew over Elsie? Makes no sense to not pick Elsie, so Ralph deserves to lose. What the fuck? Why are they sleeping on Elsie? She's actually good at times. What the fuck? Everybody hates Elsie more than I do. What? She can't fucking boil water. Oh yeah, and what did Wendy do? She got eliminated in the first fucking episode, like episode 4, but still, she can't boil fucking water. Dewberry, like what? How did they choose them though? What about all the rest of the people? Probably they just all refused to come back. Jeff didn't want to be here. This is like so insulting. You got to rub it in their face, and now you got to work for the person who beat you and who's gonna win. All these people who fucked up and lost, now you're going to rely on them. This is kind of a dumb way to do it, but that's what I was questioning. Who is the staff? They both fucked up, though. I would have picked Elsie second. Wendy is a clown. Why the fuck would you want Wendy? Elsie has flaws. Wendy is a fucking flaw. Her whole existence in the kitchen is a flaw. She's a fucking dumb clown cunt. She cannot boil fucking water, dude. Like, what the fuck? She's the one person I can say I'm better at cooking than her, even though I don't fucking cook anything ever, because I know how to boil water. So you're telling me they're not professional cooks. So he got Elsie anyway, but imagine getting Jimmy. I was right though, Jessica and Mike would be there in the finale. So now Jessica's going to throw on purpose so Ralph wins. Like, how about you bring back Chris, who was actually good, or Mary Ellen, who was removed unfairly? Like, who the fuck is Wendy and Dewberry, dude? They suck. They're fucking garbage. Andrew was lucky to stay in. Jimmy was crap. The only 2 good chefs are Jessica and Elsie. All the other 4 suck. Ralph's a fucking moron. What do you mean? Oh, I'm going to pick Wendy over Elsie. What the fuck did Wendy do? Ah, yeah, she could crumble. So they're all fuck-ups, so why did you pick them? Makes no sense. You're going to regret not taking Elsie, at least. She's better than you're giving her credit for. I became a defender of Elsie now all of a sudden, even though I hated her, in a way. Her personality is kind of irritating. I couldn't feel any more confident, and she dropped something. Nobody's like really cut themselves too badly here. Like, all these people got eliminated so early, so you don't really have much time to complain now, even if you don't like it. But nothing bothers me more than being called John Pierre. This just sounds so much more natural, right, John Pierre? Should just call it Ralph because they want you to get credit. Like, it's a good name. Be more like for a dessert place, though. The 5-second delay. The kitchens are working in the dining room. Both restaurants are getting in something. I have no sympathy for Ralph, though. You fucked it up. You could have gotten Elsie and not Jessica, but Elsie instead of one of these clowns. You got 3 clowns. You should wear fucking gloves. You can't even handle the fucking prep. He's the first person you picked, too. You picked him over Elsie. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck is this drama, dude? Wear fucking gloves. Also, because you don't want your dirty fucking hands on the food. I don't get it. You'll itch your nose and then you'll touch the food. Scott? Who is Scott? Looks good. Rustic. Before and after, the plates were blue. Now they're like tan. The nice brick walls and everything. He tries to talk all big, my interpretation thereof, when he gets nervous. What, they arranged the outfit too for this? Yeah, they were talking about that. That's what he's a creative insult. Gordon always has some insult to say. Mike's obviously going to win because I was even saying, like, Mike and Jessica working together, that's deadly, despite how she's been bad lately. And Elsie, it's too much. If you just go by the pure ranking of everybody, like, Elsie just left, Jessica just left, so they're higher ranked contestants than Wendy was out early, Dewberry was out early, Andrew should have been out early, Jimmy was out early. So those are the three strongest chefs, besides Ralph and Mike, the two strongest chefs. I do kind of like that, actually, the tie. There's some talk show host, late night comedy chick who always wears a tie, and I love that. It looks really good on her, whoever she is. She's like a blonde. She kind of looks a little like Chelsea Handler, but it's not her. Who the fuck wants Wendy, dude? What the fuck? Oh, look at Andrew with his hero shot moment. It's so fucking fake. It's so convenient and fake. Wear a fucking glove. Now he's gonna cut himself again. Could you really just go to a hospital and get stitches that quickly? Like, they got sort of cut off. I don't know what he said, shouting or something. That was such a forced drama sort of moment with the Andrew. Dewberry's a clown. He's going to quit again. Wendy's going to forget how to boil water again. Jimmy's going to fucking be all messy again. Elsie's going to be all struggling on meat or something again. Jessica's going to be a klutz again. And who's even the last person? Andrew's going to be a bitch again. People don't hate Mike as much as you might think. They have no motivation to do this. Like, why do they care? They don't get anything out of it. I'll give you a 5% share in my restaurant. Two out of the three never had a good service. Andrew didn't really have a good performance in a service. He was just part of it when they did succeed. World-class cuisine, but it only completed one service. His world-class insults more like it. You're kind of role-playing as if you don't have like, it's still Hell's Kitchen, but what the fuck are you guys doing? Role-playing as Welcome to Lollapop. It doesn't make sense, though, because they only have one thing, don't they? I don't get it. The menu is so limited with a lot of these. There's always like awkward silence with Mike. One seafood, you got to be more specific. This is like a confusing way they've set it up. It's a little convoluted. I don't get what the hot plate dynamic is. What are you doing with the hot plate that's so important? Just put the food there when it's done and fuck it. Like, why do you have to do so much there? It's just to keep the food warm as it's ready to go out, I feel like. You should almost lose just because of that, but Jessica sometimes has a bad attitude in these moments, even though I always say she has good vibes. Imagine if Ralph wins with this sorry fucking crew. Makes no fucking sense, dude. But Mike is doing a pretty bad job at directing them. That's that same mistake as Jimmy made or something, the fish stock. They just feel like they have no reason to care. Well, since they're both dogs, it could be dog food and it would be very fitting. He's gonna pass out. He quit before. You're such a fucking clown. Fuck Dewberry. He was ready to quit the first date too. You don't belong in this fucking world of cooking. You absolute fucknut clown. You lazy fat fucker. Fuck Dewberry. Dewberry fucking minus 1 million character point piece of shit motherfucking swine. God forsaken. You fucking tried to quit the first time. This is the clown crew, dude. Ralph assembled the clown crew. He's not getting ready to make a restaurant. He's made it ready to make a circus with these fucking clowns. Somebody cut himself before the service even started. Somebody's already having a heat stroke. Wendy's trying to still figure out how to boil water. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? I like how Gordon's kind of just letting them go, though. What is fucking Dewberry doing? Dewberry's a piece of shit. Is that great news? Is it, though? Ralph is always good at carrying other people, including Jessica. But look how Jessica's already so stressed. Like, she's just not... What happened? She can't handle the pressure. How are you tired? You just fucking started. And you're not even doing anything. I've seen that clip before too, but I didn't know what it was from, so I guess you could have connected that, whatever, that he would have had to appear again. I'd rather you say I'm Brad Pitt's wife. Angelina Jolie, or are they split up now? He is still kind of nice, though, in his tone and everything. But that's why they don't care as much. They don't respect you like Chef Ramsay. Okay, I'll pause here and then I'll finish in a minute. Okay, so here we're going to start with the absolute final of this. This episode actually wasn't that interesting, and the whole teams are so fucking stupid it makes no sense. You're getting all the rejects, and the worst of them, too. At least bring in Chris, at least bring in somebody else. Mary Ellen might have been better. You know, Jimmy and fucking... Jimmy and... It is like some sort of a casting decision. They just want Jimmy and Andrew in there. It's something like that. Like, they weren't willing to act or do certain things that the studio wanted them to do. That's why they kicked out Mary Ellen and Chris, not because of actual performance. It's like some sort of political inside thing. Right, so now we're starting at 1:06:00 in 3, 2, 1. Happy? I'm not. 16:05, 6, 7. 16:08, 9, 10. 16, 12, I can't do it. 16, 16, 17. Please us, he says. Not Jesus, please us. When people are mad, they don't have time to formulate their insults or exclamations. Only thing I like about this mic, even though it might not be that much better than what I was doing before, I like the fact that it doesn't crackle or have issues like the other one. Right, whether it's moving or not, it seems to be fine. I watched this whole thing in like a matter of a few days. So that's Ralph's weakness is he accepts things with sort of lower standards than he should. And Mike's weakness is he's not assertive enough. These are the two things they keep pointing out. And we didn't see like a really big celebrity come here either. Or they didn't point it out like, oh, Tom Cruise is here or somebody, you know. Tom Cruise actually seems kind of like a chill guy despite his status. He doesn't seem like... Also, he's a Scientologist. Imagine how badass you have to be at what you do to not have being a Scientologist sink your career or sink your whole reputation. You would think nobody would want to deal with you then, or it would create a stigma, but it doesn't. Baby. Don't call me baby. They said that before earlier in this. That dessert looked pretty good, whatever. The way they show it is just so, like, weird. I don't know, it's, like, cut together so fast, and... So Ralph completed the service. Jessica was still stressing out. It's easy to do, but then why were you having a little hissy fit at the beginning? That was actually kind of boring the way they showed that last service. So what, they completed it or what? They get like one customer to walk up and they make a whole big thing about it. It should be Mike, but I don't even fucking know. This feels so weird the way... I think Mike is the better chef, so... It's got to be Mike. It's got to be Mike. But I actually wouldn't mind. If Ralph won, I wouldn't mind. But my prediction is... Really? What the fuck? That's a lot of expense they went to. What are they talking about? How could they do that? It'll be close, whatever it is, but I've said Mike from episode 1. I think it's so weird to prostitute the talent like that, though. They'd want to sabotage you or something. Unless you have a mental breakdown and say they can speak for themselves, but they know who they are. Because you have to realize what makes that moment so bizarre for Joseph, whatever season that is, it's like, the reason why he was doing the nominating is because he was the best chef and he wasn't going to get eliminated there. And he might have been the best in the whole show and won the whole thing. And he's doing well for himself now, I hear, but... that seems like too perfect. How did they just manage to do it? I guess because they had those other chefs working with them too, the professionals who carried them. They're both very good, and they're not really, I can't hate either one. Mike had a couple weird manipulative moments, but other than that, he's fine, so. What is it they're going to see? There'll be a banner that says, "You won, Mike." What was the point then of the blindfold? I can't believe they flew people in from fucking New York. Yeah, if I get a free fucking flight, I will. Like, really, somebody... because the other got 100%. At least it ended on a positive note, but it feels almost somehow scripted or too good to be true. There must have been some banner. Only the winner's door will open. I respect Ralph, but I don't think he can do it. What a weird way of doing it. Whoever's door opens. You can see it's already open though, can't you? Wait, I thought I saw a slit where one of the doors was open. Mike, as we would have expected. Look at my prediction, dude. Look at that, bro. The only thing I was wrong about was I thought Jessica would be the other finalist, which was pretty close. Man, it's just on instinct and psychology, and you could just tell. Let's hear an update. Like, where is Mike now? What's he doing now? There was like no words. Nobody said anything. He gets applause. You could just tell, right? Like, that's not a fluke. It's not a surprise. You knew Mike was good. Does that mean it's this restaurant? There's no loser. The other guy just happened to win. He only won because I lost. Right? Somebody says that later. What's he showing on his hands? The tattoos? I didn't see it. He just seems kind of low-key. Like, he still doesn't... I didn't want to let him get away. What does that mean? That's going to be like, so that we don't give you the restaurant. But what about owning your own restaurant part? That's what you competed for. You should choose the restaurant, though. That's what you signed up for. He's trying to finagle his way out of it. Right, like that's their way of trying to welch on the bet. Like, do I still get my restaurant? That's so stupid. So like they promise the reward, a restaurant, but then they don't want to give it. So then he instead says, oh, we're not going to give you the restaurant, join me. I would have said, fuck no, give me the restaurant. That's why they picked him as the winner, because they had a conversation with them off screen. Ralph said, no, I want the restaurant. He said, okay, I'll go train. That's so stupid. Why wouldn't you just take the fucking restaurant? That's what you were promised the whole time, and then he gives you a bullshit other offer. I gotta read like some comments and all kind of shit with this. Like, I need closure on Mary Ellen. I need closure on Chris. I need closure on this stupid ass ending. And just like that, it ends. Not terrible, but the series overall was enjoyable. And now we're going to do our YouTube series where we try to focus a little more on what we're doing. I'm dead, though. That prediction is God level. That is God level prediction. How the fuck do you do that? I see the first episode and I just see his vibe. You can just tell from his aura, right, from his style. I don't know. There was something about it. And again, even Jessica, you can just kind of tell. Ralph, I wouldn't have predicted. In fact, I barely even noticed Ralph in the first episode, but he sort of started to step up as a leadership figure and sort of mentor Jessica and stuff. And Jessica and Mike get married and live happily ever after. That was one of my fan fiction theories, that they just seem like a suitable couple. The way they look, like her hairstyle, his tattoos, like they seem like the kind who would, mesh together. But the thing is that obviously she's apparently a lesbian, which we didn't know until the girlfriend showed up. With a hairstyle like that, huh? So I don't know what to say. It was a decent series. If I give it like a letter grade, give it more like a B or a C even, because like the concept behind it is fun, but the way they present it is like really disorganized, right? Like there's something about it. It's cut together too quickly. It just jumps from one thing to another thing, and it's like no. I don't know, it's hard to really, it just feels random at times, like somebody has a minor issue in the kitchen and then they just forget about it and then now they don't, or now everything's fine. Like, again, they're doing it just for drama, not saying the whole thing is fake either, but like, the way they show it makes it seem fake because like, I don't know, I get it that they're doing it for the sake of time, but that deal is a fucking jip, though. You wouldn't take a fucking restaurant? Like, what the fuck is that? That is, like, such a disgusting thing. Like, oh, if you win this bet, we'll give you a Bitcoin. And then you go to get it, like, oh, instead of the Bitcoin, how about I give you this instead? Like, it's some sort of a bait thing. No, I want what I fucking came here for. I'd say, no, I want the restaurant. And they have to honor it because that's the whole thing. That's so fucking stupid. Well, he just wants to exploit him and have him work in his own restaurant. And Gordon's going to be a busy guy because he's going to come back and do... There's always people like this who get all the credit, like, in the public eye. I'm not saying Gordon Ramsay isn't a great chef, but it's like this sort of... like with chess streamers, like, oh, Hikaru gets all this credit. Hikaru gets the credit not because he's the best chess player in the world. He's one of them, obviously. But a lot of other of them don't get credit because, oh, he's a streamer and it's like cult of personality and it's all this kind of other stuff. It's like, you know what I mean? It's not really about that. So it's for other reasons outside of... It's people like that. So Gordon gets all this credit. There could be another chef in the world who's just as good or who's better. And it doesn't matter because... You know what I mean? They're not doing it in the superficial way that you see here. And so, yeah, it was good. There were some good, funny moments. I'm impressed how quickly it gets into him being angry and yelling. So there must have been this same series like in the UK or something first. And then they turned it into this because this whole persona would take some time to develop. You wouldn't just go into it and just be like that. Like, as soon as you pick like Wendy over Elsie, like, I just have to check out right there. What the fuck are you doing? Wendy got eliminated in like episode 3 or 4 or something, right? Dewberry gets eliminated early, like the first one. Then it's like Wendy next, like, and you're trying to tell me you'd pick her over Elsie, who had a chance to even win the whole thing. Like, sure, she had her flaws. I didn't like certain things about her, but my God, like, what kind of a choice is that? Jessica, you couldn't help. And then I don't know, you end up with a shitty team. Dewberry, Wendy, and Andrew are all shitty. right? Whereas Mike's team is like, I'm surprised they even did so well. Like, how come they couldn't do the regular service, but they could do this service? Like, what about this made it easier? Just the menus were easy or something? And then you have, just Elsie was good, Jessica was good, and I would have even had, like, Chris, but instead you get Jimmy. And there was sort of a bromance between Jimmy and him, because he saves Jimmy from elimination the one time, even if he's doing it for other reasons. Then Jimmy takes him on the helicopter ride, and then he takes Jimmy again. Like, he's just fucking, whether it's really justified or not. I liked at least the commitment that I watched that in a committed, regular sense. And by doing that, you have, the ability to, I should almost do that with other things, but at least it was only 10 episodes. Now it would be like, oh, I'm going to watch every single season. Fuck that. Like, even if I like it, it would kind of be burnout. And I'm not talking about, like, burning your food and fucking whatever, but it's just, it was okay. Somehow just the presentation and the direction is what I question, right? It's not the content itself. The content can be good. But yeah, Jessica let me down. I was a little bit wrong, but was I really that wrong? Like, I was close. It's not like she got eliminated in like episode 4 or 5 or something. Right, she took it out till the very end. Elsie was getting that sort of main character energy. That'll be like my titles for the first episodes. Like, well, I upload a whole bunch of shit together, but like, assuming this is 2 parts between the whole Hell's Kitchen thing, right? 2 big episodes that I upload. Like 2 big videos that combine like episodes 1 through 5 and then 5 through 10 and all my other shit in between. The first one could be called like Jessica is the Queen of Vibes and Elsie gets protagonist treatment or something like that, right? That would be the first one. And then the second one is like, it could be something like, I don't know, like what's something, Jimmy cheats death and something, I can't really decide. I'm pretty good at coming up with funny titles and stuff sometimes, right, for different shit that I do. And it's just like, the point of doing this is to sort of archive the sort of thing I would do anyway. Right, and so many things I did were sort of lost to time in a way that's sort of sad. In particular, that debate format, I just wish I had it, you know what I mean? It makes me very paranoid to, like, anything I do now, I try to save it, download it, have it ready, upload it. I'm really far behind on the uploads here, too. And the reason why is because I don't know, like, I don't know where I'm even at with it. I still have some stuff on my iPhone to do. I feel like it's important to keep up with it, because if I don't, then I'll never catch up, right? That's what I did for the beginning of this. Like, I was still doing the sessions, but I never would upload them, or I would upload them selectively, like, oh, I watched an episode of this, and I upload that, but then I'm rambling about other stuff or watching videos, and I didn't upload that. So I would do it, like, systematic. Like, I was doing that with Serial Experiments Lane. Like, I would do one episode by one, but that's so much work. Now I'm just doing it like, I'll upload a 5-hour video of all these combined, and it'll be like episodes 1 through 5, and YouTube rambling stuff, and other stuff, and discussing Stimuli Acme, and it doesn't matter because you have, like, nobody's watching this shit anyway, so it's fine. Like, I don't really care, but, and I'm not even showing, you could do that too, where you sort of show parts of it, or where you decide to do it some other way. Yeah, that was a good show. I'm surprised I even watched it that quickly. It really only took, like, what? How is it even that possible? Like, it took, like, really only less than a week to watch the whole thing. And I could sometimes almost watch, like, 2 episodes for the price of 1. And the reason why is because you're able to, they're, like, 40 minutes, so you could almost get 2 in like that. So Mike's tattoos beat out Jessica's hair, and Ralph's stick in the mud persona. I'm so curious to see what the follow-up with that is, though. Yeah, even though I had seen a few clips from this, mainly the boiling water one and something else, it wasn't like it spoiled what I was doing. Like, it didn't give anything away, really. Dewberry saying, I'd rather you call me Angelina Jolie something husband, or Brad Pitt's wife, or something else. Like, there were a couple notable clips in the first couple episodes. That one is sort of, again, just iconic even outside of the community, like just people who like it. You know, just ordinary people. It's like a normie meme. Like just, oh, I thought cold water would boil faster than hot water, and you have like the X-Files music or something. It's just such a bizarre statement for anybody to make. And apparently there's some fallacy to do with that. Like, yes, cold water gets hotter faster than hot water because hot water is already hot. But when it comes to boiling, the boiling point, right, 100 degrees Celsius or 212 degrees Fahrenheit, you have this other way of doing it. Like, obviously, you're closer to the boiling point. Okay, so today I'm ending my Netflix thing. Or no, I guess I thought I said I should watch one more thing on Netflix. But either way, we'll do a YouTube session. We'll do a send-off for Netflix. But the few things on YouTube I said I want to watch is, I want to watch the whole thing of Skibbity Toilet. Right, I watched parts 1 through 8, which is obviously they're all short, but I was giving deep analysis. So I want to finish that at some point in the YouTube series. And then I'll also do some cut/social experiment, those type of weird videos. And then I also said I want to watch like other, like somebody almost playing a game or like reacting to their playthrough of something that I've already played, of course. I don't want to spoil something I haven't played. So just to sort of give a few different forms of React content as we go through here. And this is what I've typically done, been doing YouTube stuff anyway. And so what you have is the ability to look at it like, you know, there's all kind of other things I could do, like court cases, Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony. I've sort of watched a little bit of the Darryl Brooks thing anyway, you know, so there's a lot of good stuff. Basically, YouTube is infinite. Like, there's no limit to the amount of content out there. You know, what we should almost do is, like, let's look at big creators. Oh, this is a great idea. I'll look at, like, the biggest creators and react to their most viewed clips and, like, try to sort of justify or understand why they're as popular as what they are. So, I'm not super familiar with a lot of big content creators. Like, I know XQC, obviously, who comes from Overwatch and so forth, who does a lot of gaming content, but like NMPLOL, I don't know who the fuck he is. I don't know what the deal is. I think he broke up with his girlfriend. There was a whole big thing on that. Like, but I don't get it. Like, what is it that they do? And they do like in real life just chatting stuff. And it's just like this weird cult of personality basis where the best way to disqualify stuff like that is to say, kind of like what I'm doing right now. Exactly. But at least I acknowledge it or whatever. I'm sort of doing it ironically, but even then I don't really vouch for it. Or like some of my takes when I'm reacting to movies and stuff can be actually pretty in-depth, like a movie critic. So at least you're doing that on some pseudo-professional vibe, but even this is still not how I would normally do it. But I'm bringing at least like years of movie experience and expertise and knowledge to the table. So at least I could justify it like that. I'm not just some random dude doing random stuff. But the way you can justify that kind of content being sort of disqualified is by saying, it's like people just standing around talking, doing ordinary everyday things. Or like, oh, they're cooking, but they're not professional chefs. Or, oh, they're driving, but they're not a professional driver. Or even they're playing games, but they're not really doing anything groundbreaking or informative or that anybody else couldn't do. So they're doing things, the main thing is like just standing around talking. They're standing around talking, doing things that anybody could do and that people do every day, but they're getting views for it, right? And so the problem with that is it's not measurable, right? What they're doing is arbitrary. And so, yes, they can have popularity, cult of personality. You know, you could say it's because they're funny or interesting or whatever, but there's nothing really behind it. So you could like do a one-to-one translation, or you could copy exactly what they do in exactly the same way, And if somebody saw what you're doing, they wouldn't like it, or nobody would watch it. But when they see them doing it, they like it. So, in other words, they're doing something anybody else could do, or people do all the time, but it's only valuable because they're doing it. So it's like this familiarity that feeds into itself. Like, well, we know who they are, we like who they are, so now we like what they do in this context, but there's no value behind it because it's like, you know, the basis is on the individual, not what they're actually doing, right? Who they are comes before what they do. Right, where any sort of meritocracy would be the other way. So it is very alarming the extent to which that is valued and relevant. Homophobia is a social disease. We read like the most notable bumper sticker of the day or something. But no, it's... I love that term too, phobia, because it's like nobody's really scared of something as much as they are... You know, you can say they're anti and they're hateful and they're against it, but that's different than, like, phobia is the wrong word to use in a lot of these contexts, like trans or whatever otherwise, because what you have is, you know, they're not afraid of it as much as, you know, people who are that would be afraid of others, you know, potentially, whatever, criticizing them or acting out against them or preventing them from doing what they want. So it's less fear than it is, you know, potentially hate or just, you know, not outward self-insistence, like not allowing other lifestyles that are different than your own. So that's different, though, than, I just don't like that word. That doesn't seem to capture what it is that's actually, like, who is afraid of who? Why would the majority of people who, again, presumably are straight, or culture itself is more heterosexual based, why would they be afraid of a small, relatively small number of people who have a different way of life? They're either against it, period, meaning they're hateful or they just don't like it, or they could be indifferent to it, or they could be against certain special treatment that they feel like those people get for that reason that's kind of gone in the overcorrection direction, whether that's actually justified or not. So, yeah, what was I saying? Like, I can watch all kinds of different clips and, yeah, like, different content creators' stuff to see, like, why are they so popular and what is it exactly that they're doing. And in particular, I don't mind doing that, like, where I critique what they're doing. Like, Vosh, Ben Shapiro, like how would I do it, though? How would I find... I need a list of... I guess I was sort of doing that before. Like, watching most viewed videos on YouTube started with the fucking baby shark and ended with a bear who's, like, getting cracked out by by a little girl. Like, I forget exactly what it was. It was this bear who's, like, just chilling, and this little girl keeps harassing the shit out of him. There's a lot of videos that are, like, made for kids, basically. Oh, shit. So, yeah, we did some of those. Like, what I'm doing with these is I'm not doing, like, a full format. The one full format I'll do is with Harry Potter. I will do the whole thing. Right? But a lot of these I'm just sort of introducing the possibility, like the Netflix gauntlet, the other gauntlet. So, yeah, what is it that I'm saying? Like, we want to introduce the ability to, as I also do YouTube Premium, but I guess I'll do that when Netflix actually expires in a couple days, but whatever. We will do a YouTube series where we go through the most viewed, most popular channels, right, and we'll look at what their top content is and sort of react to it and say, why are they so popular? Is it justified that they're so popular? Do I have some critique or misgiving with it? Do I have some objective basis? Do I disagree with some of their takes? Right, like Ben Shapiro and Vosh and all these others. This is where I'm objective, and that has a certain value to it. Like, I could watch a Vosh video like I was having a fucking aneurysm watching one of his clown videos, but then I can also watch a Ben Shapiro video and criticize him too. So in other words, I'm not on one side or the other. I'm in between, where I'm objective and I'm just saying, like, they both have flaws, they both have bias, they both have things that I would disagree with. And so at some point, I'm actually kind of different than most people, because again, it's not about my personal individual criteria, although I might frame an absolutist discussion or something. I could just look at it objectively on a basic level, like I'm using certain standard and criteria rather than having set positions. So my set subjective self is different than what I'm saying here, like you have no other you're looking at someone else's ideas and sort of holding them accountable in and of themselves. So, for example, you're holding them accountable to themselves. I can discredit potentially anybody, or I can make it so that you're able to, again, find fault with anything. So there is an objective value to that, because it's not saying like, oh, I'm better than you, or my ideas are better and right and yours are wrong. It means that you're able to value it inherently. Like, let's look at what you're saying as you're the outward claim maker, Ben Shapiro, Vosh, whoever. So that's the objective lens. Don't come back at one of these criticisms and say, well, what about you? What do you think? Or what's your position? Or even misframe my objective observation of them as my own position. Let's look at what they're saying and hold that accountable in and of itself, even if it's a little idyllic to do that. Right, and then we can discuss another position later, but that's the point, right? So somebody's making an outward claim or an outward stance, and you're simply holding it accountable, or, using a standard criteria on it. So it doesn't matter what your belief is, it doesn't matter what you say, it matters what, again, that criteria is. I think that's a lost art in society, because everything would be false duality, right? So if you criticize Democrats, the Democratic Party is getting special treatment by the media, and it's threatening to create a one-party state in the U.S. and all these kind of things, people will come back and say, well, but Trump is worse, but you didn't say anything about Trump. Or, oh, you must be a Trump supporter, but you didn't say you supported Trump, right? So that's the false duality, where you have to be on one exact side or the other, instead of, you can be critical of one thing in and of itself, then you might also be critical of Trump, whatever, on the other side. And so your conclusion might be something different, like an independent or somebody else, or even pretend it's nobody, but you can still be objective and, right, kind of see flaws of both sides. So it's not right to say this sort of false duality of, if you're not with us, you're against us, Bolshevik rhetoric, that kind of criteria. And so let's see, what else do we want to do? But that's a good idea, that I could look up most subscribed channels, and unfortunately a lot of them are going to be music related. Like, at some point, I don't understand what was happening, but it was like PewDiePie versus T-Series, but T-Series is like a music channel, right, of Indian music and other, Bollywood and stuff. So that has nothing to do with anything. That's like MTV versus, XQC or something. It's not the same kind of content, so I don't even get it. And there were a lot of people hating on T-Series or making fun of it. Like, it has nothing to do with anything. So, yeah, there's been a lot of controversy with Mr. Beast lately. My whole objection, again, I don't even know all the details and stuff, but I don't like this whole jumping on the bandwagon thing, right? Like, somebody will be perfect in the public eye for a while, right? They'll be doing their content, they'll be doing very well for themselves, and then one person criticizes them or something comes out, and then everybody jumps on the bandwagon. It's like the Me Too thing. It doesn't mean that person has never done anything wrong or that those accusations are false, but I don't like the selective timing of it, right? Somebody says one negative thing and it sticks, and now all of a sudden everybody comes out of the woodworks to tear this person down, and all of a sudden he goes from being an angel and perfect to the devil and terrible. My whole perspective is more in the middle. Like, I'm always cynical and skeptical of these kind of people, and so what it leads to is I would never think they're perfect. I would just think, it's like Charles Barkley. I'm not a role model. They could be good at what they do in their lane. Like, okay, they're funny, they create content, they make funny videos, right? They don't have to be perfect. So in order to like them in the first place or enjoy what they do, it doesn't mean that you have to be vouching for everything about them, or it doesn't mean you have to be vouching for everything about them and saying that they're perfect. It just means, oh, you like his videos because they're funny or something, right? PewDiePie or Mr. Beast. And then it comes out later that, oh, he does something bad, so, okay, fine, but they were never perfect. They were always flawed, imperfect human beings that you should be aware of, even when they're at their peak, even when they're successful. And then on the other side, when they get criticized, they're also flawed, imperfect human beings, but they're not like, don't give anybody a monopoly over sin kind of a thing that I say. It doesn't mean that now they're the worst thing ever. The same thing happened with Trump himself. Like, he wasn't criticized at all by the media, pretty much, right? He was coddled by them. Everybody loved him. All these late night talk show hosts, right? Oprah, the View, everybody was at least nice to him and liked him and saying positive things about him and promoting him at times, right? And then all of a sudden he runs for president and now he's the worst thing in the world. So it's not a question of what the position is or what the reality is. It's a question of credibility, right? Why did everybody all love him and then all of a sudden dislike him? It's not because, oh, he's a bad guy, because then he would have always been that to some extent, right? It wouldn't just be, oh, all of a sudden you wake up and he's just a bad guy, right? That's not how it works. It's more like he exposed certain aspects of a system that, you know, like when he's saying the tax code and stuff, he's exactly the kind of guy, right, that they would be criticizing now. Like, in other words, they helped build him up, this billionaire, this bad guy, whatever, but now they want to tear him down only when he exposes certain things that might hurt them. So it's not a question of him being better even, right? What you have is you know, he's one of these billionaires that has so much power and influence, but then what you have is how can I, like, they would suck up to him, but now all of a sudden when he's doing something that isn't the same way, or he's exposing it, like, yeah, I used the tax code to my advantage, etc., and everybody looked the other way and nobody criticized him for it, but now when he exposes what other people are doing, right, maybe the same thing, etc., now they get upset and now they try to destroy him, right? So that's important to realize, is the selective nature. So again, you might have disliked Trump from 20 years ago, you might have always disliked him, you might have always said he's a bad guy, but the media loses credibility because they always liked him or coddled him or sucked up to him or, you know, whatever. Now, all of a sudden, he's a bad guy. That's not how it works, right? That's not how people are. That's not how someone in the public eye would be perceived rationally. Like, it's all about... It's all about the ability to... It's all about the ability to basically, you know, be consistent with your view. That's what I would respect more. So I always saw him, he's just a business person, so obviously he has flaws. He probably has some skeletons in his closet, whatever, right? So I never looked at him like he's perfect, the way the media might have portrayed him. And then now I don't look at him like, oh, he's the worst thing ever. He was flawed then, he's flawed now. There's idiosyncrasies then, there's idiosyncrasies now. So this is where you get these hysterical people, right? Trump derangement syndrome or whatever, where, oh my goodness, now he's the worst thing ever, the worst person in history, right? That kind of stuff is kind of disturbing because you have the ability to consider that it's too convenient, and what it's only used to justify other people, right? If you think he's bad, then don't vote for him. You don't have to like him. That's it. But no, it creates this whole cult-like movement. As much as people say, oh, Trump supporters are a cult, it's almost the other way, because he just came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he had genuine public support, presumably for his platform and policies or something else, right? Whereas a cult-like personality, cult of personality or cult-like following comes the other way, like Democrats are always right, and you know, Republicans are always wrong, or whatever. It's like you have the ability to, you know, it can never be that you're wrong, right? Hillary Clinton loses, but you don't recognize that, oh, she lost because there's flaws that she has, and let's be introspective. No, she lost because, oh, Russia, and they cheated, or she lost because even, you know, if she would have won, you would have said, oh, that proves Trump is bad or something, right? But then if she loses, you also say, okay, that doesn't mean that he's good then, or that she's bad. It means that he's still bad, and everybody who votes for him is bad too. This is the brain dead level it takes. You can't admit you're wrong or be introspective or whatever. So even in 2020, when he gets 74 million votes, right, you're not seeing the whole big picture. You're saying, oh, well, he lost, so he's just a bad guy. That's fine, but you know what I mean? There is genuine public support there that you shouldn't just ignore and dismiss and discredit and act like everybody, tens of millions of people, ordinary people, are just bad people, right, for doing that. Like, it's too convenient. So it's closed structure contrivance. Like, it's a perspective where you can never be wrong. Nobody on your side can ever be wrong. And you use the other side to justify your side. Like, it doesn't really work, because I'd rather you be introspective and say, okay, we have flaws, let's hold ourselves to a higher standard, because this sort of beating the Trump thing like a dead horse doesn't work, right? Anytime anything comes up, oh, but Trump is bad, or oh, but Trump this, and Trump is literally Hitler, and it doesn't work, because we get that your premise is that Trump is bad. We get it. You don't like him. You're not voting for him. So move on. Move on and now give us a high standard. Instead, it's, oh no, let's lower our standards. Let's let this big, bad, terrible guy, supposedly, right, as you would say, let's let him lower our standards. So instead of saying let's pick the best possible candidate, whether it be an independent, a Democrat, whatever, you might be stuck with Trump as a Republican because whatever, they're going to keep sticking by him. That is what it is. But let's hold it to a high standard and actually have some policies and other criteria that we use. But instead of that, we're saying, well, no, anytime anything comes up, let's just focus on that. So why should you focus on the opposition more than who you're actually supporting, right? You should focus on them and hold them to a high standard and say, let's get the best possible person. And I can guarantee you that wouldn't have been Biden or it wouldn't be Harris. And even by the party's own criteria, they weren't very popular themselves, but all of a sudden they are. So it shows you this sort of one-party system that is like a revolving door of corporate. It's a revolving door of corporate appointed candidates who are just interchangeable, right? They don't even matter. It's kind of, Chinese Communist Party where even Xi Jinping might be powerful, but what's really important is the party, right? The party is what will always be in power. So if Harris is gone tomorrow, it'll just be somebody else. If Biden's gone, it'll just be somebody else. So, right, like Democrats are always good and Republicans are always bad. And it's just like this sort of cult-like thing that is just, a little disturbing because you're not seeing the big picture, right? And again, when you obsess over it, like, oh, Trump is bad, so that justifies anything, and we'll close our eyes and ignore all of Biden's flaws, ignore all of Harris's flaws, ignore everything, the threat of a one-party state and this and that, just because you're focusing all on him, right? You're not being objective, you're not seeing, don't give any man a monopoly on sin or virtue, and so therefore you have the ability to realize that everybody's flawed, everybody has idiosyncrasies, everybody can be a threat to democracy, like Democrats. So you're not seeing the big picture. So a perspective like mine might lead to him winning based on the hysteria, like, oh, you got to vote against him. There's no such thing as voting against, but it wouldn't lead to me necessarily voting for him, but it would lead to me not voting for Democrats at all and being weary of that as well. Maybe an independent, maybe, somebody else. But my favorite argument is the one where I say I would vote for him, let's say, hypothetically, right? Somebody like me, not because I think he's good, but because I think he's bad or something like that, which sounds kind of ironic. Like, why would you do that? Or not even that I think he's bad, but that he's going to be criticized by the media. So let's say, even if he is bad, he was held in check, right? He's constantly being criticized, which you don't see that with the truly bad leaders. They always get coddled and, control the media and stuff like that. So I'd say, okay, you should vote for him to restore a balance of power because at least he's being held accountable and held in check by the media, whereas the other side is not. So that's the objection. Like, even if you don't like him, at least you feel like he's held in check. The real danger would come if you're not, right? If somebody isn't, if the other side isn't, they're being coddled. Okay, let's do two concepts here, and then I'll look through the most viewed, most subscribed channels. The most viewed videos were a little bit annoying because, first of all, it's hard to find. I'm sure I could find it somewhere else. It's hard to find, like, truly down the list. So most of the top ones are just songs, right? Like Despacito or whatever, that I always call Despicado or whatever. But that, and then like a lot of kids clips and stuff exploiting children for views, but whatever. So it's not exactly what I wanted, but we could continue that format at some point too. So one concept is the fact of the absolutist position on abortion would be like, not that it should be illegal, but that nobody should do it, or in an ideal perfect world nobody would do it, and it should be stigmatized and looked at in a bad way. Like, if you put down your pet, because even if you have to, right, you'd be sad about it. Sure, it might be necessary, but you'd be sad, you'd grieve, it'd be a big shock, right? I've known people to have done that, and it's a big emotional thing. Instead of abortions, now they've been turned into a false positive, maybe in response to the attempt to try to stop it from happening, ban it, illegal, etc., but it should still be looked at in a negative way. Like, in an ideal perfect world, it wouldn't happen because health issues wouldn't happen and assaults wouldn't happen. Even then, you could encourage adoption and stuff. It would be looked at very negatively. Where in an ideal perfect world, it would be over. Like, you wouldn't need to do it. And so like, you wouldn't need to do it, and when you do it, it's like a necessary evil, basically, even though concepts of good and evil aren't really absolutist things. They're reactionary, but still. And then here's another point, is like this you just don't get it sort of contrivance responsive society, which can be shown well as like a child listening to somebody talking about religion. They think about it in the same vein as, oh, like the Easter Bunny, or oh, like the Tooth Fairy, or whatever, right? And so basically, like, oh, it's not just people having sex. It's not just people being horny. That's not what it is when it comes to that. Oh, it's love, and you just don't get it, and you just haven't found it. Like, the emperor has no clothes, but in practice, it isn't so idyllic or perfect, because if it was, then you wouldn't have all these breakups and fights and etc. So it's just half-mass hedonism, stimuli, acme. But it's like, it's not that somebody doesn't get it. It's that you're trying to create an illusion and a false absolute that isn't there. And so now it's a question of how well you contrive or don't contrive it out. And so right, that becomes an issue, because it may be useful for society to believe it. The real reason is bypassing cognitive dissonance, because people's inherent tendency may be to not do that, right? They want to sleep around and have many partners and unrestrained sex, etc. So the way to get people to restrain themselves is to create a sense of gratification and false absolute to bypass cognitive dissonance. Well, that's what you hear with like morality. It's not just that people don't want to be killed, because then that's subjective, right? Like the golden rule, that's not good enough sometimes. So it's like, don't do something that's morally wrong because it's morally wrong, because morals are absolute. Instead of, oh, you just don't do it because people don't want you to do it to them. Like, you don't want to be killed, so don't kill other people. You assume that most people don't want to be killed, but it's still subjective. So then anybody could say, well, I just feel like doing it, so they can do it, right? It's just that simple. Instead, you try to pose a higher standard, but you have also the ability to look at that like with love. It's not that you would rather just have sex with anybody and everybody all the time and no restraint. No, you actually want to be restrained. You actually want to be with only one person, not because it's useful for society to control that, or even useful for the family system, which again, you can make a functional argument that that's what you want to do and that's why you're doing it. But that's what it comes back around to anyway. But instead, it'll be a pretense. Oh no, it's love. It's meant to be. This is what I actually want. So you convince somebody to restrain themselves that way, in a way that is very against their inherent nature. And the way that you can sort of trick people into doing that is with this sort of false absolute standard that is what you really want. And again, it's not just, so again, like, oh, you just don't get it. Not that what they don't get is an active contrivance of a false absolute that is not inherent, because if it was inherent, then it wouldn't be about getting or not getting it. It would be about, so it's like this willful ignorance, closed structure contrivance, like, where everything needs to be done in sort of whispers and sort of maintain this illusion, reinforcement through externality, private settings, sort of, reduce the structure where externality defines a process, and so you have to go through some ritualistic tendencies, like the ring is kind of like that. You have to keep repeating it as if to convince yourself, like, saying I love you, etc. You're opposing an absolute, but you're upholding it as though it's not absolute, having to constantly reinforce it, which again, you might think you might think, what is the point of the discussion there? It doesn't mean you shouldn't be with someone or specify it even to one person. It means that you should see it for what it is instead of pretending it's an absolute, and then make a decision from there how you want to treat the process. So realize morality isn't inherent. It's not an absolute. It's a contrivance response to the inherent state of man, where we condemn all the things we don't want to happen to us, where we glorify all the things that we do want, and then it can have a functional basis, but instead of pretending, oh, it's absolute, and then wondering why people still do those things anyway, or why there's conflict with it. The same thing like with love. It's not that, oh, that's absolute. It's that that's convenient or useful for society, or it may be something you want to believe. But again, make that decision for yourself when being objective about it. That's all. That's where this comes into play, where you're actually able to campaign leak, 6 Kamala staffers reveal chaos. But no, this is what I like about the media too. They're like, anything that can happen, they'll just pretend. You know what I mean? Like, you have each network saying their side won. Like, oh, Trump won the debate on Fox, or Harris won the debate on NBC. Like, so they're both living in like an alternate reality where they can't see what it is. No matter what happens, they'll always be on their side. They'll never be objective. I guess with Biden, they almost had to be because it was so glaring. But let's see what this is. There are a lot of like policies that you end up sort of stealing from Trump. Like, you say they're bad because he came up with them, like not taxing tips, or something to do with overtime, or the border security. Like, you know, like maybe we should have built the wall and we wouldn't have this issue that we're having with the border now. But it's not even that. It's just like, you tried to condemn that that's even an issue to talk about, but now it's become one. So to try to make him look bad, you just sort of subverted that. Erica's friends save her from a likely demise. Alfonso speaks versus Daryl Brooks, episode 2. That's like somebody talking about the trial. Who would do that? Who would want to watch somebody talking about the trial? Let's look at what I was looking for. So the highest subscriber counts, and we'll just sort of introduce it a little bit here. Most subscribed just like with the most viewed list, we use Wikipedia, but this will only show you like 100 down. You'll have to find some other better resource for more than that, which that tends to be better because these will be too obvious, like stuff you've already seen, or Mr. Beast, number 1, but he's brand channel, no. Is that because of all the controversy lately, or what? What happened to PewDiePie, though? T-Series is still up there. Vlad and Nikki, brand channel. I don't know what that even fully means. Like, they have a deal with YouTube. It could be for a different reason that isn't necessarily bad, but number 1 is, you know, Mr. Beast. Then all the rest of the next ones, like 2 through 5, are all brand channel, yes. He's the only one who's no. It makes it seem like, oh, it's because of some recent controversy. So you got Beast, T-Series, Nursery Rhymes. Oh, here we go. It'll be the same shit. Set India Kids Diana show. See, India and China are kind of cheating because they have so many people that, of course, you know. PewDiePie is at 8. He fell off. Yeah, Blackpink is that high. It's a Korean band, obviously. Nursery Rhymes. Pink Fong is the same Baby Shark thing. A lot of this is going to be the same issues too, where you have you have the ability to find mostly music, unfortunately. Taylor Swift is 40th. As of June 2024, 21 of 50 have been listed to produce content in English, 17 in Hindi. 11 of the channels have surpassed 100 million. Only 2 have more than 200 million, Mr. Beast and T-Series. Mr. Beast is the only one that has more than 300 million. $274 million Hindi primary language. You'd be surprised at how much they break into English and Hindi, like in movies and just in general speech. So, I don't know if I really like this, though. Should I really... I guess I'll look at some of these, but I kind of want to see with both of these formats, like a better list, like a different list where you go into... Like, let's see the 1,000th most popular and the 2,000th most popular. Like, a little further along down the line, so they'll still be popular, but they'll be more specific and nuanced instead of here it's like some normie thing that either, again, you've already seen, which I haven't really, or it'll be something like this where it's kids stuff or just something weird or obligatory that I don't really care about. Let's see. Maybe we'll do it in a minute here. But no, that sort of false pride, like, oh, it's a good thing, or it's women's rights, women's lib, like, it's an unfortunate thing that's necessary at best, but convenient at worst, which is often more common, the convenience thing. We shouldn't be happy about it. We shouldn't be proud of it. We should be like, okay, it's unfortunate, but for financial reasons or other reasons, or that's an analogy I always talk about, is like the knife over the baby's head or the wire coat hanger over the baby's head. Like, women will even say that sometimes, like, oh, well, if you don't want them to have an abortion, then you should pay all their bills associated with it. Okay, yes. Pretend I'm a millionaire and I'll do that. Like, please don't kill the baby. I'll pay for it. Like, I'll give you money. They're like holding their own fetus baby hostage, like, you know, whatever semantics argument you want to use, but you're trying to dehumanize it to justify killing it. You're trying to say, give me money or I'll kill this baby. And so it's not the right messaging to send. Like, okay, fine, I will give you money for it. You know, I'll adopt it for you. Like, is that what it would take for you to not kill it? Is that... So that's the imagery you could show, right? Like some piece of art, like a woman holding a wire coat hanger or a knife over a baby and like, give me money or I'll kill this baby. This is really what you're saying. So that's what it's about then. It's not really about anything. You just want money and you can't handle it yourself. Like, it's so ridiculous that you would behave that way because that's basically what you're doing. You're holding it hostage and saying, oh, I'm going to kill them unless you give me money. Or, you know, whatever. You're trying to use that. So I'd rather you just say it's an unfortunate thing, or again, you're doing it for convenience. And this notion that, oh, it shouldn't be stigmatized. it should be stigmatized. It's a bad thing and you wish it wouldn't happen. Obviously, if it's health reasons or something, I can understand it, but still, like, it's unfortunate that it had to happen. And so in an ideal world, it wouldn't happen. Instead of, again, that doesn't mean it should be illegal, but it also shouldn't be paid for. And it should be something you should have to, deal with yourself. It's the definition of a first world problem, too. It's like, there's so many other things other countries would be concerned about, like just putting food on the table and stuff. Here you're concerned about, whether we can kill a baby or not. Like, so look at Mr. Beast, subscribe for a cookie, and we will, maybe that's a real thing. Maybe he'll actually give you a cookie if you subscribe. That's why he has so many. But I'm less concerned about the drama and more just about what did he do in the first place. A lot of pranks, or social challenges and stuff. And it's like, some of them maybe people are revealing to be fake, or people were mistreated now all of a sudden, as if I wouldn't be skeptical of that in the first place. But he still seems to be doing pretty well. Oh, you know what I could do is also oldest and most viewed. So oldest, we see some Harry Potter stuff. Worst Minecraft soundtrack ever. Harry Potter mod in Minecraft Epic. Must see mod. I didn't know he actually started off by doing this. Boxy item Minecraft Epic. Birds in Minecraft. Most epic Minecraft skin. Scary Minecraft. This is a block. Let's see how long it took for him to get out of the Minecraft. I honestly had no idea. Why I haven't been uploading, and he's playing Pokemon there. So he's like, it's like somebody who just posted a genuinely random video, like, oh, look at me playing Minecraft. And then it got way more views than he expected, so he kept milking it. So I can't even blame you. Like, it just sort of happened. That's what it seems like. But then it turned into this. So, like, why I haven't been uploading then? Pokemon Battle, Online Battle 2. And he's doing those. This is a detailed breakdown of my favorite UU team. So these are all getting like 100k type of view. Pokemon Online Battle, Magikarp. He misspelled it too. He did like, unless that's how. Like Magikarp. Minecraft, Storytime. I wonder what his personality and voice sound like. Let's do this one, Storytime. It's from like 11 years ago with like 500k views. But it'll be hard to sort of do this when I'm driving anyway. So this is Storytime Mr. Beast. He's playing like Call of Duty something. I just don't want to see the Minecraft stuff and spoil stuff that I haven't done myself, whatever. But okay, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. He sounds a little different, but Jim's story. Fake story. This is why the controversy is happening. He made this up. There's no sound even in the game. He's just kind of showing it. This is like what Chris Smooth would do. He would just talk over his Call of Duty stuff. But I don't know if he's recording it as he's playing or if he does it after. Just using it as stock footage. I don't get why some of this has so many views. in this day and age, you would have video of it though too. Do a vlog, just chatting in real life. But it's weird seeing this without the gameplay having audio to it. That shows you the value. If like you just need some random video to go viral, you just post some random Minecraft thing, and then probably that did very well, and then you just keep posting stuff. A lot of people made their careers in Minecraft and Fortnite and stuff. Wasn't really that interesting of a story. There wasn't another bodybuilder around. He's celebrating that he got partnered and he has scheduled upload time, but it got sort of cut off, the last part of the word time. So let's see what we got here. Let's see what the comments are. This is stuff that, 2024, anyone? Like, it's just sort of random and ordinary, right? There was nothing that special about that story. A voice difference, it wasn't actually that bad, though. So I don't know what value we really got out of that. Right, just that we could do, like, let's see his most viewed stuff. And somehow, it's very hard to navigate. You know, I could do it on, I could do a playlist of it. So let's just look at a few of them. So I'll look at them objectively, critically. But no, we could do the oldest stuff too. Let's just do the highest. Last to leave circle wins. Some of these seem kind of fun and innocent enough. Like just doing little real life mini game type thing. I kind of don't want to see the Squid Game thing because I don't know what it is, and I kind of want to see it in the form of the show or whatever, however it came about. I don't even know. Let's just do that one. Last to leave the circle wins 500,000. And then it starts off with that annoying clickbaity YouTube type of thing, assuming people have like low attention spans and stuff, right, with respect to whatever happens here. So, okay, so it's 17 minutes. Last to leave circle wins 500,000. Second most viewed video on his channel. Starting in 3, 2, 1. I put 100 people inside of a circle. So can they push and shove? Or it's like one of those money that feeds into money thing. Like, the money he makes from his videos, he uses to get views on his videos in the first place. But there could be some weird predictive element with that. Like, I don't have the 500 to give away, but based on how much money I make from the video, I'll give you 500 or something. Not saying it makes that much, but somehow he must have made this much money. So he's sort of flexing. He won a free car? Like what? Everybody still gets something even if they're out? Or just because he was first? This is like a reality TV show type of thing that is actually not too bad. I feel like he's a master of production value. He's fitting all this into 17 minutes. I would just upload the whole fucking thing. Or maybe he does that too, but... What is this, MasterChef now? Filet mignon. What if you have to use the bathroom, though? What about the bathroom aspect? Or is there bathrooms in the circle? Oh, look at him being self-aware. When the camera cuts, someone else will do it. I was going to say, give him credit for doing that himself. So we get a 5-second delay. I mean, I respect what he's doing here. It's actually kind of interesting. The whole format. I'd be the type who would want to set up formats like this myself. Different social experiments and challenges and stuff. But what is really the way to get rid of people? I'm just curious about the bathroom thing. Are we getting like an outhouse or something? Like, what is the... Where is the fucking bathroom? I can't see it. Like, never mind the 500,000. Just setting this all up costs a certain amount, I'm sure, too. I wish I could do stuff like this. Like, I would make a format. But see, like, you should force them to do it. Like, every night there's a challenge. They're saying, like, if we give people stuff to do, but force them to do it. It should be more like every night you have to do a challenge, and based on that, people will get eliminated. Like, just sit there and do nothing. Or I could win. I'd go naked and take a shit in everybody's face, and they'll run out of the circle and, like, you know what I mean, do something disgusting, and everybody will leave. That's going to be the number one comment. Like, what about the bathroom? That's one of those rigged bait and switch type of things. Just pay them. We don't want to pay you $500,000, so we'll give you this instead. But whether the prizes are fake or whether the, you know, I didn't see how recent this was, but I expect some aspects of this might be fake, but or there are like outhouses. But those look like they're not even in the circle. But they've given you food, they're giving you everything. They're not eliminating them in the most interesting way, though. I do a challenge every night where something happens. They're going to throw spiders at you. They're going to let you push each other for a while, play dodgeball, they were doing like rock, paper, scissors, but it should be compulsory. Like, night 2, you have to play rock, paper, scissors, and whoever loses is out. Night 3, you have to play dodgeball, and whoever gets hit is out. Or whatever, right? they're doing it too nonchalantly, like, oh, if you want to get out, get out. Oh, they're giving still consolation rewards. But what, they can't touch the ground now anymore? What if you're barefoot, or what if you're wearing whatever? I don't know. I like it, but I guess I would treat it more seriously, and I would have more of a raw format. He's just somebody who's like rolling in money, who's just sort of showing it off and doing whatever. See, but do they have to do this? Or I'd be more mean about it. Like, you must do it, otherwise you're eliminated. They must have like security guards or something though, because they have all this money. Like, they're doing this because they're accepting the fact that they can't hit everybody with a car and they'll get knocked out of the circle. Like, they're trying to bribe them with other things. Imagine if it was that hardcore, though. You don't get to eat, you don't get to use the bathroom, you don't get to do anything. You get to push each other as much as you want. A real-life battle royale, who last man standing wins. You're baiting them that one of them could be out. Oh, he's getting too greedy, though. He just knows how to spin it properly. Wheels aren't like an exact science, but you can... Why are you choosing here to get married? This must be fake. This is one of the controversies. Wait, I thought they couldn't be on the ground. They're on the grass. But they're choosing to be out, or what? What the fuck kind of place is that to propose? You can try to move in such a way that forces the other person out. This just seems kind of lame. Like, there's not enough strategy and stuff. It's sort of just random, whatever they feel like doing. I don't like my partner, but you're right next to them as you're saying that, aren't you? A lot of people just seem to leave almost voluntarily, which makes it seem, oh, kind of fake that way, or... I'm just judging it in and of itself, too, not based on whatever controversies come out. I don't know how recent this is. It might have come out even after that. It just makes it feel like people aren't taking it seriously enough. Why wouldn't they be? But you should be able to just take it since you're out already, or they keep giving that to you anyway. Or you could throw it back. Oh shit, he got it. Now does that mean he... Where does he put it now? He won the 3 spins of the wheel and this? So he's given out a lot, even in the course of doing this. So maybe $1 million total. This is why you want to be rich. I want to be rich so I can do pranks and formats and stuff like this. And if it says yes, you have to leave. You have to. See, why would anybody do that, though? This is bullshit. This seems so fake because why would you not stay for the whole thing? Does he feel like he made enough? It just feels dumb because everything you're doing is just consensual. What if I don't want to do it? It just feels weird. Like it's too comfortable and it's too convenient. Are you really watching everybody 24/7 though? How would you know? You would need like some activate touch thing. Right, like some sensor. Too many people gave up too easily, though. It's not bad, but some of the presentation I don't like, and it might be fake in some way. Why? Why would you do that? It doesn't seem like they're really stressed. Like, oh, I gotta leave because it's been 10 days. It seems fine. So what, now nobody gets 10,000? Why do you have to just be standing now? Oh, this I can understand being bad. Oh, this is at least tough. Day 12, 16 people left. This is actually impressive. Are they actually doing this? This is kind of too literal, though. There should have been other challenges. These people give up way too easy, though. They're like cheating the whole system. What do they do? Just fucking stand there the rest of the time? Make them play dodgeball or do some kind of challenge, though. Oh, here we go. Tag. My idea comes through. It could be all fake what he's giving away. He's hired the people to pretend like they're winning, but they're really not winning. Or, like, because really, how does he have this much money to give away? Yes, he's the biggest channel on YouTube. Yes, he's made a lot of money. But he does this shit casual. Like, 500,000, all this kind of stuff. So, it was okay. I'll give it like a C. I like some of the production value. But I hate the fact that it doesn't seem like they're really that stressed out about it. It doesn't seem like... It seems like they're leaving too easily for no good reason. And so I have some reservations about all of that. And so you have a case of... I don't know. It's not quite what I wanted. So let's try to find some other channels. But, T-Series is going to be fucking... My favorite T-Series video, Ya Ali, which is a song from... fucking Hindi movie called Gangster, which is actually a pretty badass fucking scene. As a movie critic, I would say that's one of the best uses of a song in a scene in a movie ever. The movie's not even that good, but that is so good because it blends in. Aside from them cutting away to the, let me actually watch that. Aside from them, I'm assuming it's on T-Series at least because it's a Hindi song, but from a Bollywood movie. But no, it's maybe I didn't realize it, but maybe that's sort of partly a copy of Infernal Affairs because there's a lot of this insider stuff going on. It's not exactly like that, but like The Departed, basically. But I don't remember when it came out compared to The Departed. I didn't think of it like that actually at the time, but no, it's not a particularly good movie. But what it is it's an amazing sort of song in the middle of the movie. That, you're having this epic confrontation, and Gulshan Grover, I think that's his name, who plays the Don, basically, the big mafia boss, right, chiding his little son figure who's followed in his footsteps and now is trying to break away. It gives an amazing performance, the way he's talking about, I can't just let you go. I'm going to kill you, and then I'll take your mistress that you're trying to leave with, and my men will rape her on the stark, in public view for everyone to see, so that what happens to someone who comes between father and son. It was so that's actually an amazing scene. See, I even remember the dialogue. So again, the movie isn't great, but his acting, that dialogue, and the music even is amazing, all combined together. It's a really good scene. There's one thing I kind of don't understand is towards the end, somebody gives him a gun in his pocket, but I don't know who that is. He's getting beat up and he has no gun and he's gonna die. But then somebody hugs him and gives him a gun, but I don't know who that is. Or why they would be there, or why it's one of the members of the, or maybe he somehow takes it from somebody, but I'm just saying that's one of the best uses of music of a song in a movie, which goes in contrast to most Bollywood films where they're very bad about that. We're in the middle of a movie and then all of a sudden there's a music video right in the middle of the movie and it just, let's go to the mountains and let's sing about our love and lip sync, and now we're in the mountains, now we're by the ocean. They do that too much. So it's literally just a music video in the middle of a movie, whereas this is an actual good scene. The one mistake is they show too much of the singer, right? Like it's some religious person singing the song or whatever, maybe. Well, obviously Ya Ali, but like that, I think that's a prayer, but like God Almighty or whatever, I think is something like that, is what it means, your grace, maybe. I don't know, but the point is, it's them singing it in the background, like maybe for real, but they keep showing him too much, they keep cutting to him too much. But other than that, that would be like a top 10 all-time best song used in a movie. I love that scene, that's so good, right? Even though the movie's not that good, even though other aspects aren't that good. But no, actually to this day, I still don't understand what happens with the gun. Either one of his buddies on the inside of the gang somehow helps him and gives him a gun, which doesn't seem like it because everybody's beating the shit out of him, or it's somehow a friend of his who snuck in there, which I don't see how that could be, or it's also, could be he just takes it from somebody without them knowing as he's getting beat up. It's not really clear what happened. And it's not like such a well-known movie that you can even figure out. I'd have to watch it like in slow motion. The point is he ends up with a gun even though he's been beat the shit out of. It really makes it look like somebody gives him the gun, but why? Like, who? They must explain that later in the movie and I don't remember. Oh, maybe it's like that. Like it's another inside mole type person or somebody who has some vendetta, so he wants to see the guy die, but it doesn't make sense because everybody else gets shot too. Like he shoots the boss and then he shoots everyone else. And like, you know, so who the fuck was it that did that? I don't even get it. It's very hectic, but the song itself is great. And then obviously the scene itself is very good, so I'll actually watch that. Let's see whether it's on T-Series or not. I just thought of that because of T-Series. Better than a fucking Mr. Beast video, that's for sure. But no, I'm always critical of Bollywood cinema for its lack of originality, quantity over quality of films, music videos in the middle of a movie. But that's what I mean. That's the right way to do it. Show a scene with music in the background, like where stuff is actually happening and there's still dialogue and stuff, instead of, oh, let's just show we're romancing and we're falling in love, so let's show a scene. Let's show a music video where we're in the mountains and then we're in the sea and then we're on the beach and then we're blah blah blah, you know. That would be sort of uncanny if it's on T-Series, but I can't even type properly to be able to find this shit, so I'll wait a minute. Yeah, what would I say is like the best Hindi movie ever that I've seen? I don't even know. There's not even one that really comes to mind. Like, I think of like commercial works like Three Idiots is a very good movie, but it's not like, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's like all-time great, but it's still very good. Rang De Basanti is good. That one is good. The Munabai movies. That's actually one good example of a remake that's better than the original. Patch Adams is kind of a bad movie, and then Munabai MBBS, which is a remake of that, kind of, right, where it's this guy who's, it's a little different premise, where he's like a mobster too, who's pretending to be a doctor, but he kind of heals people with laughter in the same way that Patch Adams tries to do it like that, right? So that's actually a better movie than Patch Adams, I would say, point blank. And then the sequel, I have no idea what it's based on. Lage Raho Manabai, where it's like him having hallucinations about Gandhi the whole time. And then they would have made a third one, but that guy went to fucking jail for something he did 20 years ago, or I don't know what the fuck happened. But that's amazing because it's like, no, those two movies are actually good. But no, I don't know if they rise to all-time greatness level. You know, Sholay people will bring up, but I don't think... I lose a little respect. It's a great movie, but I lose a little respect because it's copied so severely from Seven Samurai and from Magnificent Seven, even if it boils it down to basically two people and the Western influence. Like, it's a good end product. There's no question about it. But it would be... If it was really original and really felt like, okay, this hasn't been done before, then it would be truly all-time great. But it feels too referential. It feels too... borrowed from other things. It's still great, but maybe not as great as some people make it out to be. And then the one thing it had that Seven Samurai didn't have is an identifiable villain. There was no villain in Seven Samurai. It's just like all a bunch of random, bandits who don't have, an identifiable leader figure. Well, that's, Gabbar Singh is very good in that way, like, to show, and that was like his first movie too. Amjad Khan is, obviously playing Gabbar Singh. I think that was his first fucking movie, so I don't get it. How did they even choose him for that? It's not like it was a low-budget movie that suddenly did well. It had stars. It was established. It was, it was a big project, so it's surprising. You could say based on his performance, but I'm surprised they even would entertain that and not go with a bigger name. And then that guy got really fat. He had some health issue where towards the end of his life he became very obese and stuff. That's one of those like one-hit wonder moments. Not saying he didn't have a good career, but like he's absolutely, you can't outdo that. You play an iconic villain, you play it very well, it's your first movie, and you'll never live up to that again. And then who do I think is the best Bollywood actor ever? I would say Amrish Puri, who, it's no coincidence that Steven Spielberg chose him from, Bollywood as a Hollywood director, that he would be the one who, who would play a villain in the Indiana Jones movie and all this. Like, it's no coincidence he'd be chosen for that. He was great at playing villains. I feel like he had more range than maybe what you get, but he plays like the overprotective, overbearing father, like in Tall. He's very good there. He's good in those kind of roles where he's like a benevolent, overprotective father of his daughter, or he's like a villain or something in between. He could be like a corrupt politician. He's good in those kind of roles. I'm just trying to think like what are some of my favorite Hindi movies. I love this one movie, Khaki, however you say it. Like Khakee. That's a very good movie, and I don't even know what it's a copy of, if it is. It's like somebody gets arrested, or like there's this political corruption, and somebody, I can't remember exactly, like there's this guy who they're trying to kill, right? And the police are trying to protect him. So like the mob is trying to kill this guy who got away, and then the twist is like, he's, even Ek Ajnabi is arguably better than Man on Fire. It's actually pretty well done, even though the ending is a little stupid and whatever. That's a copy that always does a good job. But no, this one you have, the ability to say, khaki is like, it's supposed to be like khaki, like what they wear, I guess. But the way it's written is different than in English, so I'm not sure exactly what it means. But I think it's like their uniform. This is what the police do, and this is what they believe in. And so you have all this corruption and stuff. So it ends up being where they're not trying to rescue him, they're trying to kill him, basically, right? They think they're trying to save him, like it's a criminal who went to jail, and the mobsters or whatever are looking for them and trying to find him, basically get him, but they think they're trying to free him, but they're actually trying to kill him because he knew too much and he kind of learned some political scandal, and then that gets revealed towards the end. It's actually a very good movie, and like I said, I don't know offhand what it's even based on directly. Like, sure, it might take some general inspiration, but if I can't identify exactly what it copied, I can't criticize that, so I'll give that the benefit of the doubt, that's just a well-made, entertaining, good movie. There's always like some weird twist ending type shit they try to do, though. Even like with the remake of Dawn, the original Dawn with Amitabh and the double role, right? They kind of ruined the ending with this stupid thing like, oh, technically he's still alive and he switched his body and stuff. Like, it's a little bit too much, right? It's a little bit over the top. And then it doesn't make sense, some of his behavior, because, he was still playing the role, but why? Like, he's even doing it when nobody else is around, and just for the audience's sake, like, it really doesn't make any sense, but that's like an absolutist commitment. Like, he's just doing it just fully, and then he ends up, and how would he even know that? How would he know the guy's whole behavior, right? He didn't know the guy. Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. I don't think he ever knows or interacts with the guy. He gets knocked out in the hospital, or I guess he hears him. I mean, you can give him some credit for that, right? Like, that is a genius level thing. He's in the hospital bed, right, and the other guy's in, like, the next room, and they're kind of, like, getting ready to have him take his place or something, and he switches the beds. He picks him up and puts him in his bed and switches it, and then he kills the other one somehow, and then he somehow... But how does he, like, remove all his cuts and stuff? Like, he was so badly hurt, maybe they fixed him in the time, and then, because they look exactly alike otherwise, so he switches the beds, he kills him. It could have been cool, but it feels, like, really phony how they did it, right? Like, that's got to be, that's a Light Yagami badass planning moment, but it's not quite so well planned. Like, we got to do a character point 1v1. Who wins? Dawn versus, like, Bond villains or James Bond or something. James Bond could obviously catch him, though, because he was practically caught just by the police normally. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's about to die, he's losing in a car chase, he's bleeding out, he's running away. So he was beaten. He was caught, right? Or he was about to die, and then... And then they do this little switcheroo. But no, like the remake of that, and that's speaking of great songs, that's one of my favorite songs too. It's all the Dawn main theme motif and stuff, aside from the fact that he constantly says Dawn in there, like he keeps saying his name like he's so cool or something. Yeah, let's watch Ya Ali, if I can get this shit to work. And I was sort of trying to do this as an overlap with T-Series to see whether this would actually work. Whether it would actually be on there, I mean. It certainly wouldn't be their most viewed video or anything, but it might have a lot of views nonetheless. I think Zubeen Garg is the artist behind it. Ya Ali, official video gangster. So this video is also going to be the same scene, though. Or I think it cuts ahead maybe a little bit, but in this version than it would be in the movie, but it's still pretty much the same thing. Or maybe it doesn't show actually the full scene. So, official video, gangster, Emran Hashmi, Kangina, something, Zubeen Garg. What channel is it on, though? That's all I want to see. Whether it's T-Series or not. It's probably not. Or, I mean, they might have a version of it, too. Yeah, they basically license all the music, or they have rights to a lot of these things, so... It's something films, I can't figure out. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. He's flipping through his money, buying, like, a fake passport to get out of town. Iconic shot driving down the way to his fateful day. You got the guy in the train. So yeah, these are like the two characters. This is like Leonardo DiCaprio, and I don't remember exactly what was going on with this, but you know, it shows the singer, but you don't have to keep showing him. Don't keep showing him. We get it. You're giving context, like in Grand Theft Auto, like, oh, the song is coming from the radio, like a real life source of music or something. But you don't have to keep belaboring the point, so... But it's a great song, it's a great scene. So he's basically preparing to leave, and he gets stopped unexpectedly by his boss. So presumably this isn't somewhere where he expected to see his boss. It's not like he's going to somewhere where he thinks he would be. Right, he just sort of tracked him down. Even this turnaround moment is epic. Like, he turns around to see him. Right, he's ready to go. He's got a little crew with him. Or maybe somebody tipped him off who's with him. And there's the girl, like the love triangle, Vera Farmiga wannabe. I don't know if it exactly is like that, though. But yeah, he's getting the fake passport now. I thought he was doing that at the beginning. I don't know what he was doing at the beginning, going to the bank to get money to then give to that guy. Here we go. Now the swell happens, where you'll have the turnaround. So he's lamenting, he's reflecting on his last moment, saying his last prayer. He's thanking God that you give me this passport and give me this chance to get away. Oh, it skips ahead, though. It skipped the whole, fuck you. It skipped the whole thing where... It skipped the whole scene where Gulshan Grover was going to be on fleek and giving a great performance. That's fucking lame. So this doesn't actually fully capture it. But let's still appreciate the song and try to see how he gets the gun. Even Jack Nicholson doesn't have a moment quite like that in The Departed, where it's such a good, those few lines that he gives are so good. Like, we'll have her on the terrace stark naked and humiliated and raped so that you can see what happens to a man, what happens to someone who comes between father and son. Speaking about the girl. Right, that's what she did. She tore us apart, and I'll make her suffer. So that nobody makes the same mistake again. With such conviction, he says it. He takes away the passport. He's all sad about it, looking at it. So who gives him the gun? Or we don't even get to see it here, or maybe it already happened. He's just a badass game theory abuser who had a gun up his butt the whole movie. And nobody else really has a gun because they were all beating him up with sticks and stuff. I mean, that's still an impressive maneuver that he took out all of them. And he kills them in the one shot. And then he saves the passport, so even that's thematic. I mean, that is an epic fucking scene. I don't care what anybody says. That is iconic. That is all-time great. I can't say that's really copied from anything because that exact interaction, it really is. It's special. It starts off, it shows him getting the passport. It's setting, stuff is actually happening. They're showing the romance between the other two. They're giving the gravity and finality of the moment. Then you have the sudden shock of his boss still being there. Then you have the dialogue, which is great, as the music sort of swells in the background. I cannot take away from what is an absolutely iconic scene, right, of Hindi cinema, even though the movie itself it's not terrible, but it's really not that special. And the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking, oh, it's like The Departed, or it's like Infernal Affairs. But is it really? Because it just seems like that sort of setup. Now, I never thought about it like that, honestly, but... Like, is he a mole, or is he just trying to break away because of the girl? Like, I don't feel... I don't know. Well, whether it's a copy or not, it wasn't that good. Or maybe it certainly took inspiration from that. Yeah, do you believe that in The Departed, out of all the actors, Mark Wahlberg, Leonardo DiCaprio, Jack Nicholson, Matt Damon, the only person to get an Oscar nomination was actually Mark Wahlberg, of all people, right? Playing Dignam, who barely even had that much screen time. As this, piece of shit guy, but who's actually has a sense of honor. He's crass, but he has integrity. Let me see if I can find another version of this, but with the actual dialogue now. They cut out the fucking best part, bro. That wasn't a T-Series video. It's Something Films, that channel. Yeah, Ali from Gangster, but is that the scene, or is it just Some of these might just be the song. But yeah, see, this isn't just a music video. It's a actual scene in the movie. No, it's not actually showing it, though. No, but that's really my role, though, being objective. I sometimes can write pretty well, but I would say I should be like an editor who like fixes. Show me the scene and I'll fix it and make it better, right? I can do that with anything, even some of the biggest name things, Dark Knight Rises, Let Batman Die. Let me make those tough calls. So I would be like a Steven Spielberg figure, and then I would step down from that role, and then I'll be an editor, but what I say goes. Or like I'd be like a producer. So I can tell you, I want this to happen, and you have to do it because I'm producing the movie, and that's it. Like, you're gonna so you make the movie, you tell the story, but I'll make some major change if I don't like the way it's going. Right? I would want to have that kind of power, not to be a dick, but it's like, I think that would be so cool. Or I should really just direct these myself. I should make like animated versions or something, just like to show like how epic these scenes would be if you had that. Or I could just make my own story and take credit for it, because again, I'm going in such creative extrapolation. Just because it fits with that ending or that alternate thing that I might say, I could just make my own story made up of these things and take credit for it, because it is. That's how you come up with ideas anyway. It's like, wouldn't it have been better if such and such happened? Is this just the same one again, or what? No, it's a good song on top of everything else, too. Full HD. I just want that dialogue. Let's see if we can find it. I can't even go full screen. This fucking stupid ass shit setup. What the fuck? Alright, this is him turning around. So he's looking at his boss. I don't have the exact timestamp here, but you get the stare down. Look at this guy's acting, though. This is just another clip that shows the scene. I'll read back some of the dialogue so you know exactly what part I'm watching. You got the little flags in the background imagery. He gives him a kiss. Oh, I don't have subtitles. Are you fuck? I'll still appreciate his performance without the subtitles. Is this a life where we have to... This is perhaps what I deserve for living a life of crime. That I have to kill my own children and drag their bodies over the river. Something like that. I'm doing it from memory, not because I understand what he's saying. Perhaps this is what I deserve for all my misdeeds. Perhaps this is the punishment I deserve. What's done is done. I will no longer stand in your way. Please just let me go. Or he mentioned Simran. That's his first mistake. Let me go to Hindustan with Simran. Please let me go. And he's basically given up. Or he says that later. I give up. Now he grabs him by the neck. Even that pose. This is an iconic. Everything is iconic. The way he grabs him there is like sort of lovingly, but also forceful. I wish I could, but I can't do it, Beta. If I let you go, what kind of message would it send? Everybody would lose respect for me. Every guy will go for the first whore he comes across and betray me for that reason. I have to put a full stop to it, don't I? But don't worry, Beta. I'll kill you and keep her alive and display her stark naked and have my boys toy with her body and play with her body and rape her so that you can see what fate befalls somebody who comes between father and son, so that no one will ever do that again. Look at his acting there, dude. I got to see what other movies he's done, because that is top level acting. Right? That is not ordinary. And now we get maybe a better shot of the gun moment. Even here he walks all badass towards him as he sees him getting beat the shit up. Look at that swag walk. I don't know how much screen time he gets in the movie, really. I don't remember any other scene besides this. I haven't seen it in a long time, but no, I didn't get it with the subtitles either. Do I get to translate them to English, auto-translate? I kind of got most of the dialogue right, though, I think. God damn it, I get cucked first of all by the first video not having the scene, then by this video not having subtitles. I just assumed it would have it. Or it has Hindi subtitles. So he already has the gun, so I must have missed it. I don't know when he gets it. One of the top 10 greatest mysteries in cinema history. Where do you get the fucking gun? Talk about a plot armor moment. It's not like he takes the gun from him here. He gives him the last final hug of death, like the kiss of death for Michael and Fredo. Then he runs to get some distance from them. See, like he runs in a straight line and then turns around. He does a 360 no-scope. Yeah, that is good. I maybe will try to find one with the subtitles at some other point too. It would be kind of cool to see exactly what he's saying and with the timestamp. Okay, so here I'm going to continue my YouTube series, if I can even call it that, because it doesn't matter. Like, I've been doing this most of the time anyway. But like, okay, I'll watch Casey Anthony Trial Day 2, Part 2 of 2 of Casey's ex-boyfriend. That's like a 2-hour, 54-minute video, I think. That exact title should probably tell you what it is, but so what I want to do is I want to make sure that you have whatever, like what other criteria was I saying? I'll watch a little bit of this. Obviously, I'm not going to watch the whole 2 hours. Then I'll watch like some sort of cut video, and then I'll watch like some sort of a gameplay playthrough video. And beyond that, we have the ability to, you know, basically what that is like me reacting to the game itself, not so much the person reacting to it, but I can kind of feed off of. I could also just watch a playthrough with no commentary, right, where you're able to look at it like I can just react to what's happening. But then again, it would work with certain games like Heavy Rain where there's like dialogue and stuff, but it would also depend on how they're choosing to play it. Or I could play my own sort of choice game with voice if there was such a possibility, like how I was trying to play chess with voice. So now we have the ability to, I'll do like some sort of cut video, then I'll do some sort of that. So earlier I did the Mr. Beast thing where it wasn't a bad video, or what did I do after that? I did the Mr. Beast video, but that was only 17 minutes, so what did I follow that up with? I forgot even. I must have watched something else, but yeah, that was okay. It wasn't anything too special. I liked the format behind it. I guess I could have watched part 2, but again, it's just sort of in keeping with the idea of being able to... It's in keeping with the idea... I love this. This dude pulls in front of me on a 60 fucking mile thing, like so tight. You can't just wait, dude. The ability to basically... Or that's always an expression I use. If you follow somebody on the highway for 100 miles, it's like saying if you look deeply and closely enough into somebody's life, you're going to find that they did something wrong, like what they're doing with Trump. It's not saying that he didn't do anything wrong, but also this way you have the ability to look like if you follow somebody on the highway for 100 miles, they're going to do something wrong because they're going to cross somebody, overtake somebody in a way they shouldn't, or they're going to go over the speed limit by a little bit, which everybody does all the time, right? The speed limit's 55, but you're going 60, like, if you really want to be technical about it. So that's what happens with positions of power. Like, they'll find a reason to get you because everybody does something wrong or everybody has skeletons in their closet, so it's just selective with how they go after you. But that's the real danger. It's not about somebody doing something wrong. It's about one side getting punished for it and another not. So, like, I hate when they say this, no one is above the law, except for George Bush, except for Obama, except for Hillary Clinton, except for Joe Biden, except for everybody, but only Trump. So you would have to believe one of two things, either that, obviously there's some selective bias going on, not even that Trump is innocent, but that just there's selective bias, or there must be that nobody has ever done anything wrong. George Bush isn't a war criminal for Iraq. Obama isn't kind of a war criminal too in some ways for bombing the Middle East into oblivion. Although Trump technically dropped more bombs, I guess, in his presidency. I saw that statistic, but it almost doesn't seem right. He didn't start any new wars at least, but somehow the U.S. dropped more bombs under him than Obama, which doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense, but I guess it must be true. But anyway, just, Biden and Harris, and this is an impeachable offense, not enforcing basic border security, but we live in this warped age where the media controls everything, and people are just brainwashed sheep who, this is what you mean by woke, nobody ever said open borders are good in the history of humanity, and now all of a sudden they are, right? How does that happen? And it's all this sort of propaganda that's pushing a point. So it shows you the sort of globalist agenda that people talk about. It's not a coincidence. It's not we think border security is racist all of a sudden, even though Obama deported more people than Trump. It's not a sudden thing. It's it's a plan. They know what they're doing. They're doing it on purpose. Even if you don't believe it, this goes back to my old expression, whether through error or ulterior motive, a negative practice is still negative. In other words, it could be they're just so incompetent that they can't enforce basic border security that Bill Clinton did, that Bush did, that Obama did, that Trump did. They all did a much better job, right? And we didn't see this number of illegal crossings. Or it could be through ulterior motive, but either way it's bad, and either way you should punish them for it and impeach them, or, now it's too late, but I guess it's never too late. They try to impeach Trump even fucking on January 6th after, and then he gets acquitted in record time because they can't face the fact of that Democrats said the same thing. So it shows you this hysteria. They got Democrats twofold. They showed them objecting to the election because apparently objecting to an election is trying to overturn it and sedition. But Democrats did that numerous times, right? In every election, pretty much somebody does it. Whenever you lose, you see people do it on both sides. So Democrats did that with the Al Gore situation. Even Al Gore had to gavel them down when he's the one in question to potentially win. So imagine, somebody in that position who tries to take advantage. It is, a little dangerous to have that happen, right? Mike Pence, what if he did actually do something? But the reality is they wouldn't be able to overturn it just like that. They would have to have a good... People sort of overreact, right? It's a legal setting where you can object if there's an actual objection signed by a senator and a member of the House, etc., right? And then you hear the objection. It doesn't mean that, because of that objection, the whole thing is overturned. It just means you hear it out. And the only way it would be overturned is if there's an actual legitimate legal basis, right? So that's what I don't like, is people act like, you're trying to overturn the election. So I guess Democrats tried to do that with Al Gore and, others. Jerry Nadler was up there. So they exposed Democrats twice over by showing that you have basically the ability to... They objected to elections too, but they weren't seditionists and they weren't trying to overthrow democracy, or they also said some of the same rhetoric. We need to get up in on them like Maxine Waters, and we have to basically do the fucking, we gotta fight, Elizabeth Warren, and all these other people saying exactly the same thing. We got to peacefully and patriotically protest. Like, everybody's like with Trump, they have like some weird like Batman logic thing. Oh, he said this word. He said fight. So therefore he wants to overthrow democracy. And he's literally Hitler. And he's literally, the F in fight stands for some, Federico Mussolini. And like, they try to come up with this insane, like, really crazy. So he must be some sort of evil genius that, he doesn't really mean what he says, and subliminally he's controlling people and brainwashing them and like all this kind of stuff. It doesn't mean he's a good guy or he's perfect, but like people go totally hysterical where it's like some big conspiracy. Everything he does, he's acquitted, but oh no, he's not really acquitted. There was a coup, there was an insurrection, all these kind of buzzwords that, again, you hear from the media over and over, so I guess it must be true. I just love to see that with an objective, unbiased media. Is that what you would call it? Because he's still the sitting president, so you know what would happen in that situation, and I'm certainly not patting him on the back for not doing it, but still, we've seen this happen in other countries. A moment like that would happen, but then what would he do? He would declare martial law to deal with the uprising January 6th situation, and then he would exacerbate it. He would use that as a pretense to invoke military law, martial law, and then you're able to delay the election for safety purposes, and then you keep delaying it, and then then, a lot of your rivals end up dead because, it was some angry protesters who were mad about the election that totally was stolen, and their rage is justified, but they shouldn't have killed my opponent, right? You could play out the whole scenario. I can understand their anger, and we have to get to the bottom of this, and their sacrifice will not be in vain, even though it's the opponent. Like, it would be all this whole orchestrated thing, instead of just, he just doesn't, he just says go peacefully, and then he says go home, and he's a little delayed with it, sure, right? That you could criticize. And also he offers the National Guard, but then Nancy Pelosi turns it down, and he even says that's my fault. Like, it's just always too one-sided. Like, yeah, let's look at this. Let's look at Casey Anthony thing, and then let's look at cut video, something like that, and then let's look at a gameplay playthrough of something. As long as it's a game I played before, right, I don't care if I watch somebody else play it. Like, I should watch the most viewed one to see what people like, but that tends to not be something I actually like myself. One of my favorite channels was Far From Subtle, and I always say they sabotaged themselves because they made all of their videos unlisted. So, like, they would do a playthrough, and I wouldn't know, right? Like, I'd be watching on YouTube and like, they only did the first episode of Luigi's Mansion or something, and it was so good. It's too bad they didn't upload the rest of it, or maybe they didn't play the rest of it, which seemed weird. But then you have to go in like the description and click on the playlist link there, which is kind of like hidden away. And then, now you get to see the rest of them because they're all unlisted. If they had those listed the whole time publicly, whether they're searchable, they could be recommended to you, whether they're easier to find on their channel. I understand they would have spammed a lot of videos because they stream so much, but that was so beautiful because you have, that would have just been so good for them. They still did well for themselves, but I feel like that is very disappointing that it's sort of self-sabotage. And they had a really great group dynamic in a time where it wasn't as common to do that, like Kyle, Deacon, Ben. Ben was definitely my favorite. I don't even like Frazier that much. He's a bit of a clown at times, but he's good as the engine that drives the show, so I have to respect that. He's a great voice actor. He would do so many voices. He'd be a bit of a troll at times. It could be annoying, but no, he had great energy. Becky was good as sort of a, what do you call it, like sort of the straight man, if you will, the straight woman, and then Ben was great as like a sarcastic, he's kind of like me, not that I'm really that funny or witty quite as much as him, but he'd be sort of dry and serious, but then he'd say some really funny things. So we could look at one of theirs. The Luigi's Mansion, as a testament to how much I like them, I downloaded some of their playthroughs, like their Luigi's Mansion one I have on a hard drive somewhere, in case instead of unlisting it, they feel like making it private. Don't you hate that? Like you watch one of your favorite YouTubers and you love their video, but then they suddenly make it private or just delete their channel. Like ASMRists do that all the time because they're getting all these sexual comments or something, which again, ASMR is not inherently sexual, but people can certainly take it that way, and they can certainly have some kind of thing with respect to, you know, seeing an attractive person, number one, and just the intimacy that kind of goes with it, that you're all like close up and they're whispering, and it's just kind of like this tactile feel that like you're up close and personal with somebody, the same way that you like to cuddle or the same way that you like to hold hands, you know, kind of like flirting around the stimuli acme instead of directly addressing it, but it still is adherent to the stimuli acme. So it can be for various reasons that people like that, but you know, sometimes people play into it, but I won't inherently say that's the intent behind it. But then again, anytime you show your face, you know that there could be some element of that, right? Just like don't do face cam then if it's just about the sounds or whatever. And so I love how I put that in that title too for that stupid video I did, the ASMR mukbang of reacting to that fucking guy, the Dark Brandon. I just think my point there is so clear that it's not that you're wrong about your conclusion, although kind of you are, but you're not seeing it on the other side. Like there's something missing. No, but I deserve, one thing I'll say, I never use the word deserve, but I deserve more of a presence in that debate capacity for what I did in the past. Like some of these takes, some of these terms, some of the structure, objectivity, like I deserve something for that. That's why I'm doing this too. Just so I can get this stuff out there and it'll come to pass sometime. Right? It's like a karmic justice from the universe. When you do all that, it's my fault for not saving it better or archiving it, but like when you do so much of it, it's like it's hard to keep track, right? So I just said fuck it. I thought it would speak for itself, and you know, I never really want anything for something, but so what you're going to do now is you're basically going to say that let's go ahead and watch this. So it's Casey Anthony trial day 2, part 2 of 2. Casey's ex-boyfriend, starting in 3, 2, 1. And the problem with some of these, you get this little music beat. I remember this. I remember watching some of these before. David Lohr, davidlohr.net. I don't know who the fuck that is, but good on him for chronicling or archiving this shit when I'm just talking about how I failed to archive my own shit. This judge does a pretty good job too. It's not his fault. And actually, I can understand based on how the case was presented. Jose Baez is a GOAT. I just want you to understand that. He is GOAT status. He's so good. He's so good. She's already short on breath. It just fucking started. I don't know who this is. Is she the prosecution or defense? They're trying to make it look like somebody else did it, right, with a shovel or something. where shovels have been let in. There's an abundance of case law to do with shovels, but I guess, to do with burying the body, digging the body out. Who do you think you are, Red John in the parking garage where they're about to build the parking garage, so he finds out and goes there? She sounds so exasperated, like she's about to cry or something. Well, I kind of am convinced by that. He said no, but then he goes on. That almost seemed to favor the defense. I would. That's kind of nice of him to do that, because it'll affect both of them. Booming baritone, look at that. They were messing with his mic, but not the council's mic, so I don't know how that's going to work. But no, this judge is fair. He does a good job. Imagine the old days when you didn't have microphones. He's trying to be all nice to the jury. That's kind of a little out of bounds to ask about the food and the restaurant. Look how long this fucking intro is. This can't be the ex-boyfriend. Now I can't hear fuck all that's being said. But no, like, what about the days before microphones existed? You would have to be a lot closer or yell. That's why you'd have to have an authoritative lawyer voice. Not to get your point across, but just so they could hear you across the room, because this must be somebody else. The boyfriend probably comes later. Ex-boyfriend. He has like a perpetually pouty face. That's sort of an improper way to question too. Have you met George Anthony? Yes. Cindy Anthony? That's not a question. Cindy Anthony is not a question. You'd have to say it again. Have you met Cindy Anthony? But whatever, they give them leniency like this, but like we get it, but technically that's in and of itself, that's what the court reporter's writing. Cindy Anthony, question mark. What the fuck does that mean? Cindy Anthony, yes, no, maybe. We should get a Jose Baez objection over here. He doesn't look that old, really. 24 years on the job. They wouldn't be friends anymore now that she's accused of fucking murder. She should have just had an abortion. That's the solution right there. She should have had an abortion. Do you recall anything going on in your life? Look at the research this guy did, though. Did you take a vacation at that time? Like, how do you know that? How do you just fucking know that? He was pervert on her. That could be a defense angle. You were pervert on Casey's, this young, pretty girl. You were jealous and you wanted to be with her instead of your wife. You're a creepy fat... You know, you could go at that angle. This is the kind of shit you got to get to. I love courtroom environments. I know it's serious and I know whatever, but I would love to be a part of this sort of thing. I could do it. I could do a good job. Fucking... I think my researching wouldn't be that good, but the actual questioning would be so good. He didn't find it odd, but yet he's pointing it out in such detail. But he just seems like a nosy neighbor. Are we going to get his wife in here too? And then she'll say something different than he did? It's pretty exact, 120, 130. Now, Jose Baez's objection. I can't hear it though. So she asked him for a shovel, which is a really stupid thing to do. Like, imagine that, dude. Whatever, dude. How do you know, though? It could just be a similar shovel that somebody happens to have, but whose house is that? Is that Casey's house? Like, she just kept this shovel and stole it? I can't hear him. Their microphones are really shitty. I can't hear Jose Baez at all. Like, I couldn't hear anything. Yeah, let's have a fantasy porn edit of AI generated of Casey Anthony seducing the detectives because she's such a flirty girl and people find her attractive. I don't even think so too much, but like, whatever. And have her get out of it that way as the party girl that she was. Okay, let's go ahead and go to... Or let's just keep watching this. The garage. Your garage or her garage? Or maybe he doesn't have a garage? Then I jacked off thinking about Casey because she talked to me finally and I always fantasized about her and I would stare at her through the window and all these angles that I know so well fucking That would be a good way to try to discredit him. Just based on his appearance, I think of that. Wholesome chat with his son. It's like, this is how simple his life is. I'm worried about his shovel. She took the shovel. I wonder if she'll bring the shovel back. Son, if she comes with a shovel, please take it back. Like, this is the good life. This is the white picket fence life. Fucking, this is the biggest concern you had that day. He couldn't say no to her, asking with the puppy dog eyes. This guy's pretty good, though. His questioning is very concise. Nothing's getting really objected to. Sometimes lawyers will object less than they think they should, just so they don't lose credibility or look bad to the jury, right? Because if they do it too much, even if they think they're right, so that breaks the Manfred von Karma rule, though. He would object to everything, but he would get it, because he's just a god. Jose Baez might be a goat, but he's a god. And I don't think people realize how good Manfred von Karma actually is. He seems like, this brutish guy who's just pushing his luck. But when you look at the younger Manfred, he was on point. He was very, very smart. He wasn't just for show the way that he's portrayed later. He was actually really smart, really conscientious, really dedicated. He's starting to say no with a bit of rhythm the more he says it. So she only comes when she wants to shovel, the bitch. She only comes over when she wants something. The bad sign for her is just that her own family turning against her, but then they implicate the family, so that's why they try to scapegoat her. Which, if they had done it, that could be true. But so now you have to assume that one of the other family members did it, because who else could do it? That's almost like a fact's not an evidence, though. You're just suggesting stuff. Did she say her daughter was kidnapped? But there's no evidence to say that her daughter was kidnapped unless she tried to say it. I don't think she even testifies. Usually defendants do a lot better when they don't do that. See, that's a kind of the same questioning mistake. He's doing a good job, though. I don't know who this guy is, but I like him. I've probably seen him before in this case, but I just don't remember. I'm too distracted by Jose Baez's aura. Yeah, I can't hear Baez unless he's up here now. So he's going to try to discredit the shovel. He's already trying to discredit him about the day. So it must have been like a minor statement he gave, but then a bigger statement he gave later. So he's deliberately doing that. Why would he even bring up the shovel, though? Like, I mean, that's the first thing, I guess it's the last interaction you had with her. It's just not a criminal mastermind at work here. It wasn't actually an easy case, though, as much as you think. Because the biggest thing she did was leaving the body as an unknown. When you do that, right, like think about it hypothetically, right? Not encouraging anything, but hypothetically. If you were to kill somebody and then the body isn't found for like a month, you're probably not going to get caught. That's like a long time, right? All the evidence deteriorates, everything, all the links dry up. The biggest way to catch somebody is within a couple days. You kill somebody, the body's found the next day, oh, now you're fucked. Right? If you let it sit for a month, you let it sit for a year, you let it sit for 6 months. If they can't find it, you put it somewhere in the desert, right? They're never going to catch you then. If you did it competently and you're gone. That was sort of vague, whether it assisted you or not. So what am I answering? Did it assist me or didn't it? Mr. George. There's some implication there. That's very argumentative. That's highly argumentative. You wouldn't consider yourself nosy. Objection, argumentative. Sometimes witnesses just answer too quickly. I would always pause for a few seconds and think. There's no stigma in that. Rather than misstate something or you end up lying. But no, people have all these pseudo-psychology, stupid things. If you think for too long, that means you're coming up with a lie. But if you don't think long enough, that means you already have a lie prepared. So that means, like, come on. No matter what you do, you're damned. What? That wasn't a good... How are... Some of those questions are not really acceptable. You can't offer us anything other than speculation. You can't really ask it like that. What the fuck? That's so, like... What, is he trying to hypnotize you or something? Make you close your eyes? Some law enforcement actually do that. That's my fetish. I want some sexy female cop to hypnotize me to confess to all my crimes that I totally haven't committed any anyway. But that's just me acting tough and playing tough to have her break me down all the more. I want you to hypnotize me with the handcuffs, like swing them back and forth like a pocket watch or something. In all my vivid imagination. Let's blame the father in this situation. Who is the father of the child who could have prevented all this shit from happening? And you could always have this be an endless loop. There's direct examination, cross-examination, redirect. Then you could do another question from that. Then they could cross it again. Like, it could happen like that in a legitimate way, like where it just endless loop back and forth. That's kind of a bad question. The fence blocks the view. Or maybe to imply that there's stuff that could have happened that you wouldn't have seen, but... Or like, it'd be fun as a witness, even though you shouldn't do this, to make shit up that nobody can question. I heard them yell and say a certain word. And, like, they didn't actually say that, but they'll believe you because nobody can really disprove it necessarily. Right, like, I'd make something up. It's like, just to toy with everybody for one way or another. Recross, then redirect, then recross, then redirect. What the fuck? No, these two are heavyweights. Look how quickly. I didn't like some of Jose Baez's questions though. The judge isn't giving him too much latitude, or they're not objecting to each other. They're not objecting at all. Nobody's objecting. They're like so swag, like they know exactly what they're doing and they're not questioning it. Would it be fair to say, use the Darrell Brooks line, would it be fair to say that I'm a clown? That's sort of compound. This car, that car, any car. This is sort of too much speculation. Facts not in evidence. You would need a graph of that to really press it. Must be her baby daddy. He's just interested in the neighborhood drama. But you could deduce that it was her driving because right after you saw it come in, then she came out and then she asked for the shovel. And you always try to discredit them by the media. Like, isn't it true that you sold your story to the media? That was actually Darrell Brooks' finest moment, where he's able to look at it like, Look at the respect they have for the judge, though. They're not even trying to fight it. Is that lawful law? Is that subject matter jurisdiction? Is that a tacit agreement? Like, bro. Very quick cross-examine. Dude, this is like, you know what it is, dude. These two are heavyweight lawyers, George and Baez, and they're not fucking around. They're not fucking around. They know what they're doing. They're not objecting frivolously. They're on fucking point. Even though some of the questions were a bit off. This is like two masters of their trade who we can skip all the bullshit. Skip the warm-up. Let's just get down to fucking brass tacks. Like, that's what that felt like. We're not here to fuck around. We're not here to fucking play games, dude. No, that was short and to the point. Just like the editing is kind of to the point, too. I sometimes can't hear the other people in the background, though, who are talking, unfortunately. Or like in the verdict of this case that she slips up on one of the readings. You had one job. She says, not guilty, and then corrects, I'm sorry, guilty. That's your one job. Your one job is to read the fucking verdicts. And you read one of them wrong, you fucking dumb cunt bitch. I'm just joking, but... So we get the ex-boyfriend here, but not yet. So you must go through a number of witnesses. I can't hear shit. Or maybe it's like a left side, right side headphone issue, but I lost the left, and I wouldn't use both anyway while driving. I want one ear open to whatever. Jamie Gertz, the chick who's the richest person to appear on Seinfeld because she's married to some fucking billionaire. The girl who does the phone sex girl character, Jamie Gertz. like where she is now has nothing to do with the case, because this is one of the great sins of law enforcement. They drag it out, they waste money, it takes a year. So let's say I didn't do it and I prove my innocence. I was in jail and under media scrutiny and under investigation for a year plus. So do I get that time back in my life that you wasted, you dumb fucking clown? Police department? No, I don't. I'm in jail for 6 years during the investigation and the trial that drags out and this and that, and then I'm innocent, and then I wasted 6 years of my life. Yeah, your little mutterings are not. That's on my bucket list. I want to represent myself in a crime, even if it's a petty crime. And then I also want to have it on video and shit too. I'll have a little hidden camera. It could be a petty small claims court, but you don't know who you're dealing with, dude. Jen Apprentice. Jen Apprentice. That could be like a name joke, like how I am you and he is me. It's Jenna Prentice, not Jen Apprentice. These are the memes that you need to know, dude, that you need to have. This is why I have to do this. Kind of a compound question. So she must have a conversation with her later then? I'll admit to flirting with her. Shot girl, because everybody's gonna shoot their shot at you. I love that one short of like, I'll shoot what? Shoot your shot? Like she's getting robbed, but she's like too brain rotted to understand. Oh, that's a cool way of doing it. So you buy it for 40, and how much could you sell the total for? A shot. How many shots are in a bottle? I don't know how to do the math on that, but probably doesn't really seem worth it. She didn't really say a full no. She said like, no. He's just ask every random date. June 6th, June 7th, June 8th, June 9th. Ask every day of the fucking year until you get one to hit. What the fuck are you doing? I need like an earpiece in their ear as they're doing this. I'm like, I'll tell you how to cross-examine, dude. They don't fucking fuck around. I'm very psychologically perceptive. That's my point. Like, I can tell, like the first guy, that's how you could get at him. You could accuse him of being a weirdo, and he kind of did that. Jose Baez. This chick seems sort of nonchalant. she's a little maybe scatterbrained. Oh yeah, there's a hot body contest that she did that turns into like a media thing. How could you be doing that when your daughter's missing or something? All the time frames they're asking about are obviously after the daughter is missing, but after she doesn't acknowledge it or nobody knows it. Objection, she doesn't consent to being called that name. This is where all the jury male members simp for her and say, objection, your circle is prejudicial. You're showing her in an unflattering way or something. I want that, like, I admit to being a lesbian, and I kind of flirted with her, and I don't know why I have to, you just gotta play the sexual angle, because the stimuli acme is indeed preserved in this era, but also, compound. What you look like? No, we look different. We were just wearing a costume. You don't believe you were fucking high or something? Wasted? The defendant, the way that she says it, Sue Opper. Jose got a little flustered there. Oh, so she was like the boss-ish of the Shot Girls, or what? What if she like somehow proved it wasn't her daughter that, or something? Oh yeah, she had the Universal job too, which is pretty awesome, but. Okay, that's enough for now. So it's pretty enjoyable, though. No, this other lawyer is pretty fucking good too, I must say. He's getting the favorable side of the overruled for now. Okay, so today I'm going to watch, like we introduced each of these YouTube phases, and we'll go through some other ones. And so we introduced the watch the most subscribed channels videos and sort of assess them. So we watched one video from Mr. Beast of him like stay within the circle, and it was okay. It was sort of middle of the road. It's a C grade episode, so to assess his channel, like does he really deserve the amount of viewers he has and stuff. And I'm not even worried about the controversy and all that. I'm just saying more like we're just looking at it in general. So we sort of introduced it. We could go through a whole bunch of the most popular channels, and somehow I ended up talking about Ya Ali for a while, but that was a great scene because of T-Series, like a Bollywood song. I just thought of that, but whatever. This is like meandering sessions. But no, that episode gets a C grade from Mr. Beast, one of his most viewed videos, if not the most viewed. And so therefore, it's good format, like, stay in the circle and get money. But the reason why it gets a lower score, so the format would get an A, but the presentation would get like an F, because they keep doing these arbitrary things to eliminate people, but they're not really compulsory, so they could just choose not to do them, or a lot of it felt very strange. Right, I would do it in a more fixed sense, where every night you must get eliminated unless you do something. Right, you have to win rock, paper, scissors, or play dodgeball, or, they're going to play tag in the second part. But too much of it just felt sort of casual, nonchalant, maybe even fake, where, if that's what he's accused of doing, like, these people choose to leave for an iPhone, but why would you do that? Why not just stay? And, you know what I mean? They're doing it too willingly, or they just do some stupid little mini game. At least if the mini game was forced, right, then it would be different, but they're being too laid back with it. So the presentation isn't the best, but the format itself is interesting. I kind of like that style. I would almost like to do stuff like that myself in a more refined way, but still. Right, so we looked at that. We could do that with more of his videos. We could do that with other channels as well that are some of the most subscribed. It's sort of a way to just sort of critique and analyze, why are they so popular? Did they deserve to be that popular? And so whatever. So here we're going to look at a cut video, and so this is like one of those social experiment type things, and so this is going to be Guess My Phobia, and then I'll look at some gaming videos that are to do with watch somebody's Let's Play, either something I've seen before or something I haven't, and sort of assess that, possibly some of the best, most viewed videos there. And that's one thing I learned about Mr. Beast, I guess, in doing that, is some of his earliest videos were gaming videos, like Minecraft and stuff, so I really didn't know that. I'm not saying that he's probably never done any gaming content, but I didn't know that's how he started. And so, now you have a situation where you're able to, I'll look at a cut video, then I'll look at some gaming thing. So I'm just doing it to show that we can introduce these sorts of things. This also is in line with social experiment type stuff. So some of these videos can be really good, and some of them are absolutely terrible and cringe and fucking garbage. And XQC was notable for reacting to them at various times. But this one is Guess My Phobia lineup cut. assuming there aren't more videos titled this exact same thing, it is like 10 minutes, 59 seconds long or something of the sort. But speaking of phobias, this evokes my greatest alternate ending idea that I'm known for always doing that. Like, oh, I should be an editor and I should help people come up with better, like I wouldn't make the movie, but I would edit the movie and sort of change stuff, or like a producer, advisor. So for The Mentalist, where I guess spoilers for The Mentalist, but I always talk about this anyway, so where Bertram would actually be Red John, and his phobia would have been this very subtly revealed fact that he wasn't good at poker because, he's afraid of clowns. And so let me brainstorm how I could complete that. Like, so the same scene could occur basically, except he defeats Red John with his phobia, except it's something much more nuanced. So, like, the fact that he wasn't good at poker and couldn't keep a poker face had to do with the fact that the Joker is a card, and the fact that he has this fear of clowns. And so now, and he has his friends who are the carnies from the circus, right? So how would he have done it? He could have had like a mannequin of a clown somehow prepared, or like how would he show it? It wouldn't be enough to have a deck of cards there. You need like a real clown. Jane himself could come in dressed up as a clown somehow, or again, he could have some of his carny buddies there, but like how would he have set that up? Right? I can't think of a super clear, concise way to do it, even though I like that. Like, it seems, see, that would have been good because that was from like season 4. That was much earlier on. It's something you would have probably forgotten about, or it's something you would have brought up when Bertram was suspected, like people did. Like, oh, how could he be Red John? He can't even keep a poker face at poker. But you have the ability to basically do, like, what do you call it? That would be the reason, so you wouldn't be able to explain it otherwise, but it both explains his weakness of why he couldn't be a Red John, but also solves the whole phobia thing, assuming that would come into play. So that would be excellent because, again, using a deck of cards, something like that wouldn't work. Jane himself dressing up like a clown, I guess, could be justified, like, oh, my friends at the circus helped me set this up, kind of. And I don't know exactly how you would portray that. Right, the fear of birds is easy enough to do with like the pigeon and the pocket trick. That's like a magic trick. But something else better, like having the clown friend show up doesn't really work as well because it's the sort of thing that Red John wouldn't allow to happen, right? At least the bird in the pocket is a little more ridiculous enough that even Red John, even knowing Jane's capabilities, probably wouldn't have expected that. But it doesn't make sense, really, the way they show it. Because, like, okay, he's on the ground, kind of scared, but then he would pull out another gun from behind him and shoot him. Like, he has more guns on his person and stuff. Like what is Jane's expectation? This serial killer who's gone uncaught for decades or whatever at this point, he only carries one weapon on him at a time, especially when he's in hiding and sort of on the run and wanted by everybody and faked his own death. He could have as many guns as he wanted. Like, he's not going through airport security. He's not going out in public because he's a dead man. So he'd be identified for that reason alone, that he faked his death or that he's still alive. So it really doesn't make any sense at all. Right, that you would be able to see that. So him losing to the pigeon and so forth is not very pertinent. Right, that's really weak. And the worst thing about it is it's introduced in the same episode, so whatever. That just made me think of this because guess my phobia. So, and with these, it's a lot of them are like that. Guess the secret Republican or whatever the fuck. So, like, I could play my little detective pseudo psychology analysis style with this too. So let me just look at this really quick, starting in 3, 2, 1. No matter what, don't freak out. Guess my phobia, cut, line up. We ask people to match strangers to their phobias, which is pretty hard to do. But like you could easily say for anybody, okay, a spider. But they'll say it ahead of time so you would know of. Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, what if I have it? Yeah, just deal with it. The one guy said heights, but I wish they wouldn't tell me. We're gonna give you one, though. What does that mean? Like, they're gonna pretend to have the phobia so they don't really have it? Like, yeah, this is the clown, actually. We saw it in the thumbnail. That's what made me think of Bertram. It's more so just annoying. But are they actually afraid, or are they... Like, that's stupid if they pretend or they, like, give them one. It should be a genuine phobia. You gotta watch their expressions more than what I'm doing. So they found out very easily. She didn't seem that scared, but... Oh, you had the killer clown prank. It's weird to be so aware of a phobia but to still have it. Like, you would think you'd counteract it then. I wouldn't say I'm scared of it, or like the touch of it bothers me. I wouldn't say I have that, but it bothers me. It's hard to guess. Like, we're not given much to work with. It's just sort of random. The touch of it bothers me. Does that mean that she's afraid, or she just doesn't like having stuff thrown at her? It does bother me to touch it. Like, I wouldn't even say it's a phobia. It's just like weird, the touch. It just has like a weird texture to it, but I feel like that could be just more common. It hurts my teeth. I don't know about the teeth aspect, but... Okay, this is kind of a shitty video. Fuck this. They're not letting you have enough insight. Now we got an ad. This is supposed to be where I go subscribe to YouTube Premium to prevent ads, but maybe I won't even bother. Okay, let me find like some gaming video. Let's say you do that, since that's one of my favorite playthroughs. We'll look at Far From Subtle Luigi's Mansion, and like let me rewatch some of it and really kind of analyze why I like it so much. And then I can watch some of the most popular channels and videos too, right, for some of the same purpose. Oh, this is like something to test too, like how does the rain sound? It's like raining obviously on this mic compared to the other one because it was much worse probably there, I would assume. Just like the car sound is worse on that, although it might not be so bad. Or I mean, it might not be that different, so that was kind of boring. Maybe this cut stuff isn't good. They're just doing it like so surface level. They should really let you have a full psychological analysis, and like, it's too obvious. Or like she's like jumping away from the cotton. Maybe you would have that reaction to having something thrown at you, right? Why does that have to be? Yeah, I don't like having random shit thrown at me. That's my phobia, not the cotton itself. Like, you just flinch or something. It'd be more like you'd have to just walk up to them and rub it on their arm kind of thing. It wouldn't really bother me, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, doesn't everybody have that same feeling? Like, touch a cotton ball with your bare fingers and, like, it has a weird feeling to it, right? That's not really a phobia. I'm not scared of it. I'll touch it right now. But, like, right, is that really an individual thing, or is it not just universal? Everybody could acknowledge that, but it still could have its uses and whatever. So now you have the ability to, like I have a phobia of crowds, but it's not really a phobia. Why? Because people, if you're aware of human nature in any way, which of course most people are stupid and oblivious to it, you realize that people at any time could do various negative things, and out of a large group, the likelihood of them doing that is very high. So it's just common sense and awareness of human nature and tendency that, oh, well, you would have, if there's a lot of people, they could very easily do something bad, either to you or just in general, because that's just human nature and tendency. So that's just common sense. So like, oh, don't blame me if you're in a big crowd and something bad happens, because the more people there are, the more likely that is to happen. That's just an objective fact. Like, you know what I mean? It's not a very complicated thing. So it's not really a phobia, it's just awareness of tendency. And so now, yeah, I'll do Far From Subtle Luigi's Mansion. I'll just do the first episode. I'm not going to watch the whole playthrough. There's a time I remember when I was younger, obviously, and then like I'm eating Chinese food and I'm watching this playthrough and just kind of chilling that day and having a lot of fun, like watching them play Luigi's Mansion, eating Chinese food, maybe playing something myself. Like, it was just a good time, memory. I just remember that very vividly. I guess I wasn't that young, but like, because these videos are, and I didn't see it right when it came out, and I certainly didn't see it live. But in fact, I almost never watched them live. But what I would like is to see, whatever, just maybe stuff from, just whatever. If it's a playthrough, I would normally watch anyway, but it has to be something I've already beaten and even like 100%ed. Otherwise, I'm super OCD. I have a phobia of spoilers, which there are some bullshit ones I've gotten, both from shows or movies or games, Red Dead Redemption, whatever, right? Just from seeing like suggested thumbnails on YouTube or titles or whatever, stuff that'll give things away. So I always say that YouTube should have a spoiler tag system, like, you can have, you can have the ability to, like, either it's a feature you turn on or it's there by default, where like you can put certain words. There's like an add-on I tried to use, but it didn't really work too well. Like, it'll block out anything. So if I don't want a spoiler on Dark Souls or whatever, I type that in and it won't show me anything to do with Dark Souls ever, unless I choose to, right? If it mentions Dark Souls, if it's in the category of Dark Souls, or either that, or you have to tag your own stuff as a spoiler, which people might try not to do, but then it can get flagged by the community. Like, if you talk about, oh, at the end of this game, this character dies, and that's in your thumbnail, right, the community can flag it, and so it doesn't mean that you won't see it, but you'll only see it if you want to, or if you, like, it'll be blurred out completely what it is, or at least, like, that, like, oh, it spoils something in some major way, like this character dies, and I'm talking about the character's death, and I mention it in the title and in the thumbnail, which can be clickbaity, so I can understand that, but also, it'll be sort of blurred out, and do you want to see this potential spoiler on this potential topic? And if you click yes, then you will. Or even, like, again, you have to type in yourself, what do I not want to be spoiled on, which might be too broad, like everything I haven't seen, but you know what I mean? Like, I understand people say, oh, it'll hurt viewership then because people won't see it, but I think that's fair. Like, or again, you can choose whether to have that feature on or not at all, but so again, if it mentions a character's death in the thumbnail and the title, at least it should be flagged like, it's blurred out. Do you want to see a potential spoiler on Red Dead Redemption? Yes or no? And then I click yes, and then I see it. Otherwise, it's blurred out. Or I have like a specific tag feature on that hides stuff about certain topics or certain games or certain shows, right? Or it won't suggest it to me. I feel like that is a big issue that could easily be fixed. So either the community can tag it, or you as the user uploader can be expected to tag it as a spoiler, which they do stuff like this on Reddit and otherwise, so it's surprising they can't do it on YouTube. Again, whether having an add-on or something, is too much trouble, but you might say, oh, well, then just don't watch the video. But seeing a suggested video of like, oh, this character's death, it'll be the character's name and death scene. Like, so now you know that character dies, and you can maybe extrapolate when, or like, you know, this character kills this character, like it's a scene from a movie. So now, or a show. Now you know that character kills that character at some point. Like, you know what I mean? It's if the title of the video is that significant, or if the thumbnail also is like that, it's just stupid because there's too many things like that, and then it'll sort of diminish it or something, right, when you actually do see it. So I am surprised that isn't a thing that is a bigger deal. Subscribe to YouTube Premium and they'll introduce this feature today, but no, it's just very strange because what you have is the ability to but no, like any playthrough of a game that I have obviously beaten in like Ocarina of Time, I can watch somebody play that for the first time or whatever. And that's the whole thing. It's like, you wouldn't even know. Like, you could do this sort of thing and just copy somebody's whatever. Like, I'm doing an analysis of the game just off the top of my head, but I'm listening to somebody else play at the same time. You're sort of feeding off of that, but you're not really showing it or necessarily directly quoting it. So it just gives you a chance to talk about the game anyway, or something like it gives you that chance, and also to sort of maybe critique the commentary or a certain, hold it to a certain high standards. It's like this sort of pseudo high energy stuff people do, yelling and screaming, especially at the beginning of videos, is a trope, clickbait sort of thing. PewDiePie would do that. And then, you know, he comes out later on sort of showing like, oh, that's not really how I am. And then he does like sort of more chilled, normal content, but it's like, you know, it's a persona that you're keeping up, but I'm surprised people buy into it, or at least they enjoy it. So appeals to little kids, like, again, the sort of high energy, quickly cut edits, short form, low attention span, lowest common denominator, appealing sort of stuff. So you're very much in a position to realize the emphasis of that. And even today, that's the thing, but that used to be a much bigger thing in earlier YouTube. And there was a certain novelty factor that if you got into doing some of this stuff earlier, you would basically be able to appreciate it that way. Right, like you would get much more of a following from doing that because there was less people doing it, so it'd be the novelty. Like the Rad Brad seems like that. Like, oh, he's just, as soon as the game comes out, he'll post videos on it, and like he'll get views for that reason alone. Now, I'm not saying that's the only reason, but well, I guess I did just say that for that reason alone. But I mean, he'll get some amount of viewership for that reason because people just want to see the game or whatever, see whether they like it or not, or just so there's a certain value in that. Even if he's the most banal, boring, ordinary, normal person, right? He's not exceptional at games, let's say. He's not exceptional at commentary. He's just able to benefit from the fact that he's first to it. He uploads it right away, and he's quick to play through the whole thing, and his thumbnails are very template, like just, I forget, like he has a certain style that's just very lowest common denominator that'll appeal to everybody. Even, and again, just the speed of it, getting it out quickly, getting it out the same day that people, that it comes out and stuff, or even sometimes before. Okay, so let's do this as sort of a nostalgia trip where we go back and watch maybe some things we've seen before as far as playthroughs, but also I could watch ones that of course I haven't and sort of see what makes them popular or why, you know. On a basic level, you can say, why would anybody want to watch somebody play a game, right? Why not just play it yourself? But whatever, there's a certain value to it, but there's always that argument, like, is watching somebody play it like stealing? Because then, especially with story stuff, linear stuff, but I would always argue that, like, if playing a game, or if watching a game is just as enjoyable as playing it, and you get the full experience, then it's not really a game, and it's not really worth it, because it's supposed to be interactive. So if it is just like a story thing, and that's good enough, right, that means the gameplay isn't good enough, so then it's the fault of the game, not the person showing it. And what else do we have here? Just the fact that you used to have sort of this World War III Cold War prognostication I was talking about, where it's like, China's trying to destroy the U.S. from within through their media sort of thing. And you can always tell, like, you're right about something if something gets censored or otherwise. You see a lot of this euphemism with, like, oh, it's not censorship, we're just cutting down on misinformation or disinformation, but you shouldn't need to do that. You can just report what's accurate and true with no spin, and social Darwinism will win out, but instead you're like, oh no, people are too stupid to decide that for themselves, so we have to censor everything. And so that just shows you there's an incentive behind it more so than there is anything actually wrong with that. And like just the fact of, now like social contrivance ideas that, like, oh, society depends on the goodness of people because, there's like an honor code. If people truly have bad intent, collectively there's nothing you can do anyway because there's just too many people. So it depends on indoctrination, but also just some belief that people aren't going to take advantage or aren't going to do something bad all the time. Because if they do, then it just doesn't work anyway because, right, if you're always looking over your shoulder, society doesn't work. If you think your neighbors are all, tens of millions of your neighbors, ordinary people, are just racist, terrible people, like has been said about, Trump supporters, whatever, right, then society doesn't work anyway because everybody's out to get you, so you can't, it just doesn't work then. There's some pseudo belief in goodness that has to be present. And one thing I actually said I would do, let me do this first then, before I do that. I'll do that session later then, or maybe I'll do a little bit of it now, but I said I'd like read through comments on those Hell's Kitchen things, season 1, because I want to see if people agree with me on some of these things, like Mary Ellen's. So I'll just go through every episode and see what the comments are. Like, Mary Ellen didn't deserve to be out when she was. The other guy didn't deserve to be out. Chris was out way too early. The people will probably be complaining about all that. I can't get it to show me this in the proper rotation, though. Sometimes it gives you the option to do that, but a lot of the time it's just kind of fucked. Or it won't understand the orientation you're watching it in. Oh, man. I guess I can just take it off the thing. The full episoding begins now. So they only showed this intro of all the characters, of all the, obviously, the cooks, in, like, the first episode and some of the last episodes. Shout out for being Andrew to be the first contestant insulted. 2 words that killed someone's chance of winning, executive chef. Because, yeah, like, made the standards too high or something. As soon as Chris announced he's an executive chef, I knew Chef Ramsay was going to scrutinize him hard. Yeah, he seemed better than a lot of the other ones. Certainly better than Andrew, certainly better than Jimmy. So, I guess I'm stealing people's comments, but it doesn't really matter. I think you're a plank. Funny how he hated the idea of salmon on a wood plank, but 16 later he said it as a challenge. I love and spend time watching that's so unpolite. Whenever Elsie nominated Dewberry will remember that.
Will you tell her I meant it? Oh, like calling the customers bimbos or something. As he screws up the risotto, she gets it right. Jordan is in a confessional. Carol Ann, who had the best signature dish, is the first to go. She didn't do that bad. Who should have been gone in this one? Chef Ramsay cares about more teamwork than good individually. Like, Dewberry could have easily gone in the first episode as well. And then I think he goes in the second one. I have to kind of remember what exactly happened in each one to appreciate these, but let's see if they agree with some of my takes. Gordon's going to have, I'm going to love that I'm a perfectionist, get 0 squid. Customer interaction, the best part of the show. Dewberry gave her a hug, Southern hospitality. Jeff, but Jeff is still here, he's collapsing. Education was as good as your voice. Zoom in on Dewberry's face when he saw the squid. One of the tables ordering a pizza from a different restaurant, eating it. One of the best moments in Hell's Kitchen history. Lights are on, but nobody's home. That goes down as one of my best predictions, though. I guess I sort of flip-flopped, though. I said Jessica would win. But, I mean, at least to say that Jessica and Michael would be in the top final, too. From, like, the first episode, I somehow could just tell it from their vibe and everything. Wendy Coldwater scene is iconic. This is episode 3. Jeff having kidney stone. Such a strong moment for Wendy, overcoming stereotypes that Asians are smart. Jeff, I'm not a quitter. 1 minute later, quits. Died laughing when sous chef told Jeff to say thank you. It was like he was talking to her toddler. Imagine walking out after someone else gets eliminated for walking out. Cold water bottle faster than hot water. Executive chef comment from the narrator was cold. I wish they give you timestamps when they say this. You know it's terrible when things improve after you leave. 22, some of these I can watch at the moment if they give a timestamp. Looks like somebody's going to kick somebody in the face. Okay, let's see. The perfect table challenge. Every time Jimmy drops a glass, JP has that look of, you're going to be my first sacrifice. Early episodes are more real, but it's still, some elements felt fake or overdone. Ralph casually being a father figure to Andrew is not what I expected, but it doesn't really end too well. JP's stare of death when the glass got broken. ASMR fine dining, I totally said that too. Right, I said that when I was watching this when he's explaining everything. Mary Ellen panicking, not knowing Scott was going to compliment her prep work. Mary Ellen was the reason why the Boo team had to shut down. I still disagree, though. People should be defending Mary Ellen's honor. Andrew learned to shut his mouth. Nobody's really saying that. Andrew should have been gone instead of Mary Ellen. Jessica and Mary Ellen may have both thought Andrew should have gone home. Mary Ellen backed up the Boo kitchen. But yeah, I mean, Andrew was a disaster, though. Nobody liked him. And Joseph would have reacted to JP's demonstration. Most of the chefs smoke. I don't think Jessica was the best of the worst because she needed a lot of help from Ralph. I mean, that's fine. She still did pretty well, though. How is Mary Ellen selling home? She's pretty consistent apart from tonight. Yeah, unlike Andrew. This is like episode 5. Double service caused chaos. Michael was an incredible chef, so composed. Lose some weight. Nicest thing he said. Second nominee is Chris. Feel bad for Chris. Underwhelming with tactical move from Michael screwed him. Brutally strategic nomination. Yeah, that's bullshit, dude. He does a head turn at 34 minutes. Let's look at this. Yeah, he does like a really slow head turn. But the bigger issue is still, I guess that's more so Michael's fault than Gordon's fault, unlike Mary Ellen. Apprehensive about putting cameras in the bathroom. Some people would be apprehensive about putting... Yeah, there are cameras in the bathroom. That is actually a good point. Why the fuck would they do that? They keep showing when they're comforting each other. Michael's move on Chris being nominated was a smart move. I don't respect it, though, still. Customer being angry, Andrew 3017 was something smooth. Stop touching yourself. 1408, that was weird. Let's see. Well, Michael was manifesting at night always that he would win, and I guess it paid off. But no, I almost don't respect that nomination. You can say it's strategic, but he was good enough to win anyway, and he won anyway. Like, you don't have to do that. Ralph not taking responsibility is horrible. This is episode 6. I'm not the only one who likes to eat their dinner while watching this. Science doesn't allow it. That is a pretty funny line. That deserves to be more of a meme for Andrew. Let me actually watch that as a separate clip. But yeah, that might have been another time where Andrew should have been eliminated. Right, chemically impossible. Oh, there's no clip of that? That deserves to be a clip. Right, where he's saying, Andrew's saying that. They show that like when he gets eliminated too, I think. I think you want to see it. I'm just trying to search for it, I guess. I'm like 25 minutes looking for it. Should be around here. Elsie has a lot of ups and downs too. They didn't like Elsie's paella. That was like a savage moment by the narrator too. Elsie's kids were the only ones who like it, so. Is this like where they follow Ralph's menu and then he blames him? Science doesn't allow it. That should be more of a meme. It's not chemically possible. Andrew wasn't as strong as Ralph. 526, best moment. It was chicken. He's saying tortellini with onions or something. The onions in the background. Red menu, everyone has their own recipe. Blue menu, Ralph, and even the narrator was ragging on that. 1808, he's lucky that wasn't Gordon. Andrew tries to rig something. It was a clever ruse, though. I would have almost said that. Like, what if he didn't see him, like, right there? Doing it. So, like, it was taped out so they could only go in there once or something. So, episode 7, Birth of a Legend. I don't know why it's even called that. What does he even do here? John Philippe, I mean. You can't blame people for saying John Pierre. It's kind of a... just rolls off the tongue more. So, blue team didn't like Ralph's menu, basically. But you still can't blame him. You got to do a good job, or don't agree with him, man. John Philippe is a huggable guy. Jimmy had the best time despite his lackluster skills. He had dinner with Ramsey twice, drinking with him. Won the first ever individual blackjack challenge. Jesus, no, not him. He didn't make the final 5. Didn't think is much better than Jessica. I don't really think so. They both had their ups and downs. I have to agree on that. Elsie's is really good. Jessica, I don't know how she came this far, but she won a couple of the challenges. She was the one who was doing a lot of the nominating, right? She nominated at least twice or thrice, so she clearly, she had like peaks and valleys. She would do really well, and then she would do really badly. So I think she did fine. Gordon's amusement, knocking over the bottle. We can work through the dark, plenty of carrots. Eat plenty of carrots. I don't remember that line, actually. That's pretty good. Because carrots improve your eyesight. Nobody even laughs at that or anything. Nobody knows that Ralph had to carve John Philippe's initials into the pumpkin. I didn't notice that, I guess. $13.36. Let me see. Whatever, I can't even see it, but I'll take his word for it. I'm going to have to go with Michael, me. The reaction when you get first picked in PE. Jimmy is really going through the motions. Surprised he made it this far. Jimmy was the most improved. Elsie is good at learning. Michael's a smart guy. He's sabotaging his team to win. Elsie served raw fruit, drowning in alcohol. Lots of respect for Michael. Sabotaging is not the way to do it. Jessica was doing fine. Oh, like where he hid the food. Let's watch that scene again. He hides it and then he magically gets it. I love that. Michael, dude, like I sort of suspected it, but I wasn't sure. And he brings it so nonchalantly. So Michael sabotages his own team to try to get people eliminated. He hides Jessica's meat. He also sort of forces Chris to be eliminated because of his nomination there, letting Jimmy live. Like, she's got two. The way she said that kind of sounds like Hermione from Harry Potter. What I'm trying to suggest. But Michael knows right where to find them. She doesn't think anybody sabotaged her, but clearly Michael would do that. Or maybe she just forgot it. We never got confirmation on that, even towards the end. It's like he didn't need to do that, though. That's what I don't respect. Like, yeah, that's what people are saying in the comments. Like, he didn't need to do it to win, though. That's my whole thing. He probably would have won anyway. Elsie's better than Jessica. Michael sabotaging. Elsie should have been happy. This is like Survivor, but with cooking. Alright, episode 8, 9, 10. Let's just look at a couple comments. So, who gets eliminated here that I disagree with? Elsie not throwing teammates under the bus. Yeah, I like that when she gets eliminated. Showed character at the very end, not throwing anyone under the bus, even though she was blaming them in the interview and stuff. Everyone knows Jessica should have gone home. It was kind of bad for both, though, so. People seem to like Elsie quite a bit, actually. Ralph, 36, Evangelise, 45. This looks like Dewberry Dog's dinner. Elsie didn't deserve what those three did to her. Everybody's sort of simping for Elsie, but she did a bad job in a lot of moments. Again, kind of like Jessica, where she had highs and lows. Elsie actually got sabotaged just for winning, but you would think they'd always do that. You feel Gordon a bit more vicious after he saw them work together to sabotage Elsie. Ralph's face when he realized what the reward was. If Jessica thinks she's a better chef than Elsie, she's delusional. She was carried by her team for the whole season. I mean, she did win a couple challenges of her own merit, I would say. I don't think Elsie is that good either. It should have been Jessica or Ralph to go. I kind of disagree with what they're saying, though. Jessica had moments of brilliance where she was really good. In the beginning, there was Gordon, full season 1. Oh, it's like his 1 7-hour video. Now, those are those of us who've been watching and waiting every full episode this season. The way Michael said, you guys cook like old people, fuck. Essentially, Michael made the idea of forgetting ingredients, and then Gordon had been doing it ever since. Of forgetting ingredients. Michael invented sabotage in Hell's Kitchen running the past challenge. Oh, like he deliberately makes something incorrect to test somebody else. And we appreciate Dewberry making Gordon laugh. Dewberry, yeah, everybody should be questioning Ralph. Why the fuck did he take, if they love Elsie so much, why did he take Wendy over Elsie or something, right? They all clearly gagged up on Elsie. All that fakeness and jealousy is disgusting. Yeah, why isn't anybody saying that? Imagine picking somebody over Elsie and then losing because of it. Every time Ralph loses, there's some lame excuse. 3058 legendary quote. Nobody's even saying that, though. Oh, that's the same thing? 4615, unforgettable JP moment. He has aura. We get a fucking ad for it. Michael created the quality control sabotage. But no, like, where is the room speaks for itself and they know who they are. I made that joke too. Michael is part of the quality control test. What the point of the blindfolds at the end? What, Michael, what are you doing to me, 33? Oh, the taste test thing. 10520, hilarious quote. This is kind of sometimes fun, like, just use timestamps to watch the best moments. Brad Pitt's wife. But no, like, nobody's criticizing Ralph for... Ralph's restaurant looks like the perfect place for Michael to have that sit down with Salazzo and McCluskey. Hopefully Clemenza will find a way to getting a piece in the joint and strap it behind the men's John. What are you waffling on about? What kind of a random comment is that? And Clemenza is a cook in some other later seasons. Customers knew it was a competition. That's always something I've wondered about. Well, I guess it's pretty clear it's a competition. Always a fan of Michael. Some things I don't like about him. Honestly, a menacing way of controlling the kitchen without raising your voice. Michael being strange, 3629. But it worked for him. Ralph is too arrogant. I don't find Ralph arrogant compared to even Michael. There he goes again, skull. Michael action, his wife is so beautiful. So yeah, nobody's criticizing Ralph for his stupid-ass decision of not picking Elsie. Right, just based on when they got eliminated, you should go by that. Like, Elsie got eliminated way later than Wendy, Dewberry, and who is the third person? He gets Wendy, Dewberry, and somebody else. Right, and so it's like, they all weren't very good. And how did they even choose to bring those ones back? It's not like they were the best, like the last six. Right, whoever felt like coming back or agreed to it, or like Andrew, all three of them were weak links. At least with Michael's Kitchen, Jessica had some rough moments, but at least she lasted long enough to be good. Elsie did good, so you had at least two good ones and one weak link in Jimmy. But no, like, just think about that moment for Ralph. He picks Wendy, who was eliminated early on in the show. Right, one of the first eliminations, somebody who didn't even know how to boil water. And he picks her over Elsie, who lasted almost the whole show, that people seem to love, that she had a chance to even win maybe the whole thing. She was at least better than that, so that's unbelievable. But no, like, Jessica struggles a lot towards the end there. Like, she basically struggles every single episode, the last 2 or 3 challenges. So she's very streaky and inconsistent, that I have to acknowledge that. So yeah, I'll watch that maybe Luigi's Mansion thing and other things like that with respect to like a playthrough. So we've introduced then all 3 formats successfully, where I decide to
I decide to basically do the top most subscribed channels, watch their most viewed videos, maybe watch their oldest videos, etc. Then I decide to do the simple fact of being able to what was the second thing that we just did? Like, oh yeah, cut videos, which that one was kind of shitty. We need to just cut that out of what we're watching because it's so bad. And then the final other thing is the simple fact of some sort of gaming type content here. Right, so we'll start with that, like Far From Subtle. There was a whole list of people that I would sort of like, but I wouldn't really watch them a whole lot. Chris Smoove would do like NBA 2K stuff that was pretty fun and good production value that he would show like Test Drive Unlimited, like he's driving to the game and role play it out. And, I like that little amount of effort. So Chris Smoove, known for NBA 2K, YalixCast Sips, who may not have even been part of YalixCast at that point, who is known for a lot of things, but his Skyrim playthrough was really good. Which even that I'd be afraid to watch because it might spoil something, because even though I played it so much, that game takes like a lifetime to do everything in, so, but whatever. He did a really good Skyrim playthrough. Then, who else? Total Biscuit, who unfortunately has passed away a number of years ago, right, but he would do a lot of good reviews on stuff, and maybe I liked watching some of his Hearthstone stuff early on. And then maybe Force Strategy Gaming, who's kind of like me in a way, but I don't know exactly what he would do, but I would watch some of his stuff. Then, like, Northern Lion is one of my all-time favorites. Also, Binding of Isaac and other things. And then beyond that, you have, I don't know who else. Like, that would have been, like, 5 of the main ones. Obviously, Far From Subtle. None of these were, like, the biggest channels. Well, I mean, some of them are pretty big, but, like, Far From Subtle really wasn't that big of a channel. But they had, like, a small but dedicated following to them, where people were like very passionate, and that they would pay $50 to be part of the Turbo Club or something, which is, I forget exactly how that worked, but it's almost the equivalent of subscribing, like you would subscribe on YouTube. But the reason why is because it's just a little different. I'm trying to think who else. There's got to be MWN, who I won't say his full name, but that was a channel. I mean, just channels that I was aware of. You had all the Criparian and stuff, but I didn't really watch too much of them. Or I would watch him sometimes on stream itself. Then you have some of the big streamers, Forsen and stuff, but this was before any of that was the case. In fact, most of these people weren't streamers, they were YouTubers. Maybe they started to stream sort of later, but yeah, I can't really figure out when it comes to that who else there is. Okay, so here I'll do what I was saying. Oh shit, my belt's kind of over the mic though. I'll do what I was saying with respect to reacting to other people's stuff. So like, I'll watch the Far From Subtle Luigi's Mansion episode 1. But before I do that, let me combine two things here. Even though this will spoil something from a later season that I probably shouldn't do. I'm watching XCC reacting to Raj's best moments on Hell's Kitchen, and so that's like, he's somebody who's very comical. We've seen some of the clips like of him eating food, like he's eating more food than they're sending out. And so that's a situation where I could easily so I'll see his whole thing. And apparently he has more experience than Gordon and stuff too, which is weird, but so yeah, we'll watch his. So reacts to every Raj moment on Hell's Kitchen, and so I'm kind of reacting to it as well. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's try to analyze also why his reaction is so good that thousands of people would watch it. But this starts off with somebody other than Raj, but he's just right there. Sabrina, only 22. Look how happy the other person is for her. He's 49. 35 years of experience. So much of it comes down to like facial expressions too, like, oh, look at him snickering in the background there. He's going for a piss, what do you mean? What was that? There was like a sound effect. Or was the food dripping? I didn't get it. He's not even talking. Like. I didn't know he's that old though. So he just randomly does karate. Like, what the fuck is this? Or you know what they should do, since they have Hell's Kitchen in other countries and stuff, or MasterChef and stuff too, they should like have countries compete against each other. So the winner of Hell's Kitchen in the US should go against the winner in the UK and stuff like that. Like Olympic cooking challenge, if there is any such thing. Like, XQC's not even saying anything, though. He's worried about his karma, because he's Indian, you see? Karma and dharma are Indian concepts. That guy looks kind of like the other sous chef, though. Like Scott or whoever. Or yeah, that very guy who's looking at them is who he looks like. Even another of his teammates is getting upset, Boris. Totally out of character for any chef. I've seen some of these, but not the whole thing. They're all jealous. You're the most experienced chef in here. Even he's saying they're keeping him for the content. Here's his funny moment of the first 5 minutes. They just fall down like that naturally, though, and they're too lazy to push them back up or something. If you knew, then why did you ask? At least he's doing something to validate his presence there. Lost to wasabi. Or like how Jimmy drunk the wine so awkwardly in season 1. Now you'll start doing karate again. He won the challenge, so you get to drink wine as a result, like that. His own teammates are so pissed, so that's always a good indication. He just ignores him nonchalantly. This part could be hard though. Even if you're a good cook, you might not always remember everything. Who is this guy? He's no John Pierre, John Paul, John Philippe. Who is that guy? He found that funny. But no, the teamwork might throw you off. The way of doing this might throw you off, even if you are a good cook. That might be your weakness, right? So and you couldn't what? I couldn't hear what he said. How did he last as long then? Oh, because for ratings. This guy really doesn't like Raj, whoever this maitre d' or somebody. I don't understand who that guy is. Is he like a contestant who's trying to be the waiter or something? Oh, they're still on this? Line cook, but why is he not cooking? I highly recommended it. Why do they always stay up so late, 2:18 a.m.? They have no chance because you're still there. So you're half right. oh, I like this guy trying to be all pragmatic. But like, he doesn't even say anything most of the time. See, like, at least I make it worthwhile because I'm going to talk over the whole thing and you won't even be able to hear it. But I assume you've already seen it or you already know it by heart, so. Scrambled egg. His brain is a scrambled egg. I always don't like this tendency. All of you come here. It's a waste of time. My food's about to burn, but all come here. Little teacher's pet, Trev. You've been cooking for 35 years, apparently. You found that very funny, the fact that he stuck his head in the refrigerator. I don't see what's so funny about that, but I guess just the visual imagery of it. He's a hothead. He's got to cool down. Yeah, that's like a death knell of the series. Whenever you say you're an executive chef, you're going to be out. Because he'll hold you to an unrealistic standard like Chris in season 1. Chris might have won the whole thing, but you fuck him up because you big dumb animal. What's unfair about it? You suck. So even Trevor is sick of it. He tried. Oh wow. Stuff yourself till you have a heart attack. There's nobody like monitoring them, like Gordon or somebody. He's not as endearing when he's not just goofy. He keeps saying how good he is. Yeah, he's been yelled at so much, you would think he'd be out of here by now, but either the rest of the team must just be worse, or... I like when he's exasperated, the way he says it. 2 seconds, or, oh, it's so good. He says it in sort of an endearing way. That is kind of funny. It's amazing he hasn't been kicked out in the middle of a service either. He just loves saying raw. Or he smashes it too. He found that funny. I've never seen him do that before. A little smash emote. He really found that funny. He's watching it a third time. Imagine if he did that every time. He is a black belt apparently too. It's just impressive. I mean, it has nothing to do with cooking, but look at that voice. That's like the angel thumb thing. When does he eat the food? That must be later. Oh, here we go. Shut your mouth. I'm surprised you didn't find that funnier. You could play it off like you're just tasting it. But that's what he did with the whole row of garnishes that was going to go out to the parking lot that he was bitching about. And pretty soon it'll be on the floor. Not as bad as when Jessica lost all the meat. You found that funny. I don't care if you got a thumb up your fat crack. Degradation? As long as you give it free of charge. Why is it so difficult? Raj is a fucking clown. Or it'll be somebody who's not even nominated. He's not even on the line. He's so bad that he's not even on the right team. It's not like it's edited disingenuously, though. This is not. Right, like this is probably how it really happened. It's editing by the show itself. He's just sitting there totally oblivious. It's not even. Not only is it not the people who were nominated that got out, but it's also. But yeah, he barely says anything. It's like not only was it not one of the people nominated that got out, but it wasn't even the right team. He was on the blue team, they're on the red team. So how do you? That almost shouldn't be allowed, right? It's one thing if you override the nominee, but it's another thing if you should always have to pick somebody from the same colored team, right? That's kind of unfair because you won apparently, right? You would have won that challenge. Like he overrides everything. Alright, so here we're going to do the Luigi's Mansion Far From Subtle. Luigi's Mansion is awesome, and that's how they always do name these, like, such and such game is awesome. So let me try it in a second here. And of course, Luigi's Mansion is a great game, although it's sort of a tech demo, though, in the sense that, you know, it was meant as a tech demo for the GameCube to show off some of the lighting, which it does very well. The graphic style is nice. The whole theme and vibe of it's very nice. I love the whole commitment to, like, the one environment that, the whole game takes place in this one mansion, which is unlike even the sequel, where I know, like, you go to Egypt and do a mansion there or whatever. Like, Hunt goes there and stuff. So the beauty is, it's like this one it's sort of hard to explain. It's like a movie, or it's like a way that you would play a game overnight and beat the whole game in one sitting, because it's not very long. Again, it was meant as a tech demo. It doesn't have a whole lot of depth to it, but it's still fun. It's a novelty, and it sort of is one of those things that has a cult following. And then obviously the sequels came out and that took it to another level, which I haven't even played, but that's what it shows you, is like it's this one isolated environment, this one night, basically, this one, sort of mission that you're on. Like, it's hard to explain. It's this sort of, I guess you could say the game occurs in a vacuum, but literally what that term means is, like, you're boiling it all down to, like, this one thing. It's not like, you're going level to level over a long period of time. It's like the amount of time it takes you to beat it is the same amount of time that Luigi is spending in the mansion. Like, he goes there one fateful night, and then by the morning he's rescued his brother. Like, it's this one very arduous night. That's how it feels, right? You're going through the whole mansion, which is pretty big, but I mean, it's not bad. Like, it's not necessarily bad design, but yeah, it is a good game. Obviously, I have beaten it a couple times over the years. I like it a lot. That's almost what you crave a little bit, where you wish it was almost a little bit longer, right? Like, it's over already, kind of is the vibe. And again, it was meant as a tech demo. It does show off the lighting and stuff. It was good, and it's part of this whole gimmickry that Nintendo was doing at the time, like with, the flood from Super Mario Sunshine, or the whatever, like this EGAD made both and stuff. And even, he appears even in Bean fucking Superstar Saga, or either he appears, I think he appears, or at least he's mentioned as being behind all the bean stuff, like it's like this bean smoothie shop or some shit. Alright, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Luigi's Mansion is awesome. Episode 1. It doesn't even say episode 1, but it's the only one you can find publicly because the rest are unlisted. Let's try to analyze, why do I like it so much? It has, like, the sarcastic, witty vibe. They have the nice costumes. Halloween Awesome Month. This is from, like, 2010 or something. I don't even know. Or they're sort of mocking it and making fun of Luigi the whole time. They're wearing Mario hats. They have a good sense of humor about every little thing. They're gonna shit all over Luigi for being the outcast brother. I don't know, the vibe was so good, even though Fraser can sometimes be a dick. The format of this show was unbelievably good. So they're letting the intro play. One of the viewers obviously sends them the game. They have a very wholesome community that they have. They're already talking shit, but hey, it's a good game. But they already have a bias against it. See, they're just mocking it. Ben's laugh is kind of contagious. It was really Sunshine that was meant to be the launch title. Worst Console was kind of... It didn't sell as well as some of the other ones, but I think it still did okay. I mean, the Wii U, just wait until the Wii U, which may or may not have been... No, but Sunshine came out very close to this. Like, that was really meant to be the launch title. They somehow just did this. Okay, so here I'll do what I was saying. Oh shit, my belt's kind of over the mic though. I'll do what I was saying with respect to reacting to other people's stuff. So like, I'll watch the Far From Subtle Luigi's Mansion episode 1. But before I do that, let me combine two things here. Even though this will spoil something from a later season that I probably shouldn't do. I'm watching XCC reacting to Raj's best moments on Hell's Kitchen, and so that's like... He's somebody who's very comical. We've seen some of the clips like of him eating food. Like he's eating more food than they're sending out. And so that's a situation where I could easily whatever, like, so I'll see his whole thing. And apparently he has more experience than Gordon and stuff too, which is weird, but so yeah, we'll watch his. So reacts to every Raj moment on Hell's Kitchen, and so I'm kind of reacting to it as well. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's try to analyze also why his reaction is so good that thousands of people would watch it. But this starts off with somebody other than Raj, but he's just right there. Sabrina, only 22. Look how happy the other person is for her. He's 49. 35 years of experience. So much of it comes down to like facial expressions too, like, oh, look at him snickering in the background there. He's going for a piss, what do you mean? What was that? There was like a sound effect. Or was the food dripping? I didn't get it. He's not even talking. Like I didn't know he's that old though. So he just randomly does karate. Like, what the fuck is this? Or you know what they should do, since they have Hell's Kitchen in other countries and stuff, or MasterChef and stuff too? They should like have countries compete against each other. So the winner of Hell's Kitchen in the US should go against the winner in the UK and stuff like that. Like Olympic cooking challenge, if there is any such thing. Like, XCC's not even saying anything, though. He's worried about his karma because he's Indian, you see. Karma and dharma are Indian concepts. That guy looks kind of like the other sous chef, though. Like Scott or whoever. Or yeah, that very guy who's looking at them is who he looks like. Even another of his teammates is getting upset, Boris. Totally out of character for any chef. I've seen some of these, but not the whole thing. They're all jealous. You're the most experienced chef in here. Even he's saying they're keeping him for the content. Here's his funny moment of the first 5 minutes. They just fall down like that naturally, though, and they're too lazy to push them back up or something. If you knew, then why did you ask? At least he's doing something to validate his presence there. Lost to wasabi. Or like how Jimmy drunk the wine so awkwardly in season 1. Now you'll start doing karate again. He won the challenge, so you get to drink wine as a result, like that. His own teammates are so pissed, so that's always a good indication. He just ignores him nonchalantly. This part could be hard though. Even if you're a good cook, you might not always remember everything. Who is this guy? He's no John Pierre, John Paul, John Philippe. Who is that guy? He found that. He found that funny. But no, the teamwork might throw you off. The this way of doing this might throw you off, even if you are a good cook. That might be your weakness, right? So. And you couldn't what? I couldn't hear what he said. How did he last as long then? Oh, because for ratings. This guy really doesn't like Raj, whoever this Mater D or somebody. I don't understand who that guy is. Is he like a contestant who's trying to be the waiter or something? Oh, they're still on this? Line cook, but why is he not cooking? I highly recommended it. Why do they always stay up so late? 2:18 a.m. They have no chance because you're still there. So you're half right. Oh, I like this guy trying to be all pragmatic. But like, he doesn't even say anything most of the time. See, like, at least I make it worthwhile because I'm going to talk over the whole thing and you won't even be able to hear it. But I assume you've already seen it or you already know it by heart, so. Scrambled egg. His brain is a scrambled egg. I always don't like this tendency. All of you come here. It's a waste of time. My food's about to burn, but I'll come here. Little teacher's pet, Trev. You've been cooking for 35 years, apparently. You found that very funny, the fact that he stuck his head in the refrigerator. I don't see what's so funny about that, but I guess just the visual imagery of it. He's a hothead. He's got to cool down. Yeah, that's like a death knell of the series. Whenever you say you're an executive chef, you're going to be out. Because he'll hold you to an unrealistic standard like Chris in season 1. Chris might have won the whole thing, but you fuck him up because you big dumb animal. What's unfair about it? You suck. So even Trevor is sick of it. He tried. Oh, wow. Stuff yourself till you have a heart attack. There's nobody like monitoring them, like Gordon or somebody. He's not as endearing when he's not just goofy. He keeps saying how good he is. Yeah, he's been yelled at so much, you would think he'd be out of here by now, but either the rest of the team must just be worse, or... I like when he's exasperated, the way he says it, 2 seconds, or, oh, it's so good. He says it in sort of an endearing way. That is kind of funny. It's amazing he hasn't been kicked out in the middle of a service either. He just loves saying raw. Or he smashes it too. He found that funny. I've never seen him do that before. Little smash emote. He really found that funny. He's watching it a third time. Imagine if he did that every time. He is a black belt apparently too. It's just impressive. I mean, it has nothing to do with cooking, but... Look at that voice. That's like the angel thumb thing. When does he eat the food? That must be later. Oh, here we go. Shut your mouth. I'm surprised you didn't find that funnier. You could play it off like you're just tasting it, but... That's what he did with the whole row of garnishes that was going to go out to the parking lot that he was bitching about, and pretty soon it'll be on the floor. Not as bad as when Jessica lost all the meat. You found that funny. I don't care if you got a thumb up your fat crack. Degradation? As long as you give it free of charge. Why is it so difficult? Rod's just a fucking clown. Or it'll be somebody who's not even nominated. He's not even on the line. He's so bad that he's not even on the right team. It's not like it's edited disingenuously, though. This is not. Right, like this is probably how it really happened. It's editing by the show itself. He's just sitting there totally oblivious. It's not even. Not only is it not the people who were nominated that got out, but it's also. But yeah, he barely says anything. It's like not only was it not one of the people nominated that got out, but it wasn't even the right team. He was on the blue team, they're on the red team. So how do you, that almost shouldn't be allowed, right? It's one thing if you override the nominee, but it's another thing if you should always have to pick somebody from the same colored team, right? That's kind of unfair because you won, apparently, right? You would have won that challenge. Like he overrides everything. Alright, so here we're going to do the Luigi's Mansion Far From Subtle. Luigi's Mansion is awesome, and that's how they always do name these, like, such and such game is awesome. So let me try it in a second here. And of course, Luigi's Mansion is a great game, although it's sort of a tech demo, though, in the sense that, you know, it was meant as a tech demo for the GameCube to show off some of the lighting, which it does very well. The graphic style is nice. The whole theme and vibe of it's very nice. I love the whole commitment to, like, the one environment that, the whole game takes place in this one mansion, which is unlike even the sequel, where I know, like, you go to Egypt and do a mansion there or whatever. Like, Hunt goes there and stuff. So the beauty is, it's like this one it's sort of hard to explain. It's like a movie, or it's like a way that you would play a game overnight and beat the whole game in one sitting, because it's not very long. Again, it was meant as a tech demo. It doesn't have a whole lot of depth to it, but it's still fun. It's a novelty, and it sort of is one of those things that has a cult following. And then obviously the sequels came out and that took it to another level, which I haven't even played, but that's what it shows you, is like it's this one isolated environment, this one night, basically, this one, you know, sort of mission that you're on. Like, it's hard to explain. It's just sort of, I guess you could say the game occurs in a vacuum, but literally what that term means is, like, you know, you're boiling it all down to, like, this one thing. It's not like, you're going level to level over a long period of time. It's like the amount of time it takes you to beat it is the same amount of time that Luigi is spending in the mansion. Like, he goes there one fateful night, and then by the morning he's rescued his brother. Like, it's this one very arduous night. That's how it feels, right? You're going through the whole mansion, which is pretty big, but I mean, it's not bad. Like, it's not necessarily bad design, but yeah, it is a good game. Obviously, I have beaten it a couple times over the years. I like it a lot. That's almost what you crave a little bit, where you wish it was almost a little bit longer, right? Like, you know, it's over already, kind of is the vibe. And again, it was meant as a tech demo. It does show off the lighting and stuff. It was good, and it's part of this whole gimmickry that Nintendo was doing at the time, like with, the flood from Super Mario Sunshine, or the Okay, so today I'm going to watch, as part of the YouTube series, which I guess I'm doing that most of the time anyway. This will be, I'll skip ahead a couple parts, but I've been watching sort of random parts of the Jodi Arias trial. So I've seen good sections of it in the past, but, so this is Jodi Arias trial, day 2, part 2. I skipped ahead a couple because I don't want to see some of the boring stuff. I want to get right into some cross-examination. Juan Martinez is good, but I feel like he got a little overrated based on this. Like, the case is pretty easy. Like, if you reverse the roles and the defense lawyers here, like Kirk Nurmi and whatever the girl's name is, Wilmot or something, you know, they'd win the case too, because Jodi stabbed the guy 27 times, and, you know, it's not like a criminal mastermind. She does some pretty good job lying at times, but, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, he does the most heroic job ever. He does a good, solid job, but not anything to write home about. And I actually heard that he was disbarred over some sexual allegations and other things, which is kind of unfortunate. I'm not trying to kick a guy when he's down, but that wasn't at the time. I just said it, you know, I'm just looking at his performance and everybody's gushing over him. It's like, he does an okay job. The defense doesn't even do that bad of a job. It's just like, your work is cut out for you, right? Whereas like in the Casey Anthony trial, that was a lot more difficult for the prosecution to prove, but the defense does do a phenomenal job there. It's like, you got to be objective, right? Just reverse the roles. If you had Martinez on the defense here, he would lose the case. He's not going to just magically win, right? Because the case is just hard to do. So I think people are unfair like that with defense attorneys. Like, oh, you're trying to make fun of them. Look how bad they're doing. But what are they supposed to do? They're supposed to do the best job they can. And if the truth isn't on their side, then so be it, right? It's not, so I'm not going to get in that game. Oftentimes it's the opposite. Like, maybe the defense does a better job than the prosecution in this case, but it doesn't matter because the truth isn't on their side, and the case is so clear and obvious and cut and dry, which, again, it isn't 100% cut and dry. Like, if you take away the photo mistake of her taking a photo of her leg, or just photos in general, and if you take away the gas can situation, if you take away those two things, right, the gas can evidence and the the photo of her foot, now it would be very hard. She might have gotten away with it then, but that's why she's not a criminal mastermind. Never mind the fact that she stabbed him 27 times. And in a way, I use this case as an analogy of the media, right, sort of bias that I don't like with how media treatment works. This case got so much national attention because she stabbed him 27 times. Not because she killed 27 people or something like that. She killed one person. So yes, it was a very extreme way she did it, but that's why it got attention. So somebody who goes out and kills 2 or 3 people or commits a more severe crime than simply killing one person won't get as much attention. So that's what I disagree with, is that I care about the number of people killed or the severity of the crime, not the fact that, oh, she killed one person in an especially brutal way. Yes, it's still serious. Yes, it deserves some attention, but you see the incentive, right? Somebody goes out and kills 3 people, right? Like a gangbanger shoots 3 people in Chicago, and you won't hear much of a peep about it, right? Or, oh, that's just normal. He shot a couple people, or even like he shot one person and killed them, right? That doesn't get this attention. So the attention is selective, right? You're looking at the spectacle. Oh, look, she stabbed him 27 times versus, oh, they killed multiple people or they killed one person. To me, a life is still a life. So I don't want to give undue emphasis based on the manner in which you did it. Or again, like people do this with race, like, oh, it's a hate crime, right? It doesn't matter in the big picture. It matters as a extenuating factor, but like, I wouldn't let that usurp it and say, oh, well, this becomes a national media story that one person killed one person, but that happens all the time, right? One life was taken. So you're trying to tell me that this is the way to break it down. If she stabbed him once and killed him like that instead of 27 times, we wouldn't have heard about it, but it would still be the same life and the same effective crime. So it's like, would we not care then? Or should it still get this much coverage, right? So in other words, what people are caring about, what the media is caring about, isn't the life or the murder, right? That's not what is cared about. What is cared about is, oh, well, 27 times, it's a spectacle, etc. So if you kill somebody, she stabbed him once, then it would have been okay. Then it's not a big deal. Then you wouldn't hear about it. Like, right? There's no way you would. So that sort of thing happens all the time. So again, I'm not diminishing it. I'm saying what is being focused on and fixated on is not actually the operative element. Is it the severity of the crime, a single murder? Because those happen all the time. So that's not why it's being fixated on. Is it the, some other element of it? No, it's the fact that, well, she stabbed him 27 times. So the way she could have avoided the media coverage at least is, oh, just stab him once then and kill him, and then you'll be okay. Then nobody cares about it, and maybe you'll get away. Like, that shouldn't be the reason why, right? As terrible as that is, on the objective absolutist basis, it wouldn't matter, right? You kill them either way, right? So as bad as that is to do, right, it would be worse if you, let's say you do 2 stabbings. You stab 2 people 1 time each, but you kill both of them, versus, you stabbed him 27 times, but you killed him. Now, we can sympathize with how much he must have suffered in that, potentially, or part of it might be that he was already dead because she shot him first, but either way, we can sympathize with that, right, in the family, but that's not the point, right? The media feeds on things which are about the spectacle, not about the substance. So again, I would want to hear just as much about any other murder of a single person, regardless of how it was done, or multiple murders that are worse than, right, that's the hierarchy. What's worse, stabbing one person 27 times and killing them, or stabbing 2 people 1 time each and killing both of them, or killing multiple people, period? Like, again, don't let the manner of it usurp the actual crime itself. It's the same thing like with a hate crime, right? Somebody kills somebody, just period, and it's not the end of the world. But then, right, like one person kills one person, like a white person kills a white person, and that's it. That happens every day. Or a black person kills a black person. That happens every day. So nobody cares about it. Nobody fixates on it. That's it. Right? You won't even hear about it. But a white person kills a black person. Now, whether it's even motivated by race, that'll get a lot of coverage. That'll get a lot of spin, right? And maybe they'll make it about race. Or even if it is about race, like, okay, let's say they say the N-word before they do it, or, whatever, there's some attribution to race, it'll get national media coverage. My point is, in both scenarios, one person died, right? So a murder took place, one person died. So is it worth noting that race might have been a motivating factor? Yes, it's worth noting, right? And it can be used in sentencing to say whether you deserve sympathy or not, like, that makes it worse. But to me, right, this is why the hate crime, the term of a hate crime is a fallacy, because I would assume every crime is committed out of hate. So you murder somebody, but it's not a hate crime. You did it out of love, I guess, or, whatever. But now, because you say something about their race, or it's motivated by race, which is bad, obviously, but, now it becomes a hate crime. Like, in other words, the assumption is every crime would be committed out of hate, or most, especially murders and stuff. So I don't get that. Like, it doesn't make it, any better that it's about race, but I just look at it like, okay, you killed them because you didn't like their race. That's terrible. You should go to jail. It's horrible. But you killed them because you didn't like their personality. Well, you hated their personality. You hated something they've done in the past. You hate something else about them, their height, their weight, I guess even that would be called a hate crime, but you hate something else other than their race, but it's not considered a hate crime. It's the same thing with the media. Like, you are able to, again, somebody sprays the N-word on somebody's garage, and that's a national media story, but somebody blows somebody's brains out, but that didn't have to do with race, so I guess we don't care. So in other words, the use of the N-word gets more attention than a murder, right? And use of the N-word that doesn't involve any other crime. Nobody gets killed, nobody gets hurt. Again, as bad of a word as it is, we got to have some hierarchy of standard, right? The N-word is bad, but a murder is much worse. Or again, even if you combine the two, I love how things like this will be taken in framing too, but I'm too objective for that. Like, that means you're somehow defending it. Obviously, you shouldn't do either one, but I'm more so criticizing the amount of attention it'll get, right? So you say, I hate you, I wish you were dead, I want to kill you. Not a peep. Nobody cares, right? He was just upset, no big deal. But oh my goodness, if you said the N-word in there, now it's the end of the world, right? All I'm saying is if you say that, like, I hate you, that's not hateful. That's not a hate crime. But if you say, the N-word, now it's hateful, it's a hate crime. Like, what is this? right, you're giving it too much undue emphasis and power. It's the same thing like with Nazi symbols and anything to do with that. It's like, don't give somebody so much power, right? Hitler's gone, he's dead. Doesn't mean you should forget what he did or anything like that, but it means like, pretend the swastika was a different symbol, like a thumbs up or something, more generic, like pretend that's what he used, right? Or again, like his little hand motion that he would hold his hand up, right? Anytime anybody does that, oh, it's associated with Hitler. It's like, do you really want to give this guy this much power for all time because he did something bad? Do you want to give him power for all eternity because of the simple fact that now you can never use a thumbs up or the hand symbol or the swastika for anything else, right? Assuming it's just a generic symbol that you might use for various purposes. You want to give him a monopoly on language and expression forever and ruin that symbol and make it, give him power over it forever, instead of realizing, okay, what he did was bad, but the symbols can be whatever you want them to be and based on however you use them. And so therefore you're able to realize we shouldn't give them a monopoly on language. We should realize what he did was bad. Let's make sure that never happens again, anything like that. But don't let the symbol usurp anything else. So again, it's the same problem, like, because if you trace it back far enough, well, did you know that Hitler ate his food with a knife and a fork? So if you use a knife and a fork, you're basically Hitler, or you're, one of his adherents. So therefore, we got to stop using knives and forks. Did you know he sneezed? Did you know he used the bathroom? Like, this is what it becomes. Like, so because it's associated with him, you can never do it. Like, a symbol is just a symbol. And again, I know people say, well, it's not a common symbol, but pretend it was a common symbol. Like, again, a thumbs up or a smiley face or, whatever. Just something common. And if it was something common, then like, oh, we can never use that again because this guy used it. And even like, again, like find some world leader or somebody who's done something bad, and you could associate every word or every phrase or every expression with that person if you really wanted to. So now all language will always be controlled and you can never say anything because, oh no, you'll be offended by the fact that, oh, it was associated at one point in history thousands of years ago with some other person, right? That's my point. I'm somebody who believes in context, intent, right? So don't tell me, oh, I made this symbol because I thought it looked interesting. And oh, but did you know some Chinese warlord from 2,000 years ago who murdered people used that same symbol? So therefore you can't, or you're a bad guy, or you know what I mean? Like, that wasn't my intent. So don't give me that oh, there's a monopoly on language and expression and symbols and art and everything. And again, you're giving them too much power. Why would you want to do that? Take power away from them and say, we'll learn from that mistake and we'll never let it happen again, but we won't allow you to actually, again, reduce expression that much. That, oh, you have a monopoly on it. Every time it's something is said or used, it'll always be associated with that. I don't think that's fair. Even the namesake, like, oh, there's other people who would be named Adolf, other people who would be named Hitler. It doesn't mean that some, president in Africa, I can't remember, there's some meme like that. If you close your eyes meme, right, that he's another leader who's actually a good guy. Right, so like you can't hold that against him. His name is Adolf Hitler. So yeah, the understanding is that don't let that usurp it. Don't let them have a monopoly on language. And the final point is just that you would allow yourself to do it in such a way that, again, like race, right? So one person of the same race shoots another person of the same race, you won't hear a peep about it. Oh, that's just a normal everyday occurrence. You'd hear about it like on local news, but not national news. Oh, so a murder doesn't matter. But all of a sudden, oh, two people of different races, now you'll hear about it a little bit because they might try to attribute it to race. Or again, one person was actually explicitly saying it's because of race. Now it becomes the end of the world. It's like, again, it's worth noting, but to me it's not bigger than the crime. Because again, if they said that, like, okay, somebody says the N-word, but they don't commit a crime, right, it's still bad, we can stigmatize them, we don't want to associate with them, whatever. But somebody says that and kills somebody, now we get a whole endless news cycle. But somebody kills somebody and doesn't say it, we don't get a news cycle. So again, to me, the operative thing is still, committing murder or committing a crime is a big deal. And that can be a motivating factor, like, oh, they did it because of race or gender or something. That's worth noting, but it does not usurp the crime, right? And again, we'll hear more about that than somebody who actually got killed, right? So I don't like that. Like LeBron James gets the N-word graffitied on his house or something. Like, that is bad, and it gets attention partly because of who it happens to. But I still don't think that should come first before the severity of the crime, right? And so it's a nuanced argument, but it's like, you got to realize what it, because again, you're making it like the Derek Chauvin thing. There was nothing actually proven in that case to be about race. They never brought it up in court, right? I wish people understood that more. So again, arguably, maybe it wasn't because of race. So all this George Floyd riots and hysteria and craziness come down to, oh, it wasn't actually even about race. Derek Chauvin's just a piece of shit, and he should rot in jail because he just killed somebody. Like, in other words, maybe he would do the same thing to a white person. Maybe he's just a bad guy, right? Why is it so important that it has to be about race? What if it wasn't about race? What if, he's done that in the past to somebody who's white or any other race? Like, in other words, he's just a bad person. He should be punished for it. And again, it's the implication that, let's say George Floyd wasn't black and he did the same thing to somebody who's white or a different race. Are you saying then that it's not a big deal and it shouldn't have made the same media firestorm? There's somebody like Jesse Lee Peterson was talking about where a white person did have a similar thing happen to them at some point. I can't remember their name, but it's like alliteration, like their first and last name starts with the same letter, right? And so they're white and they got kneeled on and they died, right, a number of years before the George Floyd incident, and that didn't get any coverage. And so it's like, so that doesn't matter. So the same act of a cop kneeling in someone's neck and causing them to die is not a big deal. Nobody cares about it. It's not important. But oh no, now all of a sudden, because one is white and one is black, even though race isn't even proven, but even if you were to say it was, right, now that becomes important. So again, to me, I'd be more concerned with the fact that somebody did that, committed that crime, killed somebody, kneeled on their neck until they died. But again, it's got to be a race thing, identity politics, tribalism. People are a lot dumber than I give them credit for. So yeah, we'll start this now. Jodi Arias trial, day 2, part 2. It is like a 3-hour video. I try to read the channel name, but I can never see it. They make it too small here. It like ends in 2-3. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I like the way this judge says defendant too. It's kind of weird. She takes her glasses off. Sometimes at the beginning of please be seated. The record will show the president of the jurors, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Retarnes, you may continue your redirect. So I don't know who this is, actually. You were testifying before lunch. Is that really something you need on the record? But no, this can be fun at times. I especially like when Jodi herself is on the stand. So I'll watch a few minutes of this. I don't feel like watching it in order, but I'll skip around. It's a copy of instant message emails. So he's like a tech expert probably. Using AOL Instant Messenger, that's the biggest crime of this trial. 3-hole wonder. We're starting right away with this. But no, I don't think Juan is a bad prosecutor, but I think he was a little overrated. Like, he's good, he does a good job, but it was an easy case, right? It's a very conspicuous crime. In some hypothetical universe, if she was a bit more careful, or she didn't have the gas cans, or she didn't have the picture of the fucking foot in the photo, right? Look, I'm playing into like Twitch culture and meme culture, like, oh, that really made the foot boys go crazy. That picture of Jodi Arias' foot she was trying to make an OnlyFans last minute buck. You know, you can never fault a girl for trying to make ends meet, even in the midst of a murder. A dildo with a heartbeat. A lot of sexual stuff in here, like in this trial that's brought up. And so you have Casey Anthony is kind of similarly portrayed, like, oh, she's out partying and stuff. There's so many things you could do. Like, if you think about, okay, don't involve the camera. The camera shouldn't even be there. Don't stab him for 27 times. Just kill him if you want to kill him. Again, I'm not saying do it, but like hypothetically, think about how she could have done it better. Then also, when you go out in the desert, don't bring your phone. Bring a dummy phone that you got just for this purpose, that they wouldn't be able to associate with you, and then destroy it afterwards, assuming you want to send that message or something, right? But then again, if you're sending the message, right, that looks suspect already, that you're somewhere in the middle of the desert and you're doing that. That message is actually kind of brilliant, though. Some people mistakenly say, oh, she sounds fake or panicked. She actually sounds pretty, like flirty and all this kind of stuff. In and of itself, without knowing anything else about the case, that could be passed off as, oh, that's just an innocent message she sent, thereby proving she had an alibi or whatever, right? That could have been very good. Actually, it's not a bad idea, and it's not really that badly delivered, right? It's easy to diminish it in the bigger context. This is where, like, I'm objective. If you just look at that message on its own, without knowing who she is, without anything else, you would hear that and just move on. Oh, it's a cute little message, boyfriend, girlfriend. You wouldn't think so deeply. You would not be like, oh, it sounds sus, whatever. There's a lot of silence here, so this is kind of boring, like. So what you have to do is you have to realize that, again, going out in the desert and then she maybe, what does she do? She she either buries or throws her shit somewhere there. And something she did there that was never found, like the murder weapon. I think maybe she hid it in the desert and it was actually never found. Something like that. But you think it could be, like, you just throw it, you throw it on the side of the road and, like, you won't know exactly where. You would see, like, somebody's footsteps or something, but one of the coolest techniques that was talked about, I can't remember when it came up, is like throwing a weapon off a building. It might have been like in Miles Edgeworth with Blaze the Best. Like this theory I came up with where you're murdering somebody, like it's in a tall building and you're up at the top, and it's like, oh, how will you get out of this situation? And you would throw the weapon off the building, and it's like, how are you ever going to find that and tie it to the crime? Right? Never mind the fact that they don't know who you are, they don't know it's you who did it, but like, oh, where's the murder weapon when they come to investigate the scene later? Not like you're trapped there and you can't leave. You can go home and whatever, right? You do the crime and then you leave, but what do you do with the murder weapon? You throw it off the building. And like, how would anybody ever know, right? Like, that'd be so weird and hard to find. And when they do find it, some blocks away, they won't know that it's to do with the, how would they match that, right? You clean off the blood, they'll do some luminol test. Like, chances are it'll just be some random piece of trash. Maybe the act of you throwing it will be a little conspicuous, but I don't think it will. You could wrap it in something, you could zip line it, you could somehow, but just think about that. You kill somebody on the roof of a building or something, then you clean out the thing in a way that nobody's seeing what you're doing. You toss that shit off the top of the building, out the window, and then how will anybody ever know? I guarantee you nobody would fucking find that shit. Or, again, even if they do, they won't know. They won't know entirely what was done with it. They won't be able to associate it with it. I'm I want that simulated in a hypothetical sense, right? You kill somebody on the 20th floor of a building. Nobody else is in the building, whatever. Like, you know, it's fine. So somebody might see that happen, but they won't know it's you. They don't know you're there, right? They're in like the secret meeting compartment, whatever. So pretend, you know, you're a authority figure in the building. You know nobody's there. You plan it all out. You kill them. And now the weapon that you use, which is not really a weapon, it's like a gavel or something, right? So it's like, you wouldn't immediately associate it with, you know, it's not like a knife or a gun. And then you toss that shit off the building. Nobody sees you do it because you're, you know, not being conspicuous. Your face is hidden and stuff. And then you leave the building in a way that nobody can identify. He was being a little snarky there. I thought you wanted me to read it out loud. You throw that shit off the building, and then you get away normally, and nobody knows you did it, right? Like, that is so... You just got to realize what that means. Like, 'cause think about where you're throwing it, right? It'll end up on another street, pretty far away, or maybe not too far away, but it'll get run over by a car. It'll be on the random side of the road. It'll be maybe stolen. It'll be stepped over. It'll be ignored. It'll end up in the trash. There's no way that anybody is going to associate that with the murder scene, right? It's just so far-fetched. They'll just conclude that they never found the thing. They never found the weapon, right? It's very likely that'll happen. And so I find that fascinating. He's really obsessed with the three-holed wonder. It's the kind of phrase that would stick in the jury's mind. Certainly in the media, meme-worthy, etc., would be relevant here. Too much silence here. Context is within the stimuli acme. Who uses the metric system? Oh, right, everybody besides the fucking US. Or like Celsius versus Fahrenheit. But Fahrenheit's easier and better on a day-to-day use basis. Is this really appropriate to ask a witness, like, how does basic metric system work? How does temperature work? Fucking magnets, how do they work? The line from some stupid band. This isn't the most enjoyable, like I said, I can skip around. There's some very enjoyable cross-examination moments, and I took this trial more so seriously. I didn't find this as funny as, like, the Daryl Brooks is just funny because he's a clown. right? It's nothing to do with the crime. The crime is serious, it's terrible, but his behavior is quite amusing, I must admit. And you're not laughing with him, you're laughing at him, obviously. Like, it's not to take away from how serious the crime is, of course, but he is immortalized as a clown. This one I took more seriously, though, too. Just like, it is a very interesting trial, even though it's not that difficult of a trial, really. But she's pretty good at lying and manipulating and stuff. And a lot of things people misinterpret, right? It's one of those things you just jump on the bandwagon. Oh, she's the killer, she's a bad guy, so now everything to do with the defense is bad. Everything to do with the prosecution is good, but that's not true. And like, oh, you know, the somebody gave her a book, and like, oh, that means she's biased. But then but it really doesn't, right? One of the psychiatrists give her a book or something, but that doesn't mean anything because, like, but, you know, again, people take their side, oh, of course. But then in the Amber Heard trial, somebody gives Johnny Depp a gift or preferential treatment because he's a big star. And, oh, no, that's okay. That's not a big deal. Right, so you see how people are inconsistent and they jump on the bandwagon and take sides with whoever is supposedly right in the situation. But it doesn't mean that you're right about every single thing, right? That's all I'm saying. The conclusion can be the same, but you don't have to, like, mindlessly turn it into false duality. Tassel-like. What is a tassel anyway? That is actually kind of speculative. Similar. That's so vague. You need some better way to ask that. Do they seem similar? There's a funny moment that makes you think of Phoenix Wright where he's like, you can slam on the desk all you want, as he slams himself. I forget exactly when. I want to see one of these actually get rejected for once. In all the trials we watch, an exhibit actually get rejected on some basis. You never see that happen. You rarely even see objections to it. And there's like a whole meta to, like, you know, this whole strategy, the whole trial of like massaging and being nice to the judge and getting him on your side or not losing credibility. There's like a whole internal thing to it. Looking at a massive fucking glare. Can I get a picture with that glare? And she has a great line that sows the seeds of doubt in the jury's mind. That's a great manipulative line for her benefit. Like, it's bigger than the cell I'm living in. Talking about the closet, right? Like, so that tells you, that tricks you. Like, does that mean we should give her the death penalty or not? Because she's suffering more in the jail cell. So it's a great reverse psychology. Now you'll think, oh, we want her to suffer by living in jail instead of killing her. And Juan Martinez gets mad too, like, we don't want to hear about that, we don't want to hear about that. Like, that was a genius level line. That is so good. Some of this is sort of just vague, like, just, here's some sandals. The way he's presenting this is like preconceived a little bit. See, they'd never find the weapon in the desert or off a building if that's how you did it. Or, like somebody goes missing out at sea. You were on a vacation with them and they die. There was that one kid who was accused of that. Like, oh, he killed his mother when they were away. But I'm pretty sure he got off with it. So much glare on these fucking pictures. Using like a PowerPoint presentation, or like, what are those things called that teachers use? Like, it's like a projector, but they're like really shitty projectors. They would like, put it on the thing and it would show up on the... So no knife, no rope established. Is that because it discredits her story, or is that just to show that she hid them or threw them in the desert? And even if you found a random knife in the desert, how would you know it's to do with that, right? Everybody else has the same idea. You'd be surprised how much police themselves disturb evidence, like, just by walking into the crime scene. Oh, you fucked up the footprints. Like, they address that in Heavy Rain pretty well. Like, oh, we're here to make sure to investigate the scene. But because there's so many officers, there's too many of them, they fuck up the scene themselves because their footprints get... Like, you're not thinking about that when you're going... This judge is very low-key, nondescript, which I tend to like those. You shouldn't notice their presence too much. I don't like the ones who like try to be too jovial, charismatic, friendly. Like Judge Ito has the stars in his eyes from the thing. The Casey Anthony judge was a little bit like that, but he was okay. He was actually very good. The one judge I would criticize is Judge Ito, and one other one that I forgot. I would even criticize Judge Doro from... You might say, oh, she's trying to avoid a mistrial, but it doesn't matter. Like, you don't let this guy control the proceeding for so long and waste so much time and say the same things over and over, right? He says it once, subject matter jurisdiction, but you let him do it over and over. You shouldn't be so concerned about a mistrial. Just do it the right way, kick him out quicker, right? You're letting him do it too much, right? There's such a thing as being too lenient, where other judges wouldn't allow that. If you interrupt them once, if you fuck around once, that's it. You don't get special treatment just because you're the defendant or whatever, right? You could easily look at that on appeal and say, well, look at his behavior. You have it all on video, on camera, on record. So she was overly cautious. They must be to do with the text and stuff. Yeah, what if the jury asks like 100 questions? I like this. This is kind of a good interactivity with the thing. And it doesn't really even matter who asked it. Or which juror. It doesn't matter. This guy really wants off the case at some point too, but they won't let him off, kind of. But it's okay, then you can go write a book about it or something. He really doesn't do a bad job. The woman is a little bit worse, but yeah, everybody becomes like a simp for like that girl Vasquez on the Johnny Depp. Like, she's not doing anything that special, dude. I don't like seeing people glorified out of turn, like, this fucking stupid ass Juan Martinez. He's not bad. Again, I don't have anything against him. I'm sorry that he was disbarred, but that has nothing to do with what I said originally. I didn't react to it right when it happened, but I reacted on stream to it at some point. Maybe it was around like 2018 or something, 2017, 2018. And not the whole thing, obviously. This is pretty fun, though. I like this. Which you might think, oh, it's morbid, but whatever. It's like, I like the whole structure of it. And it doesn't mean unmolested state. This was sort of vague, the fibers, because one thing let's look at is the absolutist tendency of there's an absolutist tendency, like being efficient or fast is somehow rude, like it's a zero-sum process. So like it doesn't mean that, right? It's just like social contrivances, needless otherwise. And there's like a lack of acknowledgement of a process, like, the people try to label certain things like, oh, this person must be this or that, instead of, you just don't want to acknowledge the reality of how something works or the nature of a process or the artifice of social contrivance, things like that. So because you don't want to acknowledge that, you realize that now you have to label it, hide behind a label, and you have this weaponization of labels, like of science and medicine, to try to control people in the modern day too. Like, oh, everything is a label. If you're neat, if you like to be clean, you're OCD. If you're quiet, you're something else. Like, you'll have a label for everything, for every idiosyncrasy known to man, and you can try to control people and negate people like that. But you realize, oh, that's just normal things that people do, right, to varying degrees. So it's not really, even this defining of the personality itself overall is itself arbitrary. Like, people are variables, and so this sort of defined state is more so just an oversimplification in the unwillingness to be puzzled to try to control people. So let's look at this one. I'm trying to look at when it seems like she starts getting cross-examined. I'm skipping like the defense stuff. So they're going through a lot with Nurmi, right? The defense doing it. It's around like part 20 maybe that she does this. Some of these parts are pretty fucking short too. I don't know how this person did it, but not that I would entirely mind this, but it's more enjoyable to see Martinez doing it for now. He's going on for a long time, so you would think he'd get a chance to cross Martinez. Let's hear a little bit of this. So we're at Jodi Arias trial, day 14, part 1, 27:56, starting in 3, 2, 1. The wedding something. Oh shit, she ignored it. Alright, I'll skip that. That was kind of a sad story already. She died within a month. But no, this seems weird. How do you get to go on this long without a proper cross from Martinez? This is just like endless. Those are two things you should never do. Never testify in your own trial and never defend yourself. Or really, what would you do in that case?
like if Daryl, I actually don't know how that works. If you're defending yourself and you testify in your own trial while doing so, do you get to cross-examine yourself? Like, I don't even get it. Because they were willing to let Daryl Brooks testify. It's around part 20 where Martinez comes in. I just don't know how, the way they break this up. I'm not 100% familiar actually with how that aspect works. Maybe they are doing it and I'm just skipping it, but I keep seeing Nurmi. It cuts to Kirk Nurmi here. Like, when is the first moment that we get a cross-examination from Juan Martinez? Yeah, you open yourself up to a lot of things, even like your own idiosyncrasies that are like, there's just no cross-examination. Like, what the fuck, dude? Juan Martinez is asleep. They're laying out the whole scenario with the whatever the fuck self-defense. They probably told her not to do it, too. They probably begged her, don't testify, but... Oh my god, this goes on for a while. She always has like this little smarmy smile. Again, oh, what if it's a facial spasm, facial condition? There's so many things you wouldn't, you know. So many idiosyncrasies, conditions. Oh my god, this is taking forever to find. This is the body slam part. This is like letting her craft her little story that's very convenient. That may or may not have been prepped by the lawyers themselves. Because, you know, a lot of the time you know your client's guilty, but you want to still come up with something, or... "17 sex tape. Is this where Martinez finally comes in? Stimuli acme. Yeah, what if they say they don't want it to be played? Or I guess in open court. Oh, this is the whole fucking thing is just that? This is watched from some random part. So, Jodi Arias trial, day 17, part 1, sex tape, 1:14 minutes long, hour 14 minutes, 56:23, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's just watch some part of it at least. She's wrong. Batman Returns, it's Batman Forever. Or she was right, but then she corrected herself. George Clooney was in the shitty one, the what is it? Batman and Robin. But no, she was wrong. It's not Batman Returns. That's the Tim Burton one. It's just talking about random movies and stuff. The greatest atrocity of the trial right here. The voice of an angel. Even the recording just has to stop with that. Like, who is recording this even and why? They were both, like, devout Christians or whatever. Somebody's yawning there in the camera. His voice is always so unclear. They're singing together now. It's like I'm at 101. I don't know if this all even makes her look bad. This is just like their relationship. Travis sounds so fucked up. Is he like drunk or something? I'm just kind of skipping around, so you won't even know exactly where I'm watching, but how do we go from Hell's Kitchen to this? who would record themselves randomly talking about movies. Oh, wait. Although I haven't even done that much of that here. But yeah, wouldn't you criticize him that he has bad judgment in women, bad taste in women? So he's a very sweaty guy. Or like he corrupted her, or she corrupted him into having sex, despite him being a Catholic virgin, whatever. I can never understand what the fuck he's saying, though. Like, how is the jury supposed to take this? Because let's see what the follow-up to that is. But the singing is truly horrifying. I've never heard that part before. Is this still more of the recording? I mean, this is kind of excruciating. Or she tries to make him look him bad, like he wanted to role play that she's a little girl or something. Oh, we're at Jodi Arias trial, day 17, part 2 at 37:10 and 3, 2, 1. Like where he's trying to push girl fantasy that she may or may not be making up, but he does say stuff like that. You sound like a 12-year-old having their first orgasm or something. They're trying to make him look bad. Which may or may not even be made up, but role play is different than reality. This is sort of like character assassination. Right, this is just to try to make him look, oh, he's a pedophile, so... But he does say it in his own words, like, you sound like a 12-year-old. Why would that be the first thing that comes to your mind? And not that you're disgusted by that, but you like it. Okay, let's try to find Martinez starting. But this is so, or wait, now somebody else is up there. Morning hearing, man, there's too much of this shit in between. I know it's around part 20, because I was just watching where Martinez goes into her. So it's still, I don't really get that, though. There should be some cross, some redirect, something. Just because it's your defendant and all this doesn't mean that you just get to go on forever. This is multiple days worth of just her doing this. Like, what the fuck, dude? Good on this guy for uploading it, I guess, but... Let's try to find some. I just want to see the first part where he starts grilling her. We're at part 19. I almost wish it had it in the title, but sometimes it does. Like, he'll put, like, oh, Jodi Arias takes the stand the first time she does. Gotta be around part 21, I think. Defendant, she does it again. I was going through a lot of her messages and stuff. Okay, this is kind of taking forever to find. Holy shit. When does Juan Martinez get to do something, bro? I'd get so impatient. This looks like nobody's even questioning her. It's just showing her face the whole time. She's just telling her story to try to make herself look innocent. Okay, day 20, part 3. And Martinez has yet to still do anything here. Okay, I think we should be getting close to day 21 here. Day 20, part 4. I just want to see that first moment. Okay, now we see it. Cross-examination. Okay, here we go. And that is the longest fucking testimony you've ever seen in your life. It's like multiple days of just her sitting on the stand, her being, like, that's too much. It's not fair to the prosecutor. Like, you can't expect, how am I going to cross her on that? Like, on everything in her whole existence that she said? You got to go section by section, right? You do it, and then that's too much testimony in one. Right, that's very unfair. So you got to go like Jodi Arias trial, day 21, part 1, cross-examination, starting in 3, 2, 1. It's by like Crooker Queen or something is the name of the channel. Probably the only one that's really up here, which means it is just some random person who uploaded it. So if they didn't, there'd be no way to really find it, or maybe you could find it on some official site. So we're at 18, 19, 20 seconds. So yeah, I was right. It's around part 21 that it starts. And now this will go on for a long time, though, too, because obviously you get to cross her on everything that she said. Basically tear down her whole theory of whatever happened. So, like, her first story is, oh, people broke in, right? But then she says, okay, I did do it, but he attacked me. It would have been at least better if you were consistent from the beginning. Right, if you had said the abusive thing, but she didn't want to admit even being there. That's a great way to start. That's your dumb sister, Angela. I almost thought I heard that wrong. Well, it's kind of the same thing, so you kind of did ask that because... Right, did I ask if you called her stupid, but dumb is an adjective, is a fucking synonym for stupid. He always does that. Did I ask you that? That's kind of argumentative, but he gets away with doing that a lot. It's a VAIO advertisement, VAIO, because you see that logo all the time. He gets mad when she acts all dumb, like she won't confirm anything. She'll just kind of talk around it, seemingly without any purpose either. She'll just act like, I don't know. No, I was wearing a wig. Just say like that. Oh, at least she heard that one out. It wasn't just... it's always like they never have any qualms about the evidence because they probably already talked about it in a pre-jury hearing sort of thing. But they always do this so the jury can't hear, but it's like... Or I love that. Like, jury, just disregard what you just heard, but, like, strike it from the record, but as if you can't do that. Like, Juan Martinez will do that a lot. Imagine how much it stung when you stabbed that knife into the victim. And it's like, oh, that's argumentative, so it's not taken, but you still, he gets his histrionics off. So you deliberately, it's going to get struck, but just to sort of try to make a point, right, you do that. And often they do it as like the last question. Right, when they don't have any more questions. They'll just do it to try to make a statement, just to get it to stick in the jury's mind. It doesn't matter even if you, there's got to be Rule 34 of this, Travis's sister, I think it's the one sitting in the middle here, who's like a cop, sort of personally interrogating and arresting and possibly torturing, if you will, maybe in a sexual way, like, whatever, pegging her, or, look, dude, I'm a bit of a fetish expert, so I can imagine people liking that. Like, she's taking revenge by handcuffing her herself and pegging her and sort of making her confess and whipping her and punishing her and all this kind of stuff. And it makes sense because she's a cop, so it's kind of
some sort of alpha fantasy for her taking revenge for what Jody did, that maybe Jody would even be into that. They use this like to show her finger later too. That's sort of a little bit weird form of a question. Couldn't that be taken as argumentative? Like, at one point you called her stupid, but you can't always say that every time you bring her up. Is that her mother that it's showing? I don't know. Some chick with really bad eyeshadow bags under her eyes. I don't actually know who her parents are. I think it's the one chick they keep showing, not that. This is what she always plays around. Already starting problems with your memory. This is argumentative. Coffee you bought at Starbucks. But this is a good answer. I always bought the same coffee at Starbucks. I'm sort of saying it before she even said it because I just watched this the other day. That's a good comeback. At times. No, that was a good response. Like, I always get the same drink, so I wouldn't need to remember it. It's just a habit. Or like there's something about Cinnabon later. Like, Travis brought me a Cinnabon, and now I'm gonna let him live for another week. Because he bribed me with Cinnabons. How sweet. Pejorative. This is argumentative, double standard. How is that overruled, you dumb judge? Just because you said it doesn't mean it's right. You were laughing lovingly and saying it like that. But this is actually a pretty common psychological tendency. Like, I can say whatever I want about my family or my friend, but when you say it, right, I can talk shit about my own family, but when somebody else says it about their family, they get mad. Some of these are kind of heavy-handed questions. They're giving a lot of latitude, maybe because the examination is going to last forever, so they just want to get it over with. Make sure the record reflects I didn't get dumped. And then, like, oh, she's peering through the glass window. Martinez gets a little impatient. She sort of peered in and sees him with a girl. This would almost be something you could leave out. Afterward what? Like she tries to talk around it, like, I didn't see him at first, but that night, did you see him that night? Oh, look at the judge standing up for Martinez. Oh yeah, they were. Look at her little smirk. Hard to believe that they wouldn't see you. I was walking the whole time. I was power. What if it was a guy instead of a female? Would that make it better or worse somehow? Televisions emit light. I love that. That's actually good. Was it a light or a television? It was the light from the television. Technically, she's correct. They had candles set up for romance. I didn't ask you about traffic. I kind of dislike that, but I get why he's doing it. Did I ask you? That's almost directly argumentative. Did I ask you that? Like, it's one thing if the judge admonishes you for answering something different, but to be able to keep doing that, did I ask you this, is kind of wrong. He's trying to treat it as an absolute. This sounds argumentative already. What in the world? Finally, we get a sustain for Nurmi over here. Sometimes they answer too quickly without even giving a chance for an objection, though. I did just see this, I think, earlier, but this is good. So this is the first part. This is almost like fluffing up to her. Flattery will get you nowhere. You could have worked anywhere. Or I keep thinking about the Disney Orlando job, but that's not her, that's Casey Anthony. Or like Juan already knows that she's not paying rent, but she just asked that to establish that she's not, just to say that, oh, it's even better for you. Well, whether you're jealous, you're upset about it nonetheless. But she's smirking kind of too much. Steve Carell over here on her hot dial, quick dial. ASMR, Jody Arias drinks water. It's not a lie if you believe it. I don't know what the fake text message is that they're talking about. So she does admit that it was a lie. That's kind of argumentative, playing a different standard. Oh, that one was actually sustained. I may as well be the defense on this one, Kirk Nurmi. Or they say, I'm not mad at Alexander, makes it sound like it's his first name. sexually monogamous. No, I just like to be massaged, or I like to be intimate and hug and hold hands. I'm not asking you if you would evolve. This is not a Pokemon. I'm not asking you about a Pokemon. We're not playing Pokemon. I don't need no evolution. It's like something Shannon Sharp would say, right? What does he say? Like, I don't need, I can't remember. It's a good line. It's like, in combination. I don't need a combination. I'm not trying to open a lock. I don't need no combination. Like he says, is this player better than this player? It's like in combination with another player, I don't need a... It was like she knew, but she didn't want to believe it. So he's trying to play the angle of like you were cheating on him if you thought he was alive, as if you wouldn't be worried about his health. I was in denial. But that's sort of like a sustained ask another question. Like that's the real crime here, that you cheated on him if he was alive. As if him being dead would make you immediately want to do this shit anyway. But you were doing it to try to create an alibi for yourself. That's a good response. He was courting me, I want to know my position. But he wouldn't have known. That's the thing. He wouldn't have known to confront you unless he sneaks up on your house and goes all peeping Tom on you too. Stupid Angela. Dumb Angela. Now this is about the bent finger. I did just see this probably like the other day. Right, I was sort of rewatching. That's what made me in the mood to do this, but it's okay. It's not like I'm going to watch the whole thing, but... the whole fucking trial. And when they approach, you got to sit through the whole thing, too. But yeah, it's always a debate whether the death penalty is worse or better than something else, like the life in prison. The prison system in the U.S. is actually pretty good, though. Or yeah, how does the drop the soap thing work in in female prisons. I mean, I just wouldn't even shower at all if it's going to be like that.